tired, white-haired young man lay under the blanket, forcing himself to read a novel, but exhaustion was taking over, and the lines began to blur before his eyes. His roommate lazily reminded him about the early classes, and the young man snapped out of it, realizing there was no point in continuing to read. It was finally time to rest. He fell asleep with the book still open in his hands, not even managing to turn the page, his body slowly relaxing after a long and exhausting day. The book remained beside him as the quiet of the night gradually filled the room, bringing the tiring day to a complete end. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hall, Master Zhang's celebration was underway, where guests enjoyed food, drinks, and an atmosphere of complete freedom without restrictions. Zhang sat surrounded by women, and the environment around him felt overly indulgent, as if all boundaries had long been erased. Amid the noise and laughter, one of the guests shifted the conversation toward business, clearly interested in Zhang's current position and capabilities. In response came a blunt confession about difficulties and the need to sell people, instantly turning the mood of the conversation more serious. Zhang reacted with a smug smile, not hiding his interest, yet maintaining an appearance of complete control over the situation. One of the girls moved closer and gently touched his cheek, clearly trying to attract his attention and gain even the slightest favor. She stayed close, her behavior making it obvious she wanted to be chosen and secure a better place beside him. Zhang merely smirked, making it clear that such attempts amused him more than they stirred any real interest or sympathy. At that moment, some of the guests' attention shifted as movement near the staircase created a subtle tension in the hall. However, the celebration didn't stop, and deeper inside the hall, some continued to enjoy themselves, ignoring what was happening. Zhang made a mocking remark, clearly showing he didn't take any of it seriously and was simply observing. The guests picked up on his mood and burst into laughter, turning the situation into just another source of entertainment. The conversation gradually drifted, and someone brought up Zhang's family and his future heir. One guest shared rumors that Zhang had taken interest in an unusual slave girl and had been visiting another household because of her. It was suggested that for such a girl, attention from someone like Zhang might be a rare chance to change her fate. During the day, above the rooftops of old houses, a tower rose high, its flag swaying in the wind while soft sunlight illuminated the streets, creating a calm yet deceptively quiet atmosphere. Li Yuanyi sat calmly while a white-haired girl stood beside him with her gaze lowered, as the man across from them continued to push the terms of a deal more insistently. Upon hearing the offer, Li Yuanyi's expression changed instantly. His gaze turned cold, openly showing complete disdain for the proposed price. The man in red didn't back down and confidently raised the stakes, adding new conditions and continuing to pressure him into agreeing. As the negotiation went on, he praised his people, emphasizing their obedience and usefulness, as if they were objects without will or feelings. Then his attention shifted to the girl. Irritated, he lifted her face, noticing her stubbornness, as tears began to form in her eyes. Unable to withstand the pressure, she collapsed to the floor, curling up as the tension in the room grew heavy and suffocating. Li Yuanyi remained standing, outwardly calm, but his stance was firm, leaving no room for compromise. In response, the man mockingly hinted at hidden feelings, trying to provoke him and turn the situation into humiliation. He continued pressing, reminding him of his family's position and hinting that stubbornness had already led to serious consequences once before. Stepping closer, he leaned in, lowering his voice, his words now sounding like a direct threat filled with implications of power and consequences. His gaze turned colder as he made it clear that if refused, he would once again use his family's influence and escalate the situation into conflict. Li Yuanyi's patience snapped. He lunged forward, trying to strike his opponent, but lost control of the situation. In the next second, the blow landed on him instead, sending his body flying as he crashed to the floor amid debris. Trembling, the girl crawled toward him on her knees, her eyes filled with fear and confusion, unsure of what to do. One of the servants noticed that the man on the floor showed no signs of life, his voice filled with concern as he addressed his master. The man in red calmly made a decision, showing no emotion, as if what had happened meant nothing to him. The girl shrank even further, lowering her gaze as an order was given to make an example out of her. The servants dragged her away while she begged for help. Suddenly, the young man jolted awake, breathing heavily and clutching his chest as if he had just escaped a suffocating nightmare. The pages of the book began to glow with a soft blue light, and the symbols on them trembled as if responding to an unknown force. The space around him began to distort, and above the open book, a strange, digital light flared, as if reality itself was cracking and letting something alien seep in. Before his eyes, an unfamiliar square slowly formed. Ruined arches, faded banners, heavy air, and an oppressive silence that only deepened the tension. Below, A large crowd gathered around a figure at the center, and among the muffled voices, there were clear traces of mockery and cold curiosity, turning into a hunger for spectacle. Hands reached toward the girl lying on the ground, and in those movements, there was not just roughness, but open contempt, as if she were not a person, but a lifeless object. In that moment, the young man's vision cleared sharply, his pupils widening in shock as a realization struck him. This was far too real to be a dream or illusion. He suddenly jumped to his feet, barely keeping his balance, listening to the shouts as his heart began to pound wildly in response to the confusion and rising tension. Grabbing his head, he tried to steady himself, feeling the world spin as his thoughts tangled, unable to distinguish reality from something foreign. From outside came rough shouting. Someone angrily claimed the girl had been pretending and even bitten him, stirring the crowd into greater cruelty. He frowned in confusion, trying to process what was happening, but his mind was still clouded and reality felt unstable. Carefully, he pushed the door open and stepped outside, looking around as he tried to understand where he was and why everything felt both unfamiliar and strangely familiar at the same time. Before him unfolded a scene that made everything inside him tighten. The girl was being dragged across the ground as if she had no dignity or right to resist. Nearby, someone spoke with a smirk, saying her situation was worse than that of animals, words that only intensified the cruelty of the moment. Gradually, the pieces came together in his mind, and a disturbing thought pierced his consciousness. He had actually ended up inside the story he once read. He recalled the book's title and its plot details, realizing that everything matched the events of the novel that had once seemed like pure fiction. The realization made him let out a nervous laugh. He was no longer just an observer, but a participant whose actions would now shape the story. Suddenly, a man with a club approached him and called him by name, making it clear he had a role here, one he couldn't refuse. It felt like an electric shock ran through him as a terrifying realization hit. He was the very character who was supposed to die first in the scene. Before he could fully process it, a club was shoved into his hand, and a rough voice mockingly ordered him to deal with the girl himself. Li Yuanyi froze, unable to move, because he remembered exactly how this scene ended, and knew that repeating it would lead to his death. Panic began to rise rapidly, his breathing faltering, when suddenly the space around him distorted again, and a bright light tore through the world itself. A strange being appeared before him, floating in the air, something between a machine and a living creature, radiating a soft yet unsettling glow. He quickly understood that he had become a secondary character with a pre-written fate, one destined to disappear without a trace. For a brief moment, a desperate thought crossed his mind. Maybe he could still change the course of events and avoid his predetermined end. However, the system immediately announced a key rule, and what he heard was truly terrifying. His life now directly depended on the condition of a single girl. He slowly shifted his gaze to Chu Fu, and for the first time noticed that behind her apparent weakness hid something dangerous and unpredictable. Nearby, a mocking voice urged him to act and not stand idle, adding even more pressure to the situation. In the next second, he gripped the club tightly and swung, but not to finish her off, instead trying to interfere, causing the girl to flinch in shock. He felt countless eyes on him, and someone in the crowd shouted loudly, unable to hide their irritation and confusion at his behavior. Without giving himself time to hesitate, Li Yuanyi stepped forward and stood in front of the girl, shielding her with his body. Among the crowd appeared a girl with dark green hair, her gaze sharpening as if trying to understand his true intentions. She noted that he was protecting Chu Fu, but there was no trust in her expression, only caution and a hidden interest. At that moment, the system intervened again, its voice tense as it warned that the corruption level was rapidly increasing. Li Yuanyi clenched his teeth, unable to understand why things were getting worse despite his attempt to protect the girl. A realization struck him. His sudden kindness might seem suspicious and only deepened Chu Fu's distrust. Lowering his gaze, he coldly drove the others away with his words, making it clear that no one had the right to interfere. From the outside, his behavior looked like jealousy, and the crowd, laughing, assumed he had simply returned to his usual cruelty. Li Yuanyi made a sharp gesture and warned that anyone who touched the girl again would regret it and pay dearly. Xiu Fu remained standing, trembling in pain, her eyes filled with confusion as she couldn't understand his behavior. He noticed her condition and paused for a moment when their eyes met, seeing only fear and caution reflected in them. Struggling, the girl raised her gaze and continued looking at him tensely, trying to understand whether his actions hid another threat. Li Yuanyi abruptly turned away, hiding his doubts, and in a rough tone ordered her to leave immediately, trying to appear indifferent and conceal his inner struggle. Following the system's guidance, he raised his voice and impatiently urged her on, continuing to play the role of a cruel man to reinforce the impression. Despite the pain, Chufu clutched her injured arm and looked at him anxiously, trying to understand who he really was and what to expect from him. The dark green-haired woman watched everything unfold, and a spark of interest appeared in her eyes, as if the situation had truly begun to intrigue her. Running a finger across her lips, she smirked softly, noticing that the young man wasn't acting the way people described him, which made her cautious. Li Yuanyi quickened his pace and threw a rough remark over his shoulder, telling her not to fall behind, though in reality, he just wanted her to move faster. Sweat formed on his face, his breathing grew uneven, and even his short chuckle sounded strained, revealing his attempt to hide his anxiety. Suddenly, Chufu stumbled. Her foot caught on a stone, and she lost her balance before she could react. She fell onto the cold ground, unable to protect herself with her bound hands, her body looking too weak to get up on its own. Li Yuanyi smirked and loudly declared that now he would save her properly, as if continuing his act for unseen observers. For a moment, everything fell quiet, and the sunset sky cast its colors over the scene, heightening the contrast between calm surroundings and the tension in the air. Reaching a shelter, he finally allowed himself to relax and sat down, while the system immediately offered a pitiful number of points, as if turning everything into some twisted game. He squinted in irritation and sarcastically replied that such rewards felt more like mockery than actual help in his situation. A glowing panel appeared before him, and Li Yuanyi carefully examined the available items, realizing most of them were still out of his reach. Without hesitation, he chose a simple set of clothes, deciding to cover basic needs first, rather than waste resources on rare items. Several days later, Chu Fu's eyelids trembled as she slowly opened her eyes, as if struggling to return from deep darkness. Noticing this, he let out a quiet breath of relief, though he quickly hid it, allowing himself only a brief, softened glance. Without a word, he handed her a bowl of herbal decoction and firmly ordered her to drink it all, knowing her condition depended on it. At that same moment, the system issued a warning. The distortion level was rising again, and the situation was slipping out of control. Clutching the fabric of her clothes, Chu Fu pleaded in a trembling voice for him not to change his behavior and to continue acting the way he used to. Hearing this, Li Yuanyi froze for a brief moment, then deliberately hardened his expression and raised his voice sharply, maintaining his role and hiding his hesitation. He harshly ordered her to finish the drink, leaving no room for refusal, his tone pressing down on her. Under that pressure, Chu Fu lifted the bowl with trembling hands and began to drink, tears streaming down her face and mixing with the liquid. After a few sips, she lowered the bowl and looked at him, trying to hold back her emotion, though the tension in her voice betrayed her fear. She quietly asked what he intended to do with her, not daring to meet his eyes, already expecting the worst. The thought of death frightened her less than what might come before it. Uncertainty felt far more terrifying than the end itself. Li Yuanyi interrupted her, tilting his head slightly and calmly asking what exactly she meant to end, without changing his cold expression. He abruptly placed a bowl of food in front of her, doing it deliberately roughly, as if reminding her of her dependent position. In a cold voice, he said the food wasn't given out of kindness, but necessity, demanding that she accept it without question. Unseen, a mysterious snake watched everything. The creature flickered with a violet glow, remarking that its master had always been this cruel. As it turned out, it was that same green-haired girl, and since the hero continued to mistreat Chu Fu, she still had her chance. Outside, the mysterious girl was approached by her friends. They called her Jen and invited her to go gather fruit together. Pleased by their attention, the green-eyed girl agreed. Meanwhile, the hero remarked that the poor girl deserved that food. After all, even his dog had eaten better meals as a child. He threatened that if she left even a single bite, he would dump the entire bowl over her head. The system reminded him that he needed to be harsher with her, since she was, after all, his property. It was unclear how cruel her previous owner had been, but her extreme caution suggested a very harsh past. Taking a chicken leg in his hand, the young man began eating. It was incredibly delicious. Still, he decided to leave immediately so as not to embarrass the girl. Perhaps she preferred eating alone. Feeling awkward, the young lady froze in place, not knowing what to do. At that very second, she rushed somewhere like a hungry predator. The pink-haired girl greedily bites into the chicken leg, quickly biting off pieces as if she hadn't eaten anything for a long time. And for a short time, she is completely immersed in this simple action. Tears continue to stream down her face as she eats and cries at the same time, and the system records the decrease in the indicator and notes obvious changes. The system informs Li Yuanyi that the corruption level has decreased for the first time, and this suddenly makes him realize that his actions have begun to bear real fruit. Looking at her tear-stained face, he involuntarily wonders how it was possible to mock her for so long. An irritation towards the previous owner of the body appears inside. He looks at his reflection in the water and notes with disgust that he looks pathetic and unconvincing, not at all like a man capable of changing the situation. The system coldly reminds him that he himself did not finish reading the character description, and now he is forced to face the consequences of his own carelessness. Hearing that the body had not been washed for months, Li Yuanyi winced, pinched his nose, and irritably agreed to spend the glasses to tidy himself up. With a slight grin, he accepts the system's terms and receives a bottle of gel, feeling that he can finally get rid of his unpleasant condition. He adds a medical kit to his purchase, deciding to take advantage of the moment and prepare for future problems while he still has resources. The system informs him that all purchased items will remain with him forever, and this unexpectedly pleases him even more than the purchase itself. Approaching the door, he stops and inquires about the food, after which he learns that everything has already been delivered inside the room and is awaiting his return. Realizing this, Li Yuanyi kicked the door open, intending to personally check what was going on inside and how Chu Fu was behaving. The girl sits with chopsticks in her hands, visibly shaking, and tries with difficulty to eat, but pain and fear make her movements awkward and constrained. He frowns and at first becomes irritated, not understanding why she is hesitating, but then realizes that her condition simply does not allow him to act faster. Coming closer, he maintains a cold expression and dryly orders her to continue eating, increasing the pressure with his tone and presence. With a slight chuckle, he leans towards her and begins to speak ambiguously, causing her to remember the past and shrink internally with fear. With a cold smile, he leans even closer and quietly speaks words that send a chill down your spine and bring back painful memories. Once he was very close, Chu Fu continued to force himself to eat, trying not to tremble as he carefully watched her every movement and reaction. She looks down, cowering in fear, thinking that he has come up with a new way to hurt her, and the thought makes her breath hitch. Leaning closer and holding her gaze with cold confidence, Li Yuanyi quietly but insistently orders her to raise her eyes and look straight at him, not allowing her to turn away. Panic builds inside Chu Fu. The pain intensifies, and she is convinced that he is using poison, realizing that in front of her is still the same cruel man she feared before. Watching her reaction, he realizes with a slight grin that there is no point in explaining and decides not to change anything, allowing her to think that he is intentionally causing pain. He calmly explains what is happening and says that every wound should hurt, as if it is a natural part of the process, without showing any sympathy or doubt. Having finished, he calmly announces that everything is done and is about to leave, and the confused girl asks again, not believing that she heard the word medicine. Gradually realizing what was said, she begins to understand that this was not a punishment, but a treatment, and her previous conclusions begin to crumble. Suddenly overcome with anxiety, she tries to stop him and shouts out a request to wait, afraid that he will leave before she figures out what is happening. Trembling and hesitantly extending her hand forward, the girl asks if she is really in his room, trying to comprehend the situation and her position. Meanwhile, Li Yuanyi sits on the cold street at night, wrapping himself in a cloth, sneezing and grumbling, but still decides to endure for the sake of the future result. With a slight satisfied smile, he imagines how in the morning Chu Fu will discover the wounds have healed and understand that this was not torture, but real help. A mechanical assistant appears nearby and explains the rules of the system, dividing the indicators into damage and attachment, while the guy listens attentively. Inspired by what he heard, he confidently declares that everything is going according to plan, and the points will be received because he acted correctly. A sudden noise outside makes him wary, and a sharp shout breaks the silence and hints at an unexpected development. The next second, he flares up with anger and accuses Chu Fu of ingratitude, perceiving what is happening as a betrayal. Unable to contain his irritation, he begins to pace around the room and complain that the system did not count the result, despite his efforts. Suddenly, he freezes, catching a strange smell, and listens warily, trying to figure out where it is coming from. Grimacing in disgust, he picks up the clothes and realizes that the previous owner had let them fall into disrepair and had neglected himself. To distract himself and maintain his confidence, Li Yuanyi begins to imagine how he must appear in her eyes, imagining her reaction. Inspired, he decides to get himself in order and immediately turns to the system to get everything he needs for this. At this time, Chu Fu, hearing the noise, tenses up. Her gaze becomes anxious and her body prepares for a possible threat. Li Yuanyi appears before her with feigned ease and a weak smile, trying to look calm and confident. She just looks at him in confusion, not understanding what to expect because his behavior remains contradictory and unpredictable. He tries to impress and displays confidence, but quickly notices that, instead of attracting her interest, he only makes her wary. At this point, the system reports an increase in the indicator, and the tension increases sharply, making him nervous. He begins to analyze his actions, trying to understand the mistake, but this only increases internal tension. Realizing that the soft approach is not working, he decides to change tactics and begins to act more harshly. Abruptly changing his tone, he asks why Chu-Fu is still wearing her old clothes, even though she has already been given new ones. Without stopping, he continues to press her with words, accusing her and increasing the tension in the conversation. Under this pressure, she shrinks, lowers her gaze and moves stiffly, expecting the situation to worsen further. Li Yuanyi couldn't help but notice that her reaction was too painful and excessive, as if there was a difficult experience behind it that still influenced her every movement and look. Despite this understanding, he does not change the chosen line, and again demands that she immediately change into clean clothes and tidy herself up without further ado. Her attempt to object and remind him of the need to prepare food is cut short by a sharp response that leaves her no chance to continue the conversation. After this, he rudely pushes her away and orders her to stay home, adding that she should seriously think about her behavior and change it. Left alone, Li Yuanyi lets out an irritated breath and begins to pace around the room, not understanding why his actions do not inspire confidence in her. Meanwhile, Chu-Fu, hidden behind the door, cautiously peers out and watches him, trying not to reveal his presence. Recent scenes and Li Yuanyi's words flash through her mind, overlapping with her past experiences and only increasing her anxiety. Remembering everything she had to go through, she becomes increasingly convinced that such behavior could only be the beginning of something even worse. However, noticing that the wounds on his arm look better, she briefly wonders if this means his actions have meaning. Almost immediately, she dismisses the thought, convincing herself that it could just be a more cunning way of controlling her on his part. Clutching the fabric of her clothes and trying to stop herself from shaking, Chu-Fu decides that she must not trust him under any circumstances. At this time, Li Yuanyi goes outside and immerses himself in thought, trying to formulate a plan for further action and avoid making mistakes. An idea comes into his head that changes in her condition and appearance could affect her perception and attitude towards him. But the system intervenes again and reports instability in the indicators, confusing him and increasing internal tension. Under pressure, he briefly considers giving in, but quickly remembers the consequences and regains control. Pulling himself together, he decides to change his approach and start acting again through the image of a tougher, more intimidating person. With a cold expression on his face, he speaks more sharply, deliberately increasing the pressure and demonstrating control of the situation. Once finished, he monitors the system's response and tries to understand whether the strategy has worked or whether everything has gone wrong again. Fatigue is growing inside him, and he realizes that this kind of game requires much more strength from him than he expected. Despite this, Li Yuanyi forces himself to continue, realizing that he simply has no other choice. Returning inside after the incident, Li Yuanyi angrily calls out for Chu-Fu, not finding her nearby, and gradually loses his patience, barely containing his growing irritation. A cautious, trembling voice comes from the shelter, in which fear of a new meeting is clearly heard, and it becomes clear that the girl is trying not to catch his eye. He harshly orders her to immediately wash and change her dirty clothes, emphasizing that her appearance only irritates and displeases him. When Chu-Fu tries to explain herself, Li Yuanyi abruptly interrupts her and reminds her of her wounds, increasing the pressure and leaving her no chance to continue the conversation. She freezes in place, torn between fear and doubt, not knowing whether to obey or to expect that this order hides another test. The repeated order is even harsher, and its tone completely deprives her of the opportunity to hesitate, after which she slowly moves to carry out the demand. Tears well up in her eyes and her fingers tremble as she quietly agrees, trying to hide the tension and not irritate him further. Slowly and carefully, the girl begins to prepare the water, constantly looking around and listening, as if expecting that at any moment everything could change dramatically. Li Yuanyi's voice came from behind her again, repeating instructions and not allowing her to relax, creating a feeling of complete control over her every action. Thoughts of escape become more and more persistent, but the fear of the consequences proves stronger, forcing her to continue to obey and not take risks. The irritation in his voice was growing more noticeable, and every word sounded like pressure, driving her on and not allowing her to slow down or be distracted. At this point, the system reports positive dynamics, and Li Yuanyi feels for the first time that the chosen strategy is actually starting to produce results. The realization of what is happening leaves Qiu Fu confused as her expectations begin to crumble, and she cannot understand what is actually happening. As she dives into the water, she gradually calms down, and for the first time in a long time, allows herself to relax a little without experiencing constant fear. At this time, Li Yuanyi stands aside and begins to analyze the situation, realizing that everything turned out to be much more complicated than he initially assumed. His inner disappointment gradually gives way to the acceptance that there will be no quick solutions and that he will have to act carefully and consistently. Ultimately, he decides to finish what he started, even if it requires more effort and time than he initially expected. After finishing washing herself, Qiu Fu quietly reports that she has done everything as ordered, trying to speak calmly and not attract unnecessary attention. Appearing before him in new clothes, she hesitantly asks a question, trying to understand his reaction, hiding a strong tension behind her calm. Her gaze is a mixture of fear, embarrassment, and anticipation as she watches his face closely, trying to catch even the slightest emotion. Li Yuanyi's answer is reserved and almost emotionless, not allowing her to understand whether he is satisfied with the result or remains indifferent. The lack of any reaction from him only increases Qiu Fu's internal doubts, and these thoughts begin to quickly mount, confusing her more and more. His instructions for the night are clear and stern, with no hint of discussion, and it becomes clear that any deviation will be perceived as a violation. Even the mention of possible punishment underlines the seriousness of the situation and completely deprives her of the desire to resist or try to argue. Gradually, the tension in the room begins to subside, and the atmosphere becomes less oppressive, which is recorded by the system, indicating the correctness of the chosen approach. Holding back his irritation, Li Yuanyi coldly orders them not to touch the things, emphasizing that any unnecessary actions will only make the situation worse. Without waiting for an answer, he repeats the question more harshly, making it clear that he expects complete obedience and careful attention to his every word. With her back to him, Qiu Fu quietly replies, but in her mind his words are distorted, and even his concern is perceived as an unwillingness to waste resources. Huddled in a corner, covering her face with trembling hands, she reflects on the fact that even though her escape attempt failed, she is still alive. Watching from the sidelines, Li Yuanyi receives a notification about the corruption level decreasing and new abilities unlocking, which clearly pleases him. He feels satisfaction with what is happening and understands that the chosen strategy is starting to work, strengthening his confidence in his actions. An image of Qiu Fu appears in his mind, and he mentally addresses her, assuring himself that he is no longer the person he used to be. Li Yuanyi lies down on the bed, but a strange sensation prevents him from relaxing, and he becomes wary, as if he feels something unusual approaching. Qiu Fu, plucking up his courage and looking away, begins to awkwardly lift his clothes, acting carefully, but with a clear, hidden intention. Li Yuanyi jumps out of bed abruptly, blushing and demanding an explanation, not expecting such behavior from the girl at all. Confused but determined, she recalls his words and says that he himself wanted her to be there, completely confusing him. Taken by surprise, he suddenly staggers back, barely able to stay on his feet, trying to increase the distance and figure out what is happening. Coming to his senses, he irritably asks when he said something like that, while simultaneously trying to hide his excitement and growing embarrassment. At this point, the system signals that the level of corruption has begun to rise again, hinting at a loss of control over the situation. He covers his nose with his hand, feeling the bleeding start, and irritably tries to take control of himself, suppressing his emotions. His inner thoughts become chaotic as he tries to convince himself to maintain control and not give in to what is happening. Qiu Fu tilts her head slightly and looks at him with genuine confusion, carefully asking if there is more to his behavior than he is trying to show. Li Yuanyi, irritated and visibly embarrassed, abruptly cuts her off and responds sarcastically, trying not to get into the conversation too deep and to end it as quickly as possible. The girl does not hide her surprise and reacts almost with confusion when she hears that he allows her to sleep on the bed, which clearly does not coincide with her previous experience. Trying to hide his awkwardness, he abruptly changes his mind and declares that he will sleep on the floor himself, explaining this by the discomfort of the bed, although the reason is obviously completely different. When she tries to ask something again, he irritably interrupts her and orders her to shut up and go to bed, leaving no room for conversation. Li Yuanyi demonstratively lies down on the hard floor, choosing discomfort, while Qiu Fu remains on the bed and silently watches his strange behavior. Left alone on the soft bed, The girl slowly lies down and, covering her face with her hands, again plays through the conversation, trying to understand its meaning. After a while, her body begins to gradually relax and the anxiety recedes, giving way to an unusual feeling of calm and a faint sense of security. However, her sleep is abruptly interrupted by a disturbing vision of fire rapidly spreading around, filling the space with a sense of impending disaster. In this nightmare, screams and orders to run are heard, and people, seized with panic, rush forward without looking back and trying to save themselves at any cost. Xiufu runs along with them, feeling her heart pounding wildly and fear completely taking over her mind, preventing her from thinking clearly. Scenes from the past, filled with cruelty and humiliation, which she experienced for a long time without the ability to resist, appear before her eyes. The next moment, the picture changes and she is already lying on the ground, feeling pain and seeing blood around her, which increases the feeling of helplessness. She finds herself locked in a cramped cage again among rude people, remembering how she was treated like an object, deprived of the right to choose. Her body is covered in marks of violence, and her eyes reflect the deep pain that has become a familiar part of her existence. Even in her sleep, she cowers, as if trying to protect herself from a threat she feels is still nearby. Noticing her distress, Li Yuanyi sits up and, frowning, calls her by name, trying to bring her back to reality. Observing her condition, he understands that the nightmares are connected with a difficult past that continues to haunt her even now. Reflecting on this, he realizes that her life was filled with fear and humiliation from the very beginning, which shaped her current reaction to everything that is happening. Recalling the information he had obtained earlier, Li Yuanyi concluded that Qiufu's innate abilities had been suppressed due to injuries, making her an easy target. While examining her condition, he notices that the wound has not yet completely healed, and this not only makes him uneasy, but also makes him want to correct the situation as soon as possible. Working carefully and trying not to cause pain, he takes the medicine and begins to carefully treat the damaged area, fully concentrating on the process. During this time, he considers whether increasing the dose will speed up recovery and whether it is worth the risk for a faster result. Even in a deep sleep, Qiufu feels painful touches and involuntarily shrinks, not understanding what exactly is happening to her body. In her sleep, her mind becomes distorted, and she begins to think that Li Yuan is intentionally hurting her, which causes her great fear. In her thoughts, she comes to the desperate conclusion that if he wants to kill her, he could do it right away, rather than prolong her suffering. Meanwhile, Li Yuan himself sleeps peacefully, unaware of the heavy thoughts that are now being born in her mind. Waking up in annoyance, Qiufu angrily accuses him of tormenting her in her sleep, not hiding her displeasure. However, she suddenly feels a change and is surprised to notice that her wound is healing faster than it seemed possible. Trying to put the facts together, she gradually realizes that the pain was not related to the harm, but to the healing process. Eventually, overcoming her fear, she begins to realize that his actions could have been aimed at helping, and her attitude gradually changes. The next day, the system wakes Li Yuan with an alarming message that something serious has happened. Sleepy and irritated, he asks again what is happening, trying to understand how dangerous it is for him. The system reports that the real protagonist, Shi Tianrui, has been transported to this world, and this changes the situation dramatically. Realizing the seriousness of what is happening, Li Yuan realizes that events have begun to accelerate and the system is warning of a possible threat. Thinking hard, he comes to the conclusion that the appearance of a real hero turns the situation into a struggle for survival. The system adds that if he completes his task first, Li Yuan will be eliminated, making the threat extremely real. However, having calmed down a little, he decides that it is too early to panic and the situation can still be under control. He confidently notes that he has already received points for his actions, which means his strategy is working and producing results. Smiling confidently and maintaining a calm gaze, Li Yuan declares that anyone who tries to approach Qiufu will face him first, showing his willingness to protect her. Continuing his reasoning, he notes that he will act carefully and gradually, while simultaneously taking into account the possible steps of the real protagonist. Qiufu, watching him from the side, notices that he is quietly talking to himself and begins to suspect that he is addressing someone invisible. Coming closer, he unexpectedly gently strokes her head and in a calm voice tells his little fox to rest and wait for him at home. When he leaves, the girl remains lying down and quietly repeats his words, trying to understand their meaning and figure out why his behavior seems so strange. Meanwhile, the action moves to the wilderness, where a new episode of the story begins, hinting at further events. In the forest, two girls discuss Li Yuan and are surprised that his appearance does not at all correspond to the rumors of cruelty and coldness. Hearing their conversation, he raises his voice with a slight grin and allows them to speak louder, demonstrating confidence and control over the situation. They are joined by a girl with green hair who notices the changes in him, after which he calmly asks their names. She introduces herself as Xiao Yuan and introduces him to her companions, while treating him to fruits they collected in the forest. Li Yuan, maintaining his image, initially refuses, but then accepts the treat, trying to appear polite and casual. With a slight smile, Xiao Yuan offers to take the fruit with him and mentions his slave, hinting at Chu Fu, which sounds provocative. In response, he coldly states that Chu Fu is just a slave and not worth paying attention to, hiding his true intentions and continuing to play the role. After this, the girls are about to leave, and Xiao Yuan confidently leads his companions further, ending the meeting. As she leaves, she turns around and says goodbye, casting a brief glance at him that betrays hidden interest. Li Yuan calmly responds and waves his hand, maintaining his composure and continuing to adhere to the chosen line of behavior. Left alone, he becomes serious and immersed in thought, analyzing the meeting and the possible consequences of his actions. He begins to doubt his own memory and wonders if there was a girl named Xiao Yuan in the original story, as her appearance seems too unexpected. The system replies that there is no such name among the key heroines, but hints that due to his intervention, he could have attracted the attention of other characters. Hearing this, Li Yuan smiles contentedly and admits that his appearance and behavior are now playing into his hands, strengthening his confidence in his chosen strategy. Sitting in the kitchen and irritably twirling the flint in his hands, he discontentedly ponders how they even make fire in this world, since the usual methods don't work here. Not wanting to waste time, Li Yuan contacts the system and asks for a lighter, and it instantly fulfills the request, deducting 1 point. Pleased with the result, he shows off his find with a slight grin, but suddenly hears Chu Fu's voice and shudders in surprise. Turning around and seeing her, he tries to look calm, although her sudden appearance clearly throws him off balance. Almost immediately, he pulls himself together and asks in a cold tone what business it is of hers with his actions, trying to maintain his usual image. A little embarrassed, Chu Fu quietly explains that she came to the kitchen to cook and didn't expect to meet him here. In response, he casually says that she can do her thing, and he is just practicing making a fire, emphasizing the distance. Concentrating, Li Yuan begins to make a show of using the friction method, spinning the stick and trying to start a fire by hand. However, inside, he feels very embarrassed and worries that he looks stupid, fearing that this will affect the system. Watching his clumsy attempts, Chu Fu suddenly intervenes and calmly offers to do it herself. Concentrating, she carefully channels the power, and a faint flame appears on her fingers, which causes him genuine surprise. Within seconds, the fire is blazing, and he watches in awe, while Chu Fu herself admits that her strength is still not fully restored. In a calm and confident voice, the young girl adds that even now she can only create a small flame, but that this is already enough for everyday tasks. Li Yuan, watching this, is very amazed that magic really exists here, and with genuine interest perceives what is happening as something exciting. Remembering what he saw earlier, he asks whether this requires a special spell or some kind of gesture, trying to clearly understand the mechanics of the process. Kyofu explains with slight irritation that everything is much simpler. It is enough to concentrate the power and synchronize it with your will, without any complicated rituals. Impressed by what he saw, Li Yuan, with obvious interest, asks if she always used this method of starting a fire, and if it hurts her when she uses it. With a little bit of bewilderment, Chufu replies that it doesn't hurt at all, as it seems from the outside, as if not understanding why he's even asking such strange questions. Li Yuan begins to pepper her with questions about magic, inquiring about the cost of using skills and the possibility of learning, comparing it to the technology of his world. Sitting next to the young man, Chu Fu honestly admits that she understands almost nothing of what he says, since his reasoning sounds too strange and incomprehensible to her. At some point, while watching Li Yuan, the girl suddenly catches herself thinking that he looks a little cute, and she feels embarrassed by this feeling. However, she immediately, very sharply and quite unexpectedly, pulls herself up short, mentally scolding herself for such unexpected thoughts and reminding herself who he was before. Kyofu's inner voice reminds her of her past, the unbearable pain and humiliation she suffered because of him earlier, causing her to tense up again. Outwardly, she coldly states that he is just pretending and his behavior is nothing more than a game, while Li Yuan is simultaneously thinking about developing skills through the system. Despite all her doubts, Chu Fu notices that the young man has indeed been behaving completely differently in recent days, and this causes her internal conflict. She remembers that he no longer caused her harm or pain, but rather healed her deep wounds and even allowed her to sleep on the bed, which seems strange and unusual to her. Meanwhile, Li Yun asks the system with obvious interest about available skills, and it offers him the ability to sense danger several seconds in advance. After thinking about it, he comes to the obvious conclusion that the skill is too expensive for him at the moment and decides to postpone the purchase, preferring to save the points he has earned. While he is thinking, Chu Fu secretly watches him and notices that he looks neat, very attractive, and even smells nice, which arouses new feelings in her. Li Wen, noticing the girl's strange behavior and her unstable state, begins to suspect that something unusual is happening and tries to quickly come up with a solution. Suddenly, an unexpected idea comes to him, and inspired by this thought, he decides to distract the attention of the young girl in a way that is completely unexpected for both himself and her. Approaching her, the protagonist carefully hands Chu Fu a fresh watermelon, unexpectedly inviting her to look at it, thereby changing the subject. Surprised and a little confused, the girl takes the fruit and asks in bewilderment where it came from, since she has never seen anything like it before. Smiling calmly and even a little sweetly, Li Yuan explains that he got it from a girl in the forest, adding that she said that the fruit was very sweet and quite pleasant to taste. Hearing this, Chu Fu begins to react suspiciously, and with a slight and cautious jealousy, reflects on the fact that he just accepts gifts from other girls. Li Yuan, not paying any attention to this, offers her to eat watermelon, explaining that he himself does not like sweets, and this is a great opportunity for her to try something new. However, Chu Fu sharply and categorically refuses, declaring that he does not want to accept this, showing his stubborn character and hidden dissatisfaction with what is happening. In response, Li Yuan gently presses her with his authority, reminding her that she is not in a position to refuse now, and leaves the fruit, after which he leaves the kitchen. Left completely alone, he breathes a sigh of relief and asks the computer system if he managed to keep the situation under control. The electronic system reports that Chu Fu has been experiencing strong emotional fluctuations, but this is not related to the curse, which leaves Li Yuan confused. Meanwhile, Chu Fu, looking at the watermelon, thinks with irritation and inner turmoil that he accepts gifts from other girls too easily, which makes her jealous. Sitting in the room and looking thoughtfully at the translucent interface of the system, Li Yuan frowned, trying to figure out how to use the available functions and not miss out on opportunities. Li Yuan clutches his head in frustration and complains that he has too few points and abilities, making his development slow and seemingly impossible. In response, the system calmly explains that with the appearance of new heroines, including dangerous girls, he will have more goals and therefore ways to quickly gain points. Li Yuan, having perked up a bit, confidently agrees with the system and begins to discuss how, if done correctly, progress can be significantly accelerated. Imagining several girls with high corruption levels at once, Li Yuan, with a satisfied smile, fantasizes about how quickly he can earn points by immersing himself in dreams. However, his imagination suddenly gives way to a scene where these same girls look at him menacingly and literally wish him death, which abruptly brings him back to reality. Li Yuan shuddered and dismissed the idea, admitting that even Chu Fu alone was causing him enough trouble, so he shouldn't overestimate his strength. Meanwhile, the action moves to the tribal square, where a new episode begins, connected with public life and the distribution of responsibilities among the inhabitants. Elder Chu Fu explains the rules for the winter, assigning slaves to their tasks, emphasizing that the women will be guarded and the men will do the heavy work. Among the crowd, Li Yuan begins to look for his Chu Fu and asks with slight anxiety where she is, trying not to show his concern to those around him. At this moment, Chu Fu turns around among the other girls, and her calm but wary gaze meets Li Yuan, creating a rather tense moment. Catching her soft and familiar gaze, Li Yuan winks smugly at her across the crowd, displaying his usual boldness and confidence in his demeanor. However, Chu Fu only turns away from him coldly, clearly not accepting his gesture, causing Li Yuan to almost instantly lose his confidence and feel awkward. Running his hand through his hair in frustration, Li Yuan complains that he has been forced to play this role of the villain for too long, despite all his attempts to change the situation. With a heavy sigh, the protagonist admits that in theory everything seems simpler, but in practice, winning the girl's trust turns out to be much more difficult than he expected. 5 days later, Li Yuan sits quietly on the street with a gloomy expression on his face, realizing that all the slaves had long since returned, but her Chu Fu was still missing. Elder Chu Fu angrily demands an explanation, while Li Yuan, openly angry, insists on being told immediately what happened. Losing his patience, the elder shouts at the guards, while young Li Yuan maintains a cold expression, revealing hidden tension and a readiness for conflict. One of the subordinates explains that Chu Fu's girlfriend has not returned, and the situation already looks very suspicious, hinting at possible serious problems. He goes on to say that the girl was considered strange and kept away from everyone, and then she disappeared, and there are rumors that she was kidnapped by representatives of the Dark Tribe. Hearing this, Li Yuan suddenly grabs him by the clothes and in a rage demands that he immediately explain why this was not reported earlier, since it is a direct threat. In response, he tries to justify himself by saying that she is just a slave, and if she dies, she can easily be replaced with another, which only provokes Li Yuan even more. Unable to contain himself, Li Yuan deals him a strong and rather confident blow, demonstrating with this very action that for him the situation is much more serious than for the others. People around him begin to discuss what is happening, noting that without Chu Fu, Li Yuan will lose his value to the family, and now he will have to rely only on himself. Receiving a strong and unexpected blow in return, Li Yuan feels great pain, but his expression becomes even colder and more determined than before. Clenching his fists, the young man confidently declares that Chu Fu was kidnapped, which means he will definitely bring her back no matter what. Walking away immediately, he ignores the ridicule of those around him, who do not understand his motivation and consider his actions meaningless, incomprehensible, and inexplicable. Back at his home, Li Yuan listens to the computer system, which confirms that despite the plot changes, Chu Fu's kidnapping still happened. However, the electronic system immediately adds that if he manages to save her before the hero, Shu Tianrui, he will be able to receive a serious advantage in development and even rewards. With a determined and confident smile, Li Yuan takes up the weapon and declares that he is not going to waste this one chance, fully accepting this challenge. At the same time, in another place, the same Shu Tianrui, the real protagonist, appears, calmly discussing the situation with his electronic system. Its computer mechanism reports that it cannot yet pinpoint the target's location, but confirms that there is another system in the world. Shi Tianrui, analyzing the current situation, suggests that Li Yuan may be connected to the changes, since according to the plot, he should have already died. The system assures him that even if this is true, he still remains the main character, and any deviations in this plot will not be able to change his key role. Confident, Shi Tianrui declares that after saving Chu Fu, she will definitely become his ally, because he has the ability to change her fate and make her happy. The electronic system supports his confidence, adding that Li Yuan's actions are only preparing the ground for his success, actually helping him. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, sitting in the room and clutching a bag of things, irritably thinks about who dared to talk about him behind his back, preparing for further action. Chained up in a dark wooden cage, Chu Fu sits with a tired and disdainful expression on her face, trying to maintain her dignity despite her vulnerable position. The women of the Dark Tribe gather around her, discussing the curse of their race and explaining that their people are rejected by the gods and doomed to exist in darkness. With grim smiles, these women continue to talk about how no one accepts them, so they are forced to wander and live in eternal darkness without hope of salvation. One of the girls clutches her stomach in displeasure and complains of being quite hungry, clearly hinting that the captive could be the solution to their problem. Another woman with a predatory gaze carefully examines the body of the young beauty Chu Fu, as if assessing prey, and her eyes begin to sparkle with greed. Smiling, one of them bluntly declares that she can no longer tolerate hunger and is ready to act right now, showing how dangerous the situation is becoming. A girl with short hair offers to cut a piece of meat from Chu Fu as a sample, holding a sharp knife right next to her body, demonstrating cruelty and a complete lack of compassion. However, the purple-haired leader stops her, coldly but proudly declaring that there is no need to rush and that the captive should remain safe and completely unharmed for now. With a slight relaxing smile, she adds that such a beautiful girl is considered quite a rare find, and it would be extremely unwise to simply destroy her. Bringing a sharp knife to Chu Fu's young body, one of the women lightly touches her delicate skin, testing her reaction, but the captive herself remains just as cold and reserved. Sharp and dangerous blade slides right through the fabric of her clothes, leaving a thin cut that only increases the tension and shows the real threat to her life. The leader, looking down, says with pleasure that they have received a real treasure that they should be proud of, emphasizing the special value of Chu Fu. She carefully and slowly explains that with such a body and appearance, using her as an ordinary victim would be a waste, hinting at completely different plans. As she approaches Chu Fu, the woman takes a deep breath of her sweet and delicate scent and says with genuine pleasure that she has not smelled such a pure aroma for many years. Smiling with a dark tint to her voice, she clearly enjoys the situation, while Chu Fu maintains a cold and proud expression, hiding his inner emotions. At this moment, Chu Fu's gaze suddenly changed, and determination and confidence flashed in her eyes, hinting that she was not going to simply wait for her fate. Meanwhile, Li Yuan is outside the city and coldly assesses the danger, realizing that the Dark Tribe is especially active at night, so he needs to think carefully. Elder Chu Fu warns him that going outside the city alone is practically suicide, but Li Yuan does not take this as a serious obstacle. The man asks him directly why he is taking risks for Chu Fu if he himself has not shown much interest in her before, suspecting his hidden and inexplicable motives. Calmly but firmly, Li Yuan states that he has a reason to save the young beauty Chu Fu without revealing his true intentions and continuing to play his role. The elder demands an immediate explanation, and Li Yuan begins to think through his answer, realizing that his words must correspond to the image of his former self. Li Yuan, inwardly irritated, subtly notes that even his explanation has to be tailored to his role as the villain so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. With a cold smile, he states that Chu Fu is his property, and if anything happens to her, it will damage his reputation, which sounds logical to those around him. The man sharply objects, calling him reckless and pointing out that pride is not worth risking one's life for, but Li Yuan remains adamant. In response to the pressure, Li Yuan sternly warns him not to be stopped. Otherwise, he will use force, demonstrating his determination to go to the end. At this moment, an older relative appears, who tries to stop him and offers to replace the slave with another one to avoid danger. After a short conversation, Li Yuan suddenly realized that Elder Chu Fu was actually worried about him, which left him slightly surprised. However, without changing his mind, the protagonist Li Yuan leaves the city and heads into a dangerous zone where an alien and ominous presence can already be felt. While moving through a dark and mysterious area with a computer system, he suddenly feels threatened and turns around sharply, trying to understand the source of the danger. An electronic system warns him to remain silent and not make any sudden movements, as there may be an enemy nearby, hiding in the darkness. Anxiously, Li Yuan refuses to spend points on the expensive danger sensing skill, knowing it could leave him without resources. At that moment, a sudden attack interrupts his thoughts, and he realizes with shock that danger has already overtaken him, leaving no time to prepare. Li Yuan lies on the floor, clutching his head in irritation, complaining of noise and strange sensations, not understanding why everything around him has suddenly changed. Li Yuan's eyes widen, realizing that something is wrong, and his expression changes to one of fear, as if he were in a strange place. Standing up and looking around, the young man notices a dark cave with torches and asks himself in confusion where he is and what is happening. In a panic, he begins calling the Duden system, hoping to get an explanation, because only it can help him understand this strange situation. The system that appeared reports that he has encountered a second villain, and Li Yuan is surprised to realize that it is a girl from the Dark Tribe. The system warns that a dangerous target is already nearby and encourages Li Yuan, hinting that he must act quickly despite the risk. Crawling through a narrow passage, the protagonist complains that it is impossible to even move normally here, but still continues to make his way forward. Suddenly, he feels a strange sensation, and with alarm, he realizes that someone is moving nearby, as if a hunter is already on his trail. Before he can react, Li Yuan is knocked down by a girl with long black hair who suddenly attacks him. With a cold smile, the stranger introduces herself as the strongest and shamelessly declares her interest, shocking Li Yuan. Li Yuan tries to remain calm and says that she is beautiful, but wonders why she is acting so aggressively and strangely. The girl, without hiding her intentions, directly states that she wants a child from him, which completely throws Li Yuan off balance, forcing him to think carefully. A stunned Li Yuan freezes, not understanding whether she is serious, because the situation is beyond his expectations. The girl grabs his hand and pulls him towards her, demonstrating complete dominance and determination to get her way. Li Yuan, in a panic, begins to explain that this requires conditions, time, and preparation, trying to buy at least a little time. He awkwardly suggests that they get to know each other better first, while simultaneously thinking about his mission and realizing that the situation is becoming critical. At this point, the system warns that the girl's corruption level is beginning to rise, making the situation even more dangerous for Li Yuan. Trying to appear as confident as possible, Li Yuan says he can handle this problem too, although internally he is clearly tense and confused. Suddenly, the girl moves towards him again, causing him to flinch a little, and he can't hide his shock at what's happening. Li Yuan quickly begins to explain that there is no need to rush and tries to persuade her to listen to him, showing unexpected seriousness. The girl looks at him in surprise and asks where he gets such experience in such matters, not fully understanding his words. Shyly but confidently, Li Yuan begins to explain the theory, arguing that one must first understand the process before moving on to practice. The main character insists that she wants to get straight to the point, presenting her arguments and demonstrating naive but persistent logic. By pushing her away sharply, Li Yuan tries to regain full control of the situation and prevent her from continuing her pressure. The young girl abruptly and persistently grabs his face and begins asking strange questions about family and children, trying to logically justify her desire. Suddenly, she agrees with his words and begins to think seriously and logically about why her parents had only one child. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Yuan confidently explains that the right conditions and mutual feelings are important while maintaining control of the conversation. The electronic system confirms his words and warns that the villains must not be allowed to cross paths, otherwise the consequences will be extremely dangerous. The girl, having calmed down a little, asks what is the correct time and conditions, sincerely trying to understand his logic. Li Yuan, straining his brain, begins to talk about love, recalling the example of his parents and trying to make his words convincing. He confidently declares that only true feelings can lead to the birth of a child, hoping in this way to stop and bring her to her senses. In a comical manner, he continues his explanation, comparing the lack of feelings to meaninglessness in order to convey his logical thought to the girl. The young girl looks at him with some admiration and confidently says that he knows a lot, which makes Li Yuan relax a little. However, she suddenly declares that she still wants a child from him, completely ignoring his attempts to stop the situation. Li Yuan freezes in shock, realizing that his explanations did not produce the desired effect and everything only became more complicated, so he needs to think of something else. The girl hugs him and openly admits her strong sympathy, completely destroying his strategy of rational persuasion. She explains that she started having feelings for him even earlier when she saw his actions, which greatly surprises Li Yuan. The electronic system watches what is happening in bewilderment, not understanding how the situation has gotten out of control and is developing in such a strange way. The girl tries to explain her feelings with a smile, using simple logic, while Li Yuan is completely at a loss and does not understand how to proceed. Suddenly, her aura changes dramatically, and a dangerous energy appears around her, signaling a transition to a more serious phase, which greatly alarms the hero. Li Yuan panics and tries to break free and asks what she is doing, realizing that the situation is getting out of control and it is unknown what to expect from the girl next. With a cold smile, the heroine declares that they will simply create a child, finally confirming their intentions and leaving him no other choice. Deng Tingshuang presses Li Yuan against the stone surface. Her movements become insistent, and he is confused that the situation is finally getting out of control. Her lips move closer to his face and her fingers slide over Li Yuan's body, causing him to have mixed feelings of fear and awkward excitement that he can't completely suppress. Li Yuan, blushing and nervous, tries to object to Deng Tingshuang, saying that she is too assertive, but at the same time unsuccessfully tries to seize the initiative. Deng Tingshuang notices his reaction with a slight smile and confidently says that his embarrassment only confirms her suspicions, making the situation even more tense. A panicked thought arose in Li Yuan's mind that he was in an extremely awkward situation, and he internally prepared himself for the worst outcome of this strange scene. The young girl leans in closer and whispers softly that she won't hurt him, trying to reassure Li Yuan, even though her actions suggest otherwise. Tension appears on the protagonist's face, his breathing becomes ragged, and the internal conflict between fear and his body's reaction becomes increasingly stronger. He desperately asks her to stop and explains that the situation is getting out of control, but Deng Tingshuang ignores his words and continues to press. The girl notes the warmth of his body with interest, enjoying the moment and clearly enjoying what is happening, which embarrasses Li Yuan even more. At some point, their lips touch, and Li Yuan, stunned by what is happening, wonders if the whole logic of this mission has been turned upside down. The duding system suddenly intervenes, warning Li Yuan not to be fooled by Deng Tingshuang's appearance, as her true nature is far more dangerous. Li Yuan feels a strong sense of tension and confusion, realizing that his body is reacting faster than his mind, and the situation is becoming increasingly critical. Deng Tingshuang's movements become more confident, and she takes complete control of what is happening, not giving Li Yuan a chance to escape. She recalls her mother's words about passion and confidently declares that it is at such moments that it is best to have a child, which frightens Li Yuan. With a predatory smile, Deng Tingshuang says she is confident of the outcome, finally demonstrating her determination and naive confidence. Li Yuan sheepishly admits that she knows more about it than he does, and his attempts to logically stop the situation begin to completely collapse. In desperation, he declares that he will hold out longer than she thinks, trying to regain some dignity and control over everything that is happening around him. Time seems to slow down magically, and an absurd countdown begins in Li Yuan's head, which only increases the tension of the situation. The heroine continues to act, and her closeness completely deprives Li Yuan of the ability to think clearly and make rational decisions. At some point, the main character, Li Yuan, completely loses control. His thoughts become confused, and what is happening seems unreal to him, non-existent. With sudden determination, he says that he is ready to make a mistake, unable to withstand the pressure and the strange atmosphere of what is happening. Deng Tingshuang looks at him with interest, her gaze deepening as if she were testing his resolve and the inner limits of his self-control. The computer system intervenes and explains that if Li Yuan succeeds, he will inevitably find himself in a kind of trap and will not be able to continue the mission. Hearing this alarming warning, Li Yuan's expression suddenly changes. His gaze becomes tense, and he begins frantically searching for a way out of the situation. Deng Tingshuang, watching him closely, noticed his obvious confusion and looked at Li Yuan with genuine bewilderment, not understanding the reason why he stopped. The system continues to put pressure on him, persistently reminding him of the main goal of the mission and the girl named Chu, whom Li Yuan is still obliged to save. Li Yuan makes a noticeable effort to control himself, trying to suppress the growing impulses and emotions, and then concentrates on finding a safer way out. The girl, frowning slightly and tilting her head, carefully asks if he has hurt her, thereby unexpectedly showing genuine concern. The protagonist clearly realizes that her condition is already approaching a critical point and begins to think hard about how he can stop her. Suddenly, an unexpected idea seems to strike him, and he remembers an important detail that previously seemed insignificant, but now can help him get out of the situation. He begins to think more deeply about the strict laws of the Dark Tribe, and gradually realizes that excessive activity can pose a real threat to her. Using this, Li Yuan pretends to be very weak, hinting at exhaustion, in order to stop Deng Tingshuang and divert her attention. The girl suddenly freezes in place, and with obvious alarm realizes that she could have brought him to a dangerous state, which completely changes her behavior. The Duden computer system happily notes that the plan used actually worked and praises Li Yuan for his quick thinking and reaction. Deng Tingshuang gets up and decides to urgently go get some delicious food for Li Yuan, sincerely wanting to correct his mistake. Left alone, the protagonist breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that he has managed to temporarily escape from this dangerous situation and that nothing threatens him anymore. However, the electronic system persistently warns that it is impossible to run away now. Otherwise, the level of danger will only increase and everything will become even worse than before. Li Yuan begins to truly panic, fully realizing that he is stuck between two bad options and must quickly come up with a solution. He asks the system to help him understand Deng Tingshuang's past, hoping to find a weak spot or a way to somehow influence her. Meanwhile, Deng Tingshuang, already in the forest, unexpectedly encounters a wild, dangerous, and quite enraged beast, showing neither fear nor doubt in his abilities. A huge tiger growls menacingly and rushes straight at her, but she remains completely calm, as if this is a normal situation for her that happens often. With a sharp but confident movement, the girl delivers one powerful blow, demonstrating her strength and instantly suppressing the emerging threat from the wild beast. She breaks the dangerous beast weapon without hesitation and completely neutralizes it, showing her predatory and dangerous nature in all its glory. With a cold and rather confident expression, Deng Tingshuang declares that she does not intend to play and wants to finish the fight quickly because she has a goal. Returning with the spoils, she happily informs Li Yuan that she has brought him delicious and fresh food, and even offers to choose the best part to enjoy the feast. However, a dangerous and wary glint appears in her gaze, hinting that her intentions are still far from harmless and the situation is not yet over. Li Yuan sits calmly on the riverbank with a fishing rod in his hands, pretending to be fishing carefree, although deep down he remains closely monitoring his surroundings. While Li Yuan pretends to be an ordinary fisherman nearby, several girls from the Dark Tribe are discussing him, casting suspicious glances. The young man pulls out his fishing rod and catches a fish, but his movements appear tense, as if he senses danger and understands that the situation could get out of control. With a worried expression on his face, Li Yuan asks the Duding system what exactly these girls are saying, because he feels that the conversation behind his back may be far from harmless. The system relays what it heard to him, and Li Yuan is irritated to realize that he is literally being discussed like prey, his body being assessed, which causes him a mixture of shock and disgust. Dudin warns that the girls have already turned their attention to him, and now Li Yuan is becoming their potential target, which makes the situation even more dangerous and tense. Li Yuan angrily declares that one fish is clearly not enough for him, but his words sound more like an attempt to maintain composure in the growing tension. With a determined look, he says that he is going to catch another fish, although in reality his thoughts are already occupied with how to get out of possible danger. Suddenly, Li Yuan jumps up and starts running, realizing that staying put is too risky, and the situation has already reached the stage of a real threat. The Dark Tribe girls react instantly and rush after him, demonstrating frightening speed and coordination, causing Li Yuan to panic. The young man despairs and thinks that if he cannot earn more points and improve his skills, he will sooner or later lose his life in this dangerous world. The system urgently warns him that his pursuers are already very close, closing the distance at an alarming speed, and there is almost no time left for reflection. Li Yuan, gasping for breath, cursed the dense forest of the Dark Tribe, realizing that this place was completely unsuitable for the survival of an ordinary person. Not noticing the obstacle, Li Yuan stumbles and falls to the ground, losing precious seconds and giving her pursuers the opportunity to get even closer. The computer system reports that he is only a few steps away, and one of the girls has already drawn her weapon, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The protagonist, covered in cold sweat, panics and thinks that this is the end, and despair overcomes him because there is practically no chance of salvation. He watches with horror as the distance rapidly shrinks and understands that every second could be his last. Feeling a sharp pain, the protagonist suddenly becomes frightened, thinking that he has already been wounded and does not immediately understand what actually happened. With a trembling smile, he jokes nervously, not daring to look down, afraid to see the worst and finally be convinced of his death. The electronic system, with slight irritation, advises him to simply turn around and see what actually happened, breaking his panic. Li Yuan slowly turns his head, feeling fear and tension, as if he was preparing to see something truly terrible. An unexpected picture opens before him. The girls who were pursuing him are suddenly beheaded, and he cannot immediately comprehend what is happening. At this moment, Deng Tingshuang appeared, enveloped in dark energy, and coldly asked a question, hinting that Li Yuan himself had brought about this meeting. The system warns that her emotional state is unstable and may enter a dangerous phase, which makes the situation even more tense. Deng Tingshuang declares that she has no choice and takes action, her gaze becoming cold and determined, as if she is ready to do anything. However, when Li Yuan hugs her, she suddenly freezes, her expression changes and confusion appears in her eyes. But suddenly her gaze softens sharply, and her emotions become warmer, as if a struggle between aggression and feelings is taking place inside her. Li Yuan calmly thanks her for saving her, trying to speak softly and confidently to finally stabilize her condition. With a smile, he shows her the fish he caught, using this simple gesture as a way to lighten the mood and redirect attention. Deng Tingshuang looks at him in surprise and quietly asks if he really did it for her, without hiding his feelings. The young man takes her hand and explains that he couldn't leave her hungry, showing concern and trying to build trust between them. The girl sheepishly admits that she thought he had run away, but now she realizes she was wrong, and her attitude towards him noticeably changes. She hugs him with genuine emotion, apologizing for the misunderstanding and calling him the best, which finally relieves the tension. In the cave, Deng Tingshuang promises to protect Li Yuan at any cost, demonstrating the seriousness of his intentions and a new side of his character. Li Yuan, trembling from the experience, realizes that if he had really tried to escape, his fate could have ended the same as the tigers. Deng Tingshuang brings him raw meat and insists that he eat it, not realizing that it is unusual for him, which causes him to panic internally. With a mysterious smile, she adds that after eating, they will continue what they started, finally hinting at her intentions and leaving Li Yuan in shock. Trying to hide his excitement, Li Yuan smiles awkwardly and holds up a piece of raw meat, while carefully explaining to the girl that he simply cannot eat it in this form. Surrounded by flaring irritation, Deng Tingshuang takes the refusal as an insult, while the system warns the guy about a sharp deterioration in the situation. Understanding the risk, he quickly explains that raw meat can be harmful to health and even ruin plans, trying to use logic to smooth out the growing tension. With doubt in her eyes, the girl from the wolf tribe looks at him carefully, clearly not fully believing what she heard and trying to catch the catch in what was said. Having collected his thoughts, the guy offers to cook the meat, assuring her that after eating they can continue, thereby trying to maintain control. Continuing to persuade, he explains that his tribe has long since abandoned raw meat and then asks for help, pointing to a stone for an improvised vessel. Without further ado, she picks up the tool and begins to break the stone, while the man steps aside, hiding his tension and carefully watching the action. Having carefully organized the process, the hero pours water into a stone container and tests the system to ensure that the seasoning is suitable for the dish. Having received a packet of seasoning from the system, he quickly assesses the situation and decides to use it to improve the girl's taste and impression. Meanwhile, she brings firewood, demonstrating strength and confidence, but there is still a hidden wariness in her gaze. Trying to occupy her attention and distract her from the growing tension, the guy asks for help with the fish, while the girl, with obvious impatience, asks how much longer she has to wait. Carefully placing the stone container on the prepared spot, he thinks through every step of the preparation, trying to eliminate even the slightest mistake. Watching closely what was happening, the girl again impatiently asks if the dish is ready, and in response receives a confident assurance that there is very little left. Lighting a fire under a stone vessel, the protagonist watches the flames intently, realizing that this element could prove decisive. Suddenly reacting to the fire, she visibly tenses up, and her expression changes dramatically, as if a strong and uncontrollable fear is flaring up inside her. Lost in his thoughts and quietly humming to himself, Li Yuan doesn't immediately notice the change in her condition and continues cooking. Intervening abruptly, the electronic system warns him of danger and demands that he immediately pay attention to the girl, indicating a critical moment. Sitting a little to the side and breathing heavily, the girl looks depressed and tense, as if trying to cope with a sudden surge of emotion. Noticing what is happening, the hero begins to become noticeably nervous, gradually realizing that the situation is once again getting out of his control. With obvious suspicion in his voice, Deng Tingshuang accuses him of arranging all this for harm, attributing hidden and dangerous intentions to him. Increasing her inner anxiety, the fire makes her cover her face with her hand, as if she is trying to protect herself from unpleasant and painful memories. Choosing his words carefully and trying not to escalate the situation, he asks if she is afraid of fire, gradually beginning to understand the true reason for her reaction. With a clear hint of deception, the girl claims that refusing raw meat was just a pretext to hide his real motives. Directly accusing him of insincerity, she says that he does not want intimacy and is using the situation as a convenient way to get rid of her. The atmosphere around her became increasingly tense, and her gaze gradually filled with coldness and growing mistrust. Despite the pressure and tension, the young man tries to remain calm, continuing to stand in front of her and not giving in to aggression. Taking a step forward and carefully observing her reaction, Li Yuan takes Deng Tingshuang's hand, trying to establish a trusting rapport and show that he has no ill intentions. Explaining the situation gently and calmly, Li Yuan tells the girl that fire is only needed for cooking, trying to dispel her fears and relieve her inner tension. Gradually becoming embarrassed and losing her former rigidity, the heroine begins to relax, increasingly feeling the changes in his behavior and in the general atmosphere between them. As Deng Tingshuang pondered the situation more deeply, she began to realize for the first time that this was not an enemy standing before her, but a person who truly did not wish her harm. In a calm and confident voice, Li Yuan suggests that Deng Tingshuang take a little rest and stay away from the fire, while taking full responsibility for all future actions. Continuing the conversation in a lighter, more relaxed tone, Li Yuan uses gentle humor and unobtrusive compliments, trying to gradually diffuse the tense situation. Finally, the cooking is complete, and Li Yuan and Deng Tingshuang are presented with fragrant boiled meat that is noticeably different from the raw version she is used to. Explaining the process in more detail and calmly, the guy advises his companion to start with the soft part of the fish so that it will be easier for her to get used to the new taste. Hesitantly picking up the chopsticks and hesitating a little, the protagonist tries to imitate Li Yuan's movements, looking focused, but at the same time noticeably confused. Noticing her awkwardness and confusion, Li Yuan gently intervenes and calmly explains how to hold the chopsticks correctly without creating unnecessary pressure. Gently guiding her hand and helping her correct her movements, the young man demonstrates the correct position of her fingers, trying to act as naturally as possible. Coming a little closer and demonstrating the technique more clearly, Li Yuan helps her understand, and the girl, despite slight embarrassment, stays close. With a light and encouraging smile, Li Yuan invites Deng Tingshuang to try the prepared dish, carefully observing her initial reaction. Carefully trying a small piece and listening to the sensations, the heroine experiences a new taste for the first time, which is noticeably different from her usual food. Gradually, her expression softens, and Deng Tingshuang admits that the food is indeed delicious, which genuinely surprises Li Yuan. Reacting joyfully to her words and breathing a sigh of relief inside, the guy promises to cook for the girl again, thereby strengthening the trust between them. After recording the achieved result, the computer system informs Li Yuan that Deng Tingshuang's affection level has increased significantly, and the points received have been successfully credited. Smiling and feeling confident, Li Yuan activates the danger sensing module, hoping that the points spent will help him control the development of the situation. Looking ahead with a focused gaze and a slight frown, he orders the system to resynchronize the data on Deng Tingshuang, seeking to obtain an accurate picture of her past. Closing his eyes and allowing his consciousness to immerse itself in the flow of information, he calmly waits for the data to be processed, relying entirely on the system's algorithms and its speed of analysis. A picture of a chase appears before his mind's eye, where a frightened girl runs with all her might, and her pursuers behind her shout and demand that they immediately seize her. Deng Tingshuang's desperate cry for her parents breaks through her memories, and in that sound one can feel the deep pain of loss that left an indelible mark on her soul. The scenes from the past become even darker, showing how the girl, deprived of support, learned to exist independently, relying only on her instincts. Over time, her desires and behavior become distorted, turning into primitive instincts where food and procreation become the main driving forces. Hearing all this and comprehending what he saw, Li Yuan involuntarily becomes filled with sympathy because her fate turns out to be much more tragic than he initially assumed. Having come to his senses and suppressed unnecessary emotions, he returns his face to a calm expression, realizing that he is now obliged to use the information received as effectively as possible. Without hesitation and acting confidently, Li Yuan hugs Deng Tingshuang, trying to create a sense of security and show that she is no longer alone in this world. Pressing herself shyly against him and lowering her gaze, the girl quietly answers, and for the first time a softness appears in her voice, previously hidden behind cold wariness. The system records a sharp increase in indicators and reports a significant increase in the level of attachment, confirming the correctness of the chosen behavioral strategy. Holding her close and not loosening his grip, Li Yuan mentally notes that the situation is developing in the right direction and allows himself a short, satisfied thought. Meanwhile, the action moves to the tribal square, where torches burn in the dark night, creating a tense atmosphere of anticipation and latent anxiety. Deng Tingshuang, frowning and crossing his arms, demands an explanation from those around him, suspecting that Li Yuan's disappearance is directly related to them. At this moment, a man appears, confidently entering the illuminated space, and his calm but powerful figure immediately attracts the attention of those present. Watching what is happening from the outside, he reflects on the strangeness of the situation, because the development of events is noticeably different from what he expected to see. Suddenly, the scene changes, and Deng Tingshuang, giving into his inner instincts, pins Li Yuan to the ground, completely depriving him of the ability to move freely. Finding himself in a vulnerable position and trying to maintain his composure, he struggles to keep the situation under control while she continues to act decisively. With shining eyes and a determined expression on her face, the girl directly declares her desire to have many children with him without hiding her intentions. In an attempt to stop her and regain control of the situation, Li Yuan turns to her past, reminding her of the pain she experienced and asking an important question. Hearing these words and with a sudden change in his expression, Deng Tingshuang stops and with obvious and open suspicion asks how he knows about her past. Continuing calmly and without raising his voice, he explains its origin, pointing out its mixed nature, which intensifies its internal contradictions. With a sense of urgency and a sense of risk, Li Yuan understands that it is crucial to speak persuasively and not allow the trust he has built to be destroyed. Listening to him attentively and gradually calming down, the girl steps back a little, and thoughtfulness appears in her gaze instead of the previous aggression. Having collected her thoughts and suppressed her impulses, she declares that she will not insist on intimacy for now, giving the situation a chance to stabilize. Breathing a sigh of relief and feeling the tension ease, Li Yuan realizes that he has managed to temporarily stabilize her condition and avoid the worst-case scenario. However, the system suddenly reports a new problem, indicating that the danger level is rapidly increasing and approaching a critical level. Realizing the seriousness of what is happening and wasting no time, he demands an immediate solution, ordering the system to immediately activate teleportation. The computer system begins the process, but warns that additional resources are needed, creating a tense pause and increasing the pressure on the situation. Gritting his teeth and suppressing his discontent, he gives the final command to complete the operation, deciding to continue to the end despite the losses. Finding himself among dense bushes after a sudden teleportation, Li Yuan gets up, checks his condition and breathing, while simultaneously listening to the voice of the system. Abruptly bursting into the building and literally attracting attention with a loud voice from the threshold, he confidently announces his return, causing everyone present to turn around. Seeing the familiar scene of Qiu Fu holding his defeated opponent, Li Yuan quickly intervenes and assures her that he is all right. Dropping her hands in confusion and looking at him with wide eyes, the girl with cat ears does not hide her surprise and asks how he managed to return. By carefully observing what is happening and analyzing the changes, the system records a decrease in Qiu Fu's distortion level, and the guy himself understands that his aggression is beginning to weaken. At this point, a stern man with a heavy gaze intervenes, accusing Li Yuan of inappropriate behavior and claiming that his subordinate dared to attack a tribal warrior. Without losing his composure and maintaining his expression, the hero calmly replies that Qiu Fu's actions were justified, since protecting her master is a natural duty for her. Continuing to increase the pressure with words and not hiding his disdain, Li Yuan sarcastically adds that their warriors were useless. Not wanting to prolong the conflict and waste time on a pointless argument, he takes the girl by the hand and offers to leave, clearly showing that he does not intend to continue. Walking beside him and feeling the warmth of his palm, Qiu Fu blushed slightly and stole a glance at his face, trying to understand the reason for the change in his behavior. Their fingers intertwine softly, and in this simple touch, a new, previously unfamiliar intimacy arises, which gradually destroys the previous wariness. The system reports with obvious enthusiasm a significant increase in the level of attachment and the accrual of points, confirming that the line of behavior is producing stable results. Meanwhile, another observer notes Li Yuan's return with a cold smile, feeling doubts and suspecting that what is happening is outside the usual scenario. In response to his doubts, the system confidently declares that what is happening is correct, although there is still a slight tension and hidden uncertainty in its tone. Sitting across the table from the girl in a quiet environment, Li Yuan carefully watches her reaction until she shyly looks away and hesitates to speak first. Reaching forward and gently touching her hand, he makes Qiu Fu even more embarrassed, causing her to awkwardly squeeze her fingers and try to hide her reaction. Noticing the change in her behavior, Li Yuan asks in confusion why she's become nervous again, since just recently, a calm atmosphere had been established between them. Hastily turning away and blushing, the girl haltingly answers that she will simply get busy preparing food, trying to hide her emotions behind her usual actions. Observing what is happening and analyzing her behavior, he initially assumes that she is angry, but the system clarifies that the level of affection continues to grow. Smiling and thinking about the situation more deeply, Li Yuan comes to the conclusion that she is gradually starting to feel sympathy for him and decides to change his future strategy. Suddenly, the system starts to alarm and gives a warning that instantly grabs his attention and makes him focus on the new threat. After hearing the message and carefully reading the details, he learns that Deng Tingshuang returned to the cave, discovered his disappearance, and now her distortion level is increasing. Covering his face with his hand in irritation and sighing deeply, Li Yuan begins to reflect on the strange rules of this world that prevent events from developing logically. Without hiding his fatigue and internal tension, he half-jokingly asks the system an absurd question about the possibility of eliminating the author. Clearly irritated by what is happening, pulling himself together and suppressing unnecessary emotions, he decides to focus on the current task, realizing that the most important thing now is to maintain the progress achieved. Meanwhile, in the cave, Deng Tingshuang recalls his words with growing irritation and accuses those around her of mistrust, feeling deceived again. Gradually, her condition worsens, and despite her attempts to maintain control, her emotions begin to take over, increasing internal tension and instability. At this moment, Li Yuan appears, calmly showing off the gift he had prepared, hoping that this would help distract her and ease the situation a little. However, without giving him time to explain himself properly, the girl reacts sharply and rushes forward, acting on emotions and not controlling her impulses. Standing right in front of him with a fiery gaze and a noticeable blush, Deng Tingshuang displays a mixture of anger, embarrassment, and emotion, creating a tense atmosphere. By pinning Li Yuan to the ground and hovering over him with clear intent, Deng Tingshuang directly declares his desire to get closer immediately, without hiding any emotion or determination. At this point, the system intervenes, warning him of the consequences and demanding that he not give in, since such a development of events could completely ruin the further plan. A choice appears before his eyes, but Li Yuan refuses without hesitation, realizing that giving in now means losing control of the entire situation. Lying beneath her and trying to remain calm, He begins to explain that the differences between their races make such actions extremely dangerous and require caution. Leaning slightly and listening carefully to his words, Deng Tingshuang asks with genuine surprise whether even such closeness could really pose a threat. Calmly maintaining attention and steering the conversation in the right direction, Li Yuan talks about the need to first understand the characteristics of her body, gradually taking the initiative. Without hesitation and completely trusting him, the girl readily agrees. Her expression becomes softer, and the tension is replaced by sincere anticipation. Taking advantage of this trust, he confidently introduces the idea of a preparatory stage, hoping to maintain control over the situation through emotions and sensations. Getting closer and gently guiding her actions, Li Yuan asks her to relax, and she, already succumbing to his words, accepts his position without hesitation. The sudden touch caused Deng Tingshuang to react sharply, her body tensing and her gaze becoming confused, as if she was experiencing such a sensation for the first time. Smiling slightly and continuing to speak calmly, Li Yuan assures her that this is just the beginning, trying to keep her attention and prevent her emotions from getting out of control. Gradually succumbing to new sensations, the girl hugs him tighter, her behavior becomes softer, and her previous aggression finally recedes. Observing her reaction, he concludes that her body is indeed extremely sensitive, which gives him an additional advantage in managing the situation. Without letting the moment drag on, Li Yuan picks her up and suggests they move deeper into the cave, trying to maintain control and get a change of scenery. As Deng Tingshuang pressed close to him and quietly responded, he displayed a completely different demeanor, one that no longer contained the previous harshness and wariness, but instead contained passion and desire. Sitting down next to her and carefully continuing the interaction, he asks about her desire to continue, carefully observing her reaction and waiting for a positive answer. Lying next to him and relaxing, the girl admits that the sensations are unusual for her, but at the same time they evoke a strange and pleasant feeling that cannot be compared to anything. Pausing and exhaling, Li Yuan realizes how tense the situation was and allows himself a brief moment of respite. Meanwhile, Deng Tingshuang, exhausted by the emotions she had experienced, fell asleep right next to him, her breathing becoming even and calm. The system, having recorded the changes, happily reports a significant reduction in the level of distortion and an increase in attachment, confirming the success of the chosen strategy. Hearing this, the young man Li Yuan was relieved to admit that his efforts were not in vain and yielded the expected result, which made him very happy. Completely exhausted by what happened, the protagonist falls on his back and admits to himself that he needs rest to regain his strength. Later, the action moves to his home, where the familiar surroundings contrast with recent events and create a sense of temporary calm. Inside the room, Chu Fu, alone with her thoughts, looks confused as if trying to comprehend the changes that have occurred. Her hands tremble slightly and her breathing becomes uneven, revealing internal tension and hidden emotions that she cannot cope with. Once outside and exposed to the open air, she feels strange changes within herself, as if something inside is gradually beginning to change. Realizing what is happening, the girl notes that her strength has become greater, and this causes both surprise and slight anxiety. Elsewhere, a dark woman observing the situation notices Li Yuan's absence and analyzes what is happening with interest, finding it unusual. Her lips curve into a slight smile, because what is happening seems to her not only strange, but also genuinely curious. Meanwhile, a fire is lit, and the simple action with the flame symbolically emphasizes preparation for new events. Waking up and coming to her senses, Deng Tingshuang is perplexed and tries to understand what exactly happened to her and why her condition has changed. Watching her calmly, Li Yuan explains that she was simply tired and fell asleep, trying not to go into unnecessary details. Hearing this and approaching him, she notes with unexpected warmth that he has not abandoned her, and this brings her genuine joy. However, despite this, Li Yuan speaks honestly about the need to return, explaining this by his duties and the desire not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. With a slight smile and a calm voice, he adds that she shouldn't be afraid, because he's not going to disappear and can always return. Continuing the conversation and carefully choosing his words, he asks about her feelings, trying to consolidate the achieved emotional result. In response, the young girl demands a promise that he will not run away, and Li Yuan, slightly confused, hastily swears, trying to calm her down. However, Deng Tingshuang goes beyond words and suggests leaving a mark so that his location can be tracked at all times. Explaining her idea in more detail, she says that this is the only way she can feel at ease, having complete control over his movements. Hearing this, Li Yuan wondered in confusion how such a mark could be placed. Without wasting time on explanations, The girl demonstrates the method in practice, approaching him and leaving her mark, finally cementing the new connection between them. By pressing himself against Li Yuan and touching his neck, Deng Tingshuang displays a behavior that leaves a mark and seems to cement an unbreakable, albeit dangerous bond between them. Feeling a slight pain and tension, he involuntarily freezes, realizing that her actions carry not only emotions, but also a hidden power that can influence his condition. Explaining her ability to track him with a slight smile, the girl assures him that she can now sense any danger, and he cautiously analyzes her words and the risks. Thinking about the situation, Li Yuan comes to the conclusion that such a mark is both dangerous and useful, as it provides additional protection, despite the possible consequences. Trying to remain calm and not show his anxiety, he carefully asks permission to leave, and Deng Tingshuang, blushing and clearly pleased, gently agrees. After exchanging farewell words and glances, they part, with the girl remaining sitting in the cave, and he heading towards the exit, feeling her attention on him. Moving further and further away, and thinking about what happened, Li Yuan decides to use teleportation, while recalling recent events and the strange behavior of the young girl. Finding himself in a secluded spot in the forest, he makes sure that the surrounding area is safe, after which he plans to use his movement ability to reach his goal faster. Continuing his search and analyzing the plot, the boy remembers that, according to the canon, Deng Xinhuang must be kidnapped, and he understands that time is already approaching a critical moment. Observing the situation, he notices the presence of another man and guesses that in front of him is the very main character who plays an important role in the development of events. Hiding in the shadows and eavesdropping on the conversation, Li Yuan learns that he has been searching for a target for a long time and almost got into a dangerous situation, which confirms the tension of what is happening. Having drawn conclusions, he suggests that the opponent is also interacting with the system, meaning their collision may be much more complex than initially thought. As he activates the interface and prepares to move, Li Yuan reflects on how he must get ahead of his opponent or else miss his chance to influence the course of events. Continuing to analyze the risks, he realizes that Deng Xinhuang's meeting with another man could completely change the plot and decides to intervene at any cost. Recalling past events with a certain degree of absurdity, he convinces himself that he is already involved enough not to retreat despite the strange circumstances. Abruptly changing his mind and abandoning his original plan, Li Yuan demands the system to immediately revert him back, realizing that he has made a potential mistake. At this time, Deng Tingshuang lies in the cave and is bored. Her expression becomes dissatisfied, and her thoughts gradually return to the man who left. Hearing completely unexpected sounds, she instantly tenses up. Her gaze becomes extremely sharp and wary, and her body prepares for a possible threat. Suddenly appearing in front of her and smiling, Li Yuan pretends to have simply remembered something important, trying to hide the true reason for his return. Supporting her mood, the hero agrees with a slight smile, hugging her and thereby further strengthening her trust and emotional dependence. Carefully changing the subject, Li Yuan offers to try on her clothes, explaining it as concern, although in reality he is pursuing his own goals. Unaware of any trickery and trusting him completely, the girl Deng Tingshuang happily agrees, perceiving the offer as a sign of attention. After a while, she appears in a new outfit, a little embarrassed, and he assesses her appearance, trying to find the right words. Smiling and making conversation, Li Yuan asks her if she likes her clothes, emphasizing her connection to the human world. With a soft expression on her face, the girl replies that she likes everything he gives, thereby demonstrating growing affection and a good relationship. At this point, the electronic system records a significant increase in indicators, confirming that his strategy is once again producing results. Clinging to him and clearly not wanting to let go, Deng Tingshuang expresses a desire to stay close, and he begins to think about his next steps. Realizing that the situation could become dangerous, Li Yuan decides not to leave at night, as the risk of encountering the dark tribe remains too high. After weighing all the factors, he chooses a temporary retreat, activating teleportation to avoid unnecessary risk and maintain control over events. Returning back and seeing the girl sleeping sweetly, he carefully approaches, trying not to wake her and assess the surroundings. Observing her calm and moderate breathing, Li Yuan is convinced that she is indeed asleep and quietly addresses the system, checking the details. Doubting and double-checking, he again wonders if she is pretending, because her behavior had previously been too unpredictable. After making sure everything around is quiet and calm, he activates his movement ability, preparing to leave the cave unnoticed and leave the girl behind. Instantly appearing in a different place, Li Yuan materializes in a courtyard where silence and tranquility reign all around, allowing him to relax a little. Looking around cautiously, he sighs with relief, realizing that there is no one nearby who could notice or interfere with him. Approaching the house and peering inside, he notices that Chu Fu is still awake, which causes him slight surprise and even confusion. Without thinking for a second, he heads to the entrance and announces his return, unaware that the situation could change dramatically at any moment. Suddenly, a snake-like creature with brightly glowing eyes appears, shrouded in dark energy, creating a sense of impending danger. Observing the manifestation of powerful magic, the unknown character is surprised by the high level of power, realizing that this is no ordinary opponent. Li Yan, noticing the signs of destruction and hearing a sharp sound, immediately tenses up, realizing that the calm atmosphere could turn into an unexpected threat at any moment. Returning to the house and going inside, he sees Chu Fu sleeping, curled up on the floor, and is surprised by her position because it seems strange and uncomfortable to him. Opening her eyes and noticing the owner, the girl shudders, shyly calling Li Yuan master, while a mixture of joy and slight excitement can be heard in her voice. Coming closer and looking at her carefully, he asks with slight bewilderment why she is sleeping right on the floor, not understanding the reasons for such behavior. Trying to explain and justify himself a little, Chu Fu talks about his late return and poor catch, while simultaneously showing slight resentment and anxiety. Reacting calmly to her words and maintaining confidence, the guy says that he has already prepared dinner and is about to serve it, but she suddenly stops him. With a serious expression, Li Yuan insists that she answer his question first, demonstrating his firmness and desire to understand what is happening. Looking away sheepishly and trying to smooth things over, Chu Fu admits that she's simply used to sleeping on the floor, although this explanation doesn't sound entirely convincing. Not believing her words and slightly squinting, he notices that she clearly prefers a soft bed, thereby indicating a contradiction in her behavior. Hastily agreeing and reacting nervously, the girl promises to sleep on the bed from now on, trying not to cause displeasure and looking a little confused. Smiling and gently stroking her head, Li Yuan reassures her that he means no harm, which gradually eases the tension. As she ponders and observes his behavior, she begins to notice changes, feeling a little bewildered and not fully understanding the reasons for such a change. With a cold seriousness in his voice, the man declares that he will serve the food himself to avoid any possible problems, while simultaneously demonstrating caution. Turning and heading for the dish, he leaves her behind, and Chu Fu watches him with a thoughtful and slightly wary look. Gradually relaxing and assessing what is happening, the girl comes to the conclusion that he has changed, but at the same time has become less dangerous, which makes her feel relieved. When Li Yuan arrives with a prepared dish, he receives a system notification about his affection score increasing and points being awarded, confirming the success of his actions. With a surprised expression on his face, he admits that he understands her behavior less and less as it becomes more and more unpredictable and complex. At this point, the system praises him, noting the effectiveness of his interaction with Chu Fu and informing him of the possibility of further improving his abilities. Feeling a surge of confidence, Li Yuan notes with a slight smile that his condition has improved, as if he is starting to take control of the situation. Approaching the table with plates in his hands, he sternly orders Chu Fu to sit down and eat, even jokingly threatening her not to resist. Readily agreeing and responding quickly, the young girl immediately sits down at the table, and he adds that he does not want to see hungry people in his house. Nodding and taking his words seriously, she confirms her understanding, takes her chopsticks and begins to eat, trying to live up to his expectations and not upset the owner. Through the window, a scene of their dinner is shown, where they sit opposite each other, creating an atmosphere of calm and temporary comfort at a table filled with delicious and aromatic food. Feeling a rather strange and unusual itch and touching his neck, Li Yuan suddenly notices a bite mark, and Chu Fu looks at him in surprise, not understanding what is happening. By reacting sharply and suddenly screaming, he attracts attention, and the girl gets up and approaches to better see the reason for his reaction. Realizing the presence of this mark and sensing serious danger, he touches his neck, and his gaze becomes serious as the situation begins to get more complicated. Seeing this unusual mark, Chu Fu's face suddenly changed. Her expression became more tense, and her voice was filled with anxiety and obvious dissatisfaction. Keeping his cool, Li Yuan carefully analyzes her reaction and realizes that she recognizes the nature of the mark, which could lead to real unwanted problems. Trying to wriggle out of it and speak as confidently and calmly as possible, he explains that he encountered enemies and was wounded, while simultaneously concealing the true reason for his appearance. In a serious tone, the young girl Chu Fu warns that the dark tribe has already targeted him, and this could actually lead to dangerous and uncontrollable consequences. By suddenly becoming distracted and dropping food on the floor, he displays carelessness and confusion, and the situation momentarily spirals out of his control. Leaning forward and with tension in her voice, the young girl confidently declares that they need to leave this place immediately, as the danger is too close. Reacting with slight surprise, Lee Yuan's boyfriend clarifies her words, and she calmly explains that he could be used as a simple tool, depriving him of his freedom. Thinking seriously and looking at her, he gently asks about the possible consequences, hinting at the loss of freedom and control over his own life. Embarrassed and looking away, Chu Fu calmly admits that she doesn't want anyone to get hurt like that, thereby showing hidden and sincere concern. By intervening, the electronic system reports the girl's unstable emotions, noting that her state seriously fluctuates between affection and distortion. With a soft and gentle smile, Li Yuan acknowledges her devotion and suggests that she eat a proper meal first, trying to calm the situation as much as possible and regain control. Maintaining an awkward silence and watching him, she agrees to postpone the conversation for a while, accepting his decision and gradually relaxing. Thinking inwardly, he realizes that he must hide his connection with Deng Tingshuang as carefully as possible and act calmly so as not to arouse suspicion. Left alone and looking at the burning candle, Li Yuan immerses himself in his many thoughts, carefully and cautiously analyzing his next steps and possible risks. Sitting next to the sleeping girl, he carefully observes her calm, feeling temporary relief in the absence of a threat from any side. Thinking carefully about her condition, he notes that the young girl looks quite relaxed, which creates a sense of false security. Unable to resist touching her soft and fluffy tail, he is surprised by the softness, experiencing a rather unexpected curiosity and even some interest. Overcome by the sensations, Li Yuan continues to stroke the tail, thinking about the rather unusual sensations and comparing them to something previously unknown to him. Waking up abruptly and blushing, Chu Fu becomes aware of what is happening around her. Her emotions suddenly flare up, and her reaction becomes extremely violent and inexplicable. Despite being aware of the situation, he continues to act, justifying himself with his position, which makes what is happening even more tense. The young girl, embarrassed and with a trembling voice, asks not to touch her tail, clearly experiencing some discomfort, strong emotions, and internal conflict. Realizing the consequences and feeling the changes, she admits that what is happening has a strong impact on her condition, hinting at dangerous changes in her body and mind. Gently touching her tail and feeling Chu Fu's body tremble from the sensation, Li Yuan notices that the girl can no longer hold back and the situation is becoming tense. Giving in to strong emotions and instincts, she quietly makes a muffled sound. Her face turns red and her breathing quickens, revealing her inner turmoil and confusion. Leaning closer and carefully observing her reaction, Li Yuan asks with slight concern if everything is okay, trying to figure out if she is uncomfortable. Suddenly, a system notification popped up before his eyes, informing him that Chu Fu's affection had increased and a reward had been awarded, unexpectedly confirming its effectiveness. The system happily announces that a new point threshold has been reached and upgrades have been unlocked, thus pushing Li Yuan to further develop his abilities and strategy. Looking puzzled at the interface and analyzing the received data, the protagonist tries to understand how much the situation has changed and what prospects this opens up. An updated system store window appears before his eyes, where a new level opens and the range of available items expands, which arouses interest. Meanwhile, Chu Fu, feeling a strange warmth next to him, becomes internally embarrassed and begins to doubt her own feelings, not understanding why she feels so calm. Settling closer and quietly pressing herself against him, she decides to stay close at least for this night, finding an unexpected sense of security in his presence. With a gentle smile and watching her closely, Li Yuan gently tells her to sleep peacefully, thereby creating a more trusting and warm atmosphere in the room. Night gradually envelops the entire space around, and the scene gives way to a quiet view of the moon outside the window, carefully emphasizing the ensuing peace and temporary calm. Waking up and noticing that the girl had gently snuggled up to him in her sleep, he reacts with restraint, trying not to disturb her peace or provoke a new reaction. Looking at her calm face tenderly and carefully, Li Yuan notes that in this state she seems much more obedient and harmless than usual. The next morning, Chu Fu announces that he is going to work and discuss a possible move with the village chief, while warning of the impending danger. As she said goodbye and was about to leave, she cast a quick glance back, and Li Yuan responded with a calm gesture, trying not to reveal his hidden thoughts. Left alone and reflecting, he faces a dilemma between Deng Tingshuang and Qiu Fu, truly realizing that any decision could lead to unexpected consequences. Expressing his opinion with slight irritation, he admits that women's logic remains complex and rather confusing for him, which only increases the tension. Walking back and forth and lost in thought, Li Yuan tries to find the right way out, but realizes that this situation requires a more thoughtful approach. Suddenly stopping and making a decision, he realizes the need to first talk to Qiu Fu and discuss her intentions before proceeding further. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Li Yuan formulates his next plan of action, deciding not to rush and carefully calculate everything so as not to lose the progress made. Moving beyond the settlement and finding himself in a fruit grove, he notices the calm and peaceful natural environment, which is in stark contrast to his thoughts. At this time, Qiu Fu was busy picking fresh fruits, carefully placing them into a basket and looking concentrated, although a slight worry could still be seen in her eyes. Observing from the sidelines and assessing the current situation, Li Yuan decides that today he must significantly strengthen her affection in order to finally secure the result. By activating the electronic system interface, he thinks about his appearance and comes to the conclusion that he should improve his image to make a stronger impression. Using the points he has accumulated previously, he acquires a special set that temporarily increases his attractiveness, counting on a fairly quick effect. Meanwhile, the sweet girl continues to work, completely unaware of his plans, carefully sorting through the fruits and immersing herself in her usual activities. Suddenly, another man, unfamiliar to her, appears nearby, offering his help and demonstrating friendliness, which immediately attracts the attention of the young girl. Reacting to his words with rather slight bewilderment, she does not understand the reasons for such behavior, but remains polite and cautious, not trusting the stranger. By answering with restraint and emphasizing her independence, Qiu Fu makes it clear that she can easily cope on her own, not wanting to accept help from the mysterious stranger. At this time, the man carefully reflects on her reaction and concludes that she is behaving too modestly, which in his opinion only increases her attractiveness. Watching what was happening from the sidelines, Li Yuan felt a strong and sharp irritation, realizing that they were trying to occupy his territory and the situation was getting out of control. Holding back his emotions, he is internally outraged by what is happening and decides to immediately intervene to prevent another man from influencing the situation. Covering his face with his hand in concentration, Li Yuan activates his ability, putting himself into a special state that should help him change the outcome of events. By turning on the green tea mode, he immediately takes on the image of a softer and more harmless person, hoping to win the trust of the sweet girl. By addressing Qiu Fu and softly calling her name, he earnestly attracts her attention, and both she and the man standing next to her react with surprise to his unexpected appearance. By feigning lightness and declaring that since she is already being helped, he need not interfere any further, Li Yuan deliberately creates a sense of distance and indifference towards the hero. Assessing the surrounding situation, he notices the presence of an extra character and concludes that he does not pose a serious threat, despite his irritation. Turning around and pretending to leave, Li Yuan tries to maintain control and composure, but Qiu Fu suddenly stops him, not wanting to let the young man go. At this point, the electronic system records a small increase in attachment, confirming that his strategy is again producing a positive result, albeit a minor one. By lifting the heavy and full basket of fruits and returning to her, Li Yuan takes the initiative, demonstrating the utmost care and concern for her affairs. By calmly inviting her to take care of dinner, he distributes roles, thereby creating a familiar and excellent atmosphere of interaction between them. A clearly irritated competitor watches what is happening from the sidelines and cannot hide his displeasure, truly realizing that his attempt to intervene has failed. Left confused and not understanding what is happening, the man becomes at a loss, realizing that the situation has gotten out of his control and is not developing in his favor. Walking along the forest path next to Li Yuan, Qiu Fu becomes slightly tense and, listening to his words, begins to think about the stranger he mentioned, sensing a hidden threat. Internally embarrassed and remembering what happened, the girl comes to the conclusion that the man had impure intentions because his behavior contradicted the strict laws of the tribe. Walking calmly beside her and looking ahead, Li Yuan answers briefly, while his companion watches him closely, trying to understand the change in his character. With a slight worry in her voice, Qiu Fu asks him not to behave like that again, hinting at his previous coldness, which caused her internal discomfort. Li Yuan pauses and tilts his head slightly to clarify her words, and the girl, looking down, explains that such behavior provokes condemnation from others. As he reflects on what he has heard, he suddenly realizes that this is about his green tactics, and he understands that her reaction is not due to obvious irritation, but rather to a lack of understanding. Slowly reaching his hand towards her head, Li Yuan gently touches Chu Fu's ears, trying to show softness and break the barrier that still remains between them. With a slight smile, he asks if she is less afraid of him now, and then makes a remark about her gait, hinting that others might misunderstand it. With a serious expression, the girl replies that she does not care about the opinion of the tribe, since she considers it her duty to repay him for saving her, despite the condemnation. Looking down sheepishly and speaking quietly, Chu Fu emphasizes that for her he remains the master, and she herself sees no reason to change anything in the established relationship. Gradually softening and feeling an inner warmth, she involuntarily shows emotions, which are reflected in her gaze and create a feeling of growing affection. Analyzing the situation with cold logic, Li Yuan reminds herself that she is just a character who needs to be won over, despite the feelings that arise. Smiling faintly and hiding his true thoughts, the young man remains calm, continuing to adhere to his chosen interaction strategy. Speaking to her in a soft voice, Li Yuan compliments her by noting that Chu Fu looks especially beautiful when she smiles and asks her to show that side more often. Carelessly and slowly raising her gaze and feeling her heart begin to beat faster, the girl cannot hide her reaction, which further emphasizes her vulnerability. In a light tone, suggesting they go home, he switches the conversation to a more mundane topic, trying not to delve into the complex emotions that have begun to emerge. Walking beside her and carrying a basket on his back, Li Yuan offers to make milky fish soup for her, while Chu Fu, slightly offended, notices his strange behavior. Suddenly turning around and noticing a strange and inexplicable presence in the depths of the forest, he visibly tenses, and the girl also feels that someone is watching them. With a cold gaze, the hidden man analyzes the situation and comes to the conclusion that Li Yuan is a threat, suggesting that he comes from another world. Intervening through the electronic system, the voice warns of the risk and insists on urgent action, emphasizing that delay could lead to mission failure. Standing among the dark trees and contemplating the future, the stranger speaks of the approaching winter and the need to act to change the balance of power. The system asks him a direct question about his future plans, pushing him to make a decision that could affect the fates of several characters at once. Remembering the plot of the original story, he thinks of a girl from the Dark Tribe who can be used as a tool to achieve his own goals. While developing a plan, the man decides to first eliminate the unnecessary character in order to return events to the right track and gain control of the situation. Meanwhile, a delicious and fragrant dinner is being prepared at Li Yuan's house, and he invites Chu Fu to try the soup he has prepared, creating the apparent illusion of calm, hospitality, and comfort. Suddenly, a powerful and quite strong attack cuts through the space, and Li Yuan barely has time to react to it, realizing that danger has overtaken them faster than he expected. Sharply dodging and feeling the pressure of the force, he realizes the seriousness of the enemy, while the destructive energy continues to destroy the surrounding space. Appearing from the deep shadows between the trees and seemingly merging with the darkness, an unknown woman with a dense, dark aura attacks, demonstrating a power beyond her abilities. Instantly assessing the threat, Li Yuan abruptly shields Chu Fu with his body, taking the blow himself and desperately trying to protect her, despite the obvious risk to his life. As a result of the swift attack, the girl receives a painful wound, and the sharp pain erupts in a scream, while the whole situation gets out of control and becomes dangerous. Carefully supporting her and noticing the blood coming out, he speaks about the injury with concern in his voice, trying to maintain his composure and at the same time assess her condition. Looking at the attacker with suspicion and inner tension, Chu Fu asks a direct question about her belonging to the Dark Tribe, trying to understand the reasons for her sudden aggression. With cold certainty and without the slightest hesitation, the woman declares that he must die this night, openly revealing her intentions and leaving no room for doubt. Continuing the pressure and increasing the tension, she offers a cruel deal in which the life of one directly depends on the death of the other, forcing him to make a choice. Revealing the details of her plan and acting prudently, the stranger promises a reward and long-awaited freedom if he fulfills her conditions, clearly trying to win him over to her side. With a noticeable grin and cool calm, the man replies that he sees no reason to doubt, demonstrating a willingness to play by her rules for his own benefit. Filling the entire space around her with thick, dark energy, the woman begins a new attack, and her power becomes even more destructive and dangerous to those around her. With immense speed and destructive power, she delivers a crushing blow that literally splits the earth, creating a powerful shockwave and destroying everything around. At this tense moment, another girl, hearing a loud noise and feeling vibrations, shouts out Chu Fu's name in alarm, realizing that something serious has happened. Demonstrating the true power of the Dark Tribe, the attacker forms a dense ball of energy in her palm, thereby confirming her affiliation and threat level. In response, Li Yuan concentrated light energy into his hand, preparing to withstand the attack and simultaneously protect himself and his companion standing nearby. Reacting in surprise to the enemy's unexpected strength, the woman is momentarily at a loss, and this is precisely what gives her the chance to change the course of the rapidly developing battle. Taking advantage of this brief moment of confusion, he delivers a powerful and accurate blow that knocks the enemy off his feet and destroys a significant portion of the surrounding area. Without stopping and continuing to apply maximum pressure, Li Yuan develops his attack, intensifying the onslaught and demonstrating a noticeable increase in his own abilities during the battle. As a result of another powerful blow, the energy rapidly soars upward, forming a bright column of light that illuminates everything around and completes this stage of the collision. With a slight but mysterious smile looking at him, the opponent pronounces his name and hints that even more dangerous trials await him ahead than he can imagine. Standing confidently amidst the aftermath of the battle, Li Yuan radiates strength, surrounded by flashes of energy, while behind him, Qiu Fu watches with anxiety and hidden admiration. Alarmed by what is happening, the girl with cat ears reacts sharply to what she sees, her gaze filled with surprise and confusion from the abrupt change in the situation. With cold focus, he asks a short question about who is behind the attack, demonstrating control of the situation and a lack of unnecessary emotion. The opponent, lying on the ground, barely maintaining consciousness, is silent, her condition clearly showing the consequences of the recent collision and the loss of advantage. Without wasting any time, the guy activates the energy in his hand, preparing for the next action, his movements becoming precise, as if calculated in advance. By assessing the current situation with restraint, he makes it clear that if he remains silent, the outcome will be predetermined, increasing the pressure on the injured woman. Watching him from below, the heroine Qiu Fu experiences extremely mixed feelings, where fear gradually gives way to trust in his confident actions. Approaching her carefully and slowly, he asks a clarifying question about her condition, demonstrating unexpected concern even in such a tense and dangerous situation. A little embarrassed and confused, the sweet girl asks the guy a counter question, trying to really understand where he got such skills and knowledge. Thoughtfully looking away, he internally ponders how to explain to the girl everything that is happening, realizing that the truth could raise even more questions on her part. The internal image of the system emerges in Li Yuan's mind, reminding him of his newly acquired abilities, but he understands perfectly well that he cannot reveal the secret. With a slight, almost imperceptible smile, Li Yuan comes up with a plausible explanation, linking his skills to past experience, trying to sound as convincing as possible. Hearing his words, the heroine begins to analyze what was said, trying to compare it with reality, and ultimately makes an unusual assumption about a hidden talent. The hero's gaze becomes more serious and focused as he turns his attention to the surrounding environment, carefully assessing possible threats and hidden risks. The opponent who appeared earlier, despite her obvious defeat, remains confident, and with a slight smile on her face begins to question his words and explanations. The close-up of her cold gaze emphasizes the danger and inner strength, making it clear that what is happening is far from over and may take an unexpected turn. Carefully continuing the conversation and choosing her words, the girl mentions the condition, hinting at the hidden potential within her, which for some reason remains suppressed. A sudden and sharp surge of energy within her body indicates the presence of hidden potential, but a limitation appears that prevents its full development. With a cold and even slightly interested expression on her face, the attacker notes that what was happening was unexpected for her, subtly hinting at her true intentions. Approaching the site of a recent battle, the villagers begin to ask numerous questions, not understanding what exactly happened and why the situation took such a strange turn. Calmly and confidently explaining what happened, Li Yuan talks about the attack from the Dark Tribe, creating a more understandable and logical picture of events for those around him. One of the men present confidently confirms the death of the attacker, thereby confirming the outcome of the conflict and emphasizing that the immediate threat has already been eliminated. The eldest among them asks a direct and harsh question about who exactly dealt the decisive blow, trying to find out all the details of the incident. Without unnecessary modesty or hesitation, the hero takes responsibility, while simultaneously turning the conversation towards more important issues of safety and protection of the village. Thinking out loud and logically constructing his arguments, he suggests a possible connection between what happened and external forces, pointing to a hidden threat within the settlement. Supporting his thought, Chu Fu carefully mentions a possible traitor who could help the enemy get inside, thereby increasing the tension among those present. Continuing the logical chain of reasoning, the guy explains that the attacker's actions do not appear random, hinting at a thoughtful and carefully planned attack. The older man, with obvious suspicion, asks the boy if he is the cause of what is happening, carefully watching his reaction and every small movement. Responding calmly and maintaining his composure, Li Yuan laughs it off, showing that he does not take the accusation seriously, but at the same time remains wary and attentive. Intervening in the conversation, the girl reminds about previous events, carefully pointing to a specific person who, in her opinion, should be checked first. Under pressure from the facts presented, the village head demands that the suspect's name be immediately revealed, turning the conversation into a more concrete and rather serious direction. Having received the necessary, long-awaited answer, he immediately gives the order to bring this man, demonstrating determination and complete control over the situation. After some time, a completely new participant in the events appears, confidently entering the center of attention and immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. While examining the body of the defeated attacker, he asks a clarifying question, as if checking the veracity and truthfulness of the information and the reaction of the people around him. The village head directly accuses him of possible involvement in the incident, demanding the clearest possible explanation and closely monitoring his every gesture. Maintaining his outward calm, he responds logically and confidently, pointing out the lack of evidence and thereby casting doubt on the accusations made. Having listened to all the arguments presented earlier, the elder partially agrees, admitting that there is a certain logic and common sense in the words, which cannot be argued with. However, the new participant in the conversation begins to gradually and confidently undermine Li Yuan's trust, recalling his past and emphasizing dubious details of his reputation. Continuing to increase maximum pressure, he asks about the hero's return after captivity, hinting at possible hidden circumstances and omissions. Unable to withstand such pressure, the young man responds rather sharply, accusing the man of manipulating the facts and trying to shift responsibility onto others. Intervening in the conversation and not allowing any doubts to take root, Chu Fu declares that Li Yuan destroyed the enemy, citing this as strong and obvious evidence of his innocence. The village head clarifies the veracity of what was said, striving to finally understand the current situation and make the most balanced and fair decision. Having received confirmation from eyewitnesses, he thinks for a brief moment, but the tension between the parties not only does not disappear, but begins to gradually increase. Taking advantage of the opportune moment and general confusion, the enemy points to the mark on the hero's body, turning it into a new and very serious reason for suspicion. With a self-confident and mocking grin, he rejects the possibility of a direct confrontation, demonstrating hidden aggression and unshakable confidence in his own position. Li Yuan, clearly realizing the futility of further argument and the growing tension, decides to change strategy and steer the conversation in a more rational and calm direction. He explains in detail that he originally intended to discuss a plan to leave the village in order to avoid any further threat from the Dark Tribe in advance. Raising his hand to his neck and attracting the attention of those around him, the hero confirms the presence of the mark and calmly explains that the enemy will still pursue him, no matter where he ends up. The village chief expresses clear doubt, asking a completely logical and direct question about how he intends to survive outside of his familiar and safe environment. Calmly and confidently declaring his decision, Li Yuan makes it clear that he has already thought everything through and does not intend to deviate from the chosen path, despite the possible risks. The other man's gaze becomes noticeably harder and more intense, revealing his obvious inner irritation, hidden anger, and clear disagreement with what is happening. Suddenly, a sharp and categorical statement is heard forbidding him to leave the village, thereby further escalating the already tense conflict between the parties. By loudly shouting a request not to leave, the man tries to stop what is happening, realizing that losing control of the situation could lead to irreversible consequences. The stern man responds with displeasure, asking about the reasons for the intervention, clearly showing that he is not going to change his decision under the pressure of someone else's emotions. With growing irritation, the hero points out the danger associated with the Dark Tribe, emphasizing that a hasty departure could turn into a serious threat to the entire village. Calmly but confidently, Li Yuan counters the accusations, explaining that if he had real ties to the enemy, he would have acted differently, thereby calling into question the logic of the claims. The girl's silent gaze becomes colder, and doubt can be seen in her eyes, as if she is trying to understand which of those present can really be trusted. At this point, the system alarms about increasing hostility from Chu Fu, causing Li Yuan to realize that the situation is rapidly spiraling out of control. The assistant's irritated voice demands an immediate change of topic, warning of the risk of deteriorating relations and the need to act more carefully. Focusing, the boy decides to move on, mentally agreeing with the plan to go to Yangshan, where, according to the system, new opportunities await him. He turns away pointedly and coldly declares that he no longer intends to interfere, thus ending the tense dialogue and leaving people confused. Against the backdrop of silence, the tension is felt even more strongly as the figures of Li Yuan and Chu Fu pass by, and the other's hand clenches into a fist, hiding his inner irritation. With a slight grin, the hero reflects on the situation, noting to himself that now at least he won't have to worry about the influence of the so-called main character on what's happening. The girl's displeased expression clearly shows her attitude towards what is happening, because she still considers the motives of some people to be extremely questionable and unpleasant. Addressing the elder with restraint, Li Yuan explains his decision to leave the village, emphasizing that he does not intend to continue the conflict and wants to protect himself and his companion. The man gives a parting word with a heavy sigh, advising him to radically change his life in Yanshan, and in return receives a short but confident promise to improve forever. A sudden crack is heard off to the side, and the destroyed structure collapses with a dull sound, as if visually symbolizing the end of their connection with this place. Walking next to Li Yuan, Qiufu looks depressed and lost, but he calmly points out that there is no point in trying to fix something that is already broken and cannot be repaired. With doubt and slight confusion, the girl begins to say something, but her words break off mid-sentence, as if she herself is not entirely sure of her thoughts and feelings. Holding her hand confidently, the guy says that the past no longer matters and suggests that they simply accept the changes that have already begun to gradually alter their destiny. The tight interlacing of their fingers emphasizes the silent connection between them, which grows stronger despite the omissions, contradictions, and tension. With a soft and slightly reassuring smile, Li Yuan talks about the future, hinting that a new home awaits them, where everything can begin anew and without the mistakes of the past. Repeating his words in surprise, the young girl tries to comprehend what she heard, as if she does not fully believe in the possibility of such simple and sincere happiness. Confidently leading her along, he once again confirms that this is about their shared home, thereby gradually dispelling the last doubts and strengthening the trust between them. Once inside, the young man calmly suggests going to bed early, trying to steer the conversation into a calmer, more everyday direction to reduce tension. Looking around shyly, Qiufu notices the open door, clearly not feeling entirely comfortable and safe in the new environment. Lying on the bed with a light and relaxed smile, Li Yuan jokes that there is nothing valuable in his family except herself, thereby trying to lighten the atmosphere. With unexpected directness, he offers to sleep together, causing the girl obvious embarrassment and an internal conflict between wariness, fear, and nascent trust. In a calm and confident voice, the man explains that they need to rely on each other, adding that he will not harm her, and gently reminds her that he will be leaving soon. Confused and noticeably blushing, the girl listens attentively to his words when he mentions the possibility of returning to her beast form, which increases her confusion. By abruptly pulling her hand away, she makes it clear that she is not yet ready for such a sudden approach, trying to maintain at least an external distance and control over the situation. With a clear and obvious threat in his voice, Qiufu warns that he will not tolerate inappropriate behavior despite the current situation and forced proximity. Answering calmly and without raising his voice, Li Yuan reminds her that he has never violated her personal boundaries, thereby trying to regain at least a small part of the lost trust. Lying very close, they briefly wish each other good night, creating the illusion of a normal and peaceful end to the day after all the events they had experienced today. Despite her outward calm, the girl cannot sleep. Her thoughts return again and again to what happened, causing confusion and a quiet internal struggle. Turning carefully, she looks at the guy sleeping next to her, trying to understand if she can really trust him in this new and unfamiliar reality. Quietly calling his name, Qiufu confesses that if he treats her well, she is willing to share a future with him, revealing her true feelings for the first time. With a soft and genuinely warm smile, Li Yuan calmly replies that she doesn't need to force herself or go against her feelings, thereby showing genuine respect for her emotions. At this point, the system records a noticeable increase in the level of attachment, awarding additional points and confirming confident progress in the gradual development of their relationship. The girl's embarrassed smile gradually becomes softer, and the surrounding atmosphere becomes filled with comfort, as if the accumulated tension has finally dissolved without a trace. Carefully and tenderly touching her face, he offers to start over with a clean slate and promises to treat her differently, apologizing for the mistakes of the past and trying to make amends. Doubt appears in her eyes, but along with it, hope gradually emerges, slowly replacing the previous wariness. Approaching him hesitantly, she presses herself against him, as if finally accepting the choice she has made and allowing herself to truly trust for the first time. With a quiet, almost inaudible sound, the girl smiles, and this moment becomes a symbol of the beginning of a new, warmer, and more sincere chapter in their relationship. In the silence of the night, a barely perceptible sound is heard, and the slightly open door creaks, creating a tense atmosphere, as if someone is cautiously watching what is happening from the darkness. Li Wen lay next to Chiu Fu, looking at her attentively with a soft expression on his face, and in his gaze one could read a slight surprise mixed with warmth and hidden interest. With a slight grin, the guy reflects on the current progress, noting that there is still a lot of work ahead, although the situation is already gradually starting to develop in the right direction. Waking up, the girl winces slightly and admits that she slept too soundly, as if her body was able to truly relax for the first time in a long time. Getting up calmly, Li Yuan notices that they were quite warm together, but still decides to stand up to avoid creating awkwardness and maintain distance. As he was about to leave, he briefly instructed her to pack his things, promising to return later and help, thereby demonstrating responsibility and care. With a slight and involuntary surprise, Chu Fu asks if something urgent has happened. Her voice is soft, but there is still a sense of caution and distrust in it. Explaining the plan for their next steps, the guy says that they need to go to Yangshan, where they need to sort out housing issues and prepare for the rest of their journey. Before leaving, he gently touches her head, urging her to wait for his return, and there is more warmth in the gesture than he is willing to admit out loud. Left alone, a young man, Li Yuan, ironically notes a strange feeling as if he is doing something wrong, despite the fact that his actions are completely justified. Leaving the house and heading towards the forest, he moves quite quickly and confidently, while a hidden, mysterious figure quietly watches his movements. The predator's gaze is fixed directly on his silhouette, and a visible interest appears in the creature's eyes, as if it is encountering something unusual for the first time. A moment later, his presence disappears, leaving the observer confused, as such a technique clearly goes beyond the limits of normal capabilities. An unfamiliar woman with a cold gaze appears in the shadows, reflecting on the power he has demonstrated and already making plans related to this discovery. Analyzing the current situation, she clearly understands that their path lies in Yangshan and decides to take advantage of this coincidence to get closer to her goal. With a slight and calm smile, the stranger declares that she will follow him because she has her own affairs that she intends to resolve in the near future. Meanwhile, Li Yuan quickly moves through the forest and heads to a familiar place where a rather important meeting connected with the previous events awaits him. With a joyful smile, he appears at the entrance to the cave, loudly announcing his arrival and demonstrating his good mood. In response, a young girl with dark hair rushes towards him and hugs him tenderly and tightly, not hiding her joy from the unexpected meeting and the long wait. Pouring out numerous questions one after another, she shows genuine concern and obvious interest, clearly not wanting to let him go even for a moment. Calmly maintaining the conversation, the guy clarifies that he is not one of those who hibernate, but is forced to leave temporarily to find treatment and deal with his wounds. Suddenly, the girl stops him, calling out sharply, and there is real tension in her voice, as if she is not ready to let him go so easily without an explanation. With obvious concern, she confidently asks where exactly he is going to go, not hiding her displeasure and inner fear of the unknown. Li Yuan, understanding her state, carefully puts down the basket of meat, trying not to provoke an unnecessary reaction, and gradually ease the tension between them. Just when he was about to carefully pull away and end the conversation, the girl suddenly grabbed Li Yuan's hand, clearly showing her desire. Looking him straight in the eye, serious and almost without blinking, the young girl Chu Fu listens attentively to his explanation of the need for treatment and his promise to return. Lowering her voice slightly, she admits that she still feels afraid, and her speech sounds sincere, revealing the depth of her experiences and the painful fear of being abandoned again. Almost without thinking and acting more on instinct, Li Yuan gently pulls her towards him, hugging her carefully but confidently, showing that the girl has nothing to worry about. In a calm, even and confident tone, he explains that mistrust is a natural defensive reaction, and he will not blame her for such feelings ruining their relationship. It is at this point that the system records a gradual increase in the level of attachment gently encouraging him to continue acting in the same direction, since progress has already been made. Slowly leaning closer, Li Yuan says that he will always be there if she calls, and reminds her that he has never deceived her, strengthening the nascent trust. In response, the system informs him of an increase in the level of affection and the accrual of points, but at the same time reminds him to remain cautious and not let his guard down. Giving in to the moment and an inner impulse, he carefully touches her forehead with his lips, and this tender gesture becomes a kind of culmination of the trust that grows between them. Li Yuan feels an internal conflict within himself, realizing that his actions are dictated not only by sincere feelings, but also by the need to follow his mission. Embarrassed and visibly flushed, Chufu suddenly asks him to repeat the gesture, her request quiet but clear enough to make him momentarily lose his composure. After this, he becomes noticeably confused, realizing the ambiguity of the current situation, and his reaction turns into a mixture of embarrassment, confusion, and internal tension. With a slight grin and a confident look, Li Yuan spreads his hands as if addressing the system and himself, asking a question and demonstrating confidence in the decision he has made. Without losing his composure, he pulls the girl towards him and explains that everything will be limited to a massage, trying to reduce tension and direct the situation in a safe direction. Looking down sheepishly and slightly clenching her fingers, the young girl reacts quietly, her face betraying an internal struggle between trust, awkwardness, and growing interest. Outside the window, the night gradually thickens, and a thin crescent moon illuminates the silence, emphasizing the change in atmosphere and creating a calm, almost intimate background to what is happening. After some time, Li Yuan returns, opening the door and softly announcing his arrival, his voice carrying his usual confidence and calm. Kyofu greets him with a slight smile and warm gaze, clearly happy to see him back, and her relaxed posture suggests that the tension is gradually fading. By carefully laying out the fish he brought, he demonstrates care and practicality, trying to provide them with everything they need and at the same time maintain the girl's trust. With a light and calm mockery, the guy notes that she was too carried away by her work and did not even pay attention to her appearance, trying to defuse the created atmosphere. Hearing this, the young girl suddenly looks up, and her eyes widen in surprise, revealing extremely mixed feelings of embarrassment and slight indignation. The next moment, she suddenly leans forward, closing the distance between him and the guy, and this extremely impulsive gesture shows how much her attitude has changed. Snuggling into his warm body and blushing slightly, Chu Fu quietly asks him not to be too kind to her, admitting that such attention is causing her unusual feelings. Continuing her thought with embarrassment, she admits that she is afraid of giving in to emotions and becoming more attached than she should, feeling how her internal barrier is gradually breaking down. The backdrop of dense greenery and light filtering through the foliage at the entrance to the village creates the feeling of a quiet beginning of a journey where everything seems peaceful but hides future events. A grown man with a serious expression gives instructions, explaining in detail that the city is full of people and rules, and therefore it is important to remain careful and attentive. With a slight smile, Li Yuan replies that he understands everything, and even in the hug he feels gratitude for the care, which he perceives almost as parental support. The man, still worried, jokingly reproaches him, comparing him to an overly caring mother hen, but at the same time sincerely asks him not to forget the way back. Li Yuan, with a rather gentle expression, notes that his uncle has become almost like family to him, and in the future he will definitely return to maintain this connection. As they leave this village, they look back timidly, and in this moment one feels a mixture of determination and slight sadness, as if an important stage of their lives is coming to an end. After 2 days, a long and arduous journey leads them to a majestic waterfall, where the sound of falling water and the vastness of nature emphasize the scale of the world and the loneliness of the heroes. The young man takes a confident step forward and carefully but confidently places a baggy, heavy bag containing all the things for the further journey on the floor. Li Yuan, stretching after the journey and examining the surrounding area, invites the girl to take a swim at the waterfall, explaining that he will collect firewood and prepare the fire himself. The girl cautiously offers to take on some of the work, but in her quiet voice, one can clearly hear the ingrained habit of obeying and remaining in the shadows. Looking at her seriously and softening his expression a little, he calmly and gently says that she should no longer perceive herself as someone lower or less important. Hearing these words, she is genuinely surprised and almost silently repeats the word family, as if for the first time in her life, she is trying to understand its true meaning and apply it to herself. Li Wen, noticing her condition, waves his hand slightly and assures her that he has already checked the entire area, and there are no people or threats nearby, trying to create a sense of safety for her. She presses her hand to her chest, embarrassed and confused, because such simple words and gestures suddenly evoke a warmth in her that she is not at all accustomed to. At this point, the system quietly records the growth of the level of affection, noting that even small actions on his part influence her feelings and strengthen the connection. He runs his hand over the dense stems, feeling how the vegetation here seems too alive and dense, as if hiding something behind its impenetrable wall. Looking around and assessing his surroundings, he gradually notices that the forest is becoming denser and darker, which causes him a feeling of anxiety. His step is interrupted when his foot brushes against a thorny vine hidden among the grass, and this touch becomes the first clear hint of the hidden danger. Almost immediately, the system reports the presence of a dangerous creature associated with the tribe, and this notification causes Li Yuan to instantly become wary and prepare for the threat. An attempt to quickly pinpoint the location leads to an unexpected result when the system begins scanning the surrounding area, further increasing tension. Within a moment, it becomes clear that they are in this creature's territory, and the realization of this fact dramatically changes the situation, taking it out of control. The next second, Li Yuan is caught in vines that wrap around his body at an alarming speed, completely depriving him of the ability to move and react normally. Having lost his balance and control of his body, he finds himself suspended upside down, and his face takes on an expression of shock, bewilderment, and an attempt to comprehend what is happening. A mysterious figure appears in the depths of the forest, as if confirming all his fears, watching what is happening with obvious interest and even some curiosity. Despite the situation, Li Yuan tries to joke and analyze what is happening, thinking about the characteristics of the opponent in order to reduce tension and maintain control. At some point, he begins to doubt his own attractiveness, assuming that if he is not appreciated, then the problem may lie in his appearance. His internal dialogue with the system gradually takes on a comical tone when the conversation suddenly shifts to discussing his appearance and level of charisma. At this time, a girl with elven features appears before him, whose appearance is both captivating and alarming, creating a sharp contrast between beauty and hidden danger. She studies it carefully, as if assessing it, and quickly draws a conclusion about its origin, while a mixture of interest and slight curiosity is clearly visible in her gaze. Slowly approaching, she calmly says that she hasn't met people for a long time, and in her voice one can hear not only calmness, but also a subtle predatory interest. Li Yuan, analyzing the situation and comparing the facts, recalls the information he knows, and gradually realizes that the creature in front of him is far from an ordinary one. The girl asks a simple and ordinary question about a name, but in the current situation it sounds unexpectedly serious, tense, and anxious, as if there is something more hidden behind it. He answers boldly and confidently, trying to maintain an outward calm, confidence, and an even tone of voice, although inside he still feels tense. She leans closer and, as if truly sniffing, notes the scent, giving the words a hint of something more than mere curiosity or casual interest. Inside, he begins to gradually panic, clearly realizing the hidden meaning of her words, and his reaction becomes slightly exaggerated, nervous, and to some extent even comical. The girl repeats his name, doing it consciously, and a much more pronounced interest appears in her voice, which becomes difficult not to notice even without words. Her facial expression changes, becoming more serious and focused, and the atmosphere around her seems to thicken, acquiring a noticeably tense and anxious tone. She calmly and without unnecessary emotion invites him to wait a little, as if making it clear that their meeting is just beginning and will clearly have a continuation. Suddenly, the vines begin to weaken and Li Yuan falls down, feeling a sharp pain from the blow, but at the same time receiving the long-awaited release. The girl asks him with noticeable, albeit restrained concern what happened to him, and her voice no longer has the previous coldness and detachment. Li Yuan, looking a little tired, disheveled, and still recovering from what happened, replies that he merely encountered a member of the forest tribe. Looking around and carefully assessing the situation, he notes that the atmosphere of this forest seems particularly heavy, oppressive, and filled with a hidden threat. The girl suggests changing the campsite, clearly sensing danger, and her suggestion sounds not only quite reasonable, but also timely in the current situation. Li Yan and his girlfriend enter the bustling city of Yangshan, where the streets are filled with noise, people, and representatives of different races, creating a sense of a new stage in their journey. His timid and attentive gaze is directed around, because the guy clearly did not expect the atmosphere to be so lively, and the people immersed in their own affairs and inner experiences. Looking around, he notes how different everything here is from nature, because the architecture, sounds, and atmosphere of the city create a feeling of safety and civilization. The girl looking at the busy streets quietly admits that her hometown was even more developed, but there is a sadness and memories of the past in her voice. Noticing her condition, Li Yuan gently reassures her and confidently promises to help restore her homeland, demonstrating not only support but also the seriousness of his intentions. He clearly understands that he is now obliged to act better than he was before, because the experience he has lived through allows him to understand her pain much more deeply and not make mistakes. The girl begins to notice changes in his behavior more clearly, and carefully choosing her words, says that he has become different, simultaneously expressing doubt and noticeable hope. Li Yuan, embarrassed by her words and gaze, admits that people are capable of changing over time, but deep down he is still afraid that she might hate him. The heroine, looking at him intently with slight wariness and hidden doubt, quietly admits that sometimes it seems to her that he is no longer the same person he used to be. Understanding her inner feelings and insecurities, he sincerely says that he wants her to accept him as he is now and not hold on to his past mistakes. The girl, smiling slightly and avoiding direct eye contact, replies that his current attitude is more important to her, and a cautious trust gradually begins to sound in her voice. After this, Li Yuan suggests finding a place to rest, trying to steer the conversation in a calmer direction and thereby avoid further tension between them. However, the young girl suddenly declares that they already have a suitable place, and there is a slight confidence in her voice mixed with a subtle mystery. Soon they approach a large and neatly maintained house, which stands out from the other buildings with its impressive appearance and well-thought-out architecture. There is a firm knock on the door, and a hand strikes the metal ring with force, creating a sharp and ringing sound that echoes throughout the quiet room. A loud, hurried voice comes from inside, answering that he is already on his way, and from the sound of footsteps it becomes clear that the person is in a hurry to open the door, not wanting to keep you waiting. As the door slowly opens, a woman with a strong and confident aura appears before them, whose presence instantly changes the atmosphere and attracts attention. She immediately recognizes the girl and greets her with genuine emotion, demonstrating deep affection and obvious relief from the long-awaited meeting after separation. Hugging her with noticeable excitement, the woman does not hide her joy and worries, because for her, this meeting becomes a truly important event after many years of waiting. It gradually becomes clear that this woman was closely connected to the girl's family and played a significant role in her past, which fully explains her strong emotional reaction. After hearing the story of what this young girl had to go through, the woman is truly shocked and can no longer hide her indignation, fear, and pain for her. The girl, trying to remain calm and smiling, says that everything is already in the past, thereby trying to calm the guy down and not return to memories. She begins to ask about the details of what happened with obvious anxiety, and in her voice, there is not only sympathy, but also hidden anger towards those responsible. Li Yuan, being nearby and acutely aware of the change in the atmosphere, begins to feel tension because he understands that the situation could turn against him at any moment. The heroine quickly intervenes in the conversation and tries to smooth things over, explaining that much has changed, emphasizing that the relationship has now become different and much closer. After a short pause, she invites them inside the house to rest for a while, showing that despite her doubts, she is still willing to show hospitality. Li Yuan, slightly scratching the back of his head, notes with ironic thoughtfulness that it seems that Aunt Chun is not too happy about his appearance and clearly treats him with caution. Once inside the spacious house, Li Yuan notices perfect order and neatness, which speaks of the high status of the hostess and her attention to even the smallest details. The woman invites the girl to stay by her side, but she gently but confidently insists on being closer to the guy Li Yuan, openly showing her affection. This causes the hostess to be noticeably surprised because she clearly did not expect such a choice, given the past events and the difficult relationship between them. Nevertheless, she agrees, albeit with noticeable caution, making it clear that she is not yet morally ready to completely trust Li Yuan and accept him. The conversation gradually becomes more calm and even, and the woman offers to prepare food to celebrate the meeting and help them recuperate after the journey. Li Yuan remains a little aside and carefully reflects on the current situation, realizing that he will have to prove his reliability not with words, but with real actions. The girl, turning softly to him and smiling, offers to help with the cleaning, but in her voice one hears not an obligation, but a desire to be there and participate in his affairs. She calmly explains that he gave her back her freedom and dignity, so helping with small things is not significant to her, but rather a natural expression of gratitude. The protagonist, looking around and noting the changes in the city, thoughtfully says that since it was sold, he has never returned here and sees how much everything has changed. The heroine, with a slight smile, suggests going for a walk after dinner, and he agrees, assuring her that he is ready to accompany her anywhere, demonstrating his willingness to be there. Suddenly, the system reports a sharp increase in the danger level, indicating alarming changes that could seriously affect further developments. Li Wen reacts quite sharply to this warning, realizing that the situation could get out of control at any moment and will require quick and precise action. Trying not to attract unnecessary attention from others, he pretends that everything is fine, but inside he begins to actively analyze what is happening and the possible risks. Realizing that it is urgent and immediate to sort out the situation and identify the source of the threat, he quickly finds an excuse and says that he needs to step away for a while. He quickly quickens his pace and heads forward, the sound of his rapid footsteps echoing throughout the room, underscoring the urgency of the situation and the tension of the moment. Li Yuan accelerates after receiving the signal from the system to teleport to Deng Tingshuang's location, and his movements become swift and focused. The next moment, he is surrounded by streams of data and light, creating a sense of instantaneous movement, and his gaze becomes serious, reflecting readiness for possible danger. His gaze becomes focused, and the tense expression on his face reveals an inner determination to act without hesitation, despite the danger and the unknown. Once he arrives, he immediately notices the destruction and evidence of a recent battle, which makes him uneasy and reinforces the feeling that he has arrived too late. The girl flips over in the air and continues to fall with a frightened cry, while he, shocked by what is happening, tries to assess the situation and quickly come to his senses. Their bodies hit the ground with great speed, raising dust and small stones around them, and the force of the collision emphasizes the danger of the situation and the unexpectedness of what happened. Instantly reacting to the fall, Li Yuan picks the girl up in his arms, but due to inertia, they lose their balance and fall rapidly downwards, managing to stop in time. The heroine opens her eyes with difficulty and, barely remaining conscious, tells him to run, warning him of the impending threat and trying to protect him even in this state. Li Yuan, ignoring her words, carefully examines the surroundings and notices a group of opponents whose presence is clearly connected to the attack that took place. Several girls, surrounded by dark energy, emerge from the shadows and mockingly assess him, viewing him as easy prey and making no secret of their intentions. The blonde woman looks forward with a cold smile, her pink eyes glowing with an ominous hue, and her facial expression betraying calculation and cruel intent. The protagonist gently holds Deng Tingshuang by the shoulder. She is weakened and barely holding on. Her gaze is lowered, and her tense posture conveys fatigue and an internal struggle. A system notification about the sharp increase in Deng Tingshuang's distortion appears in Li Yuan's field of vision, and an electronic device hovers nearby, recording her critical state. Li Yuan sits down next to Deng Tingshuang near the fallen tree, supporting her and trying to stabilize her condition, creating a feeling of protection and general calm. The boy stands in the forest and coldly assesses the enemies, recognizing the threat and realizing that the previously acquired skill can be used again despite its high cost. Deng Tingshuang carefully looks up and is surprised to hear the words. Her expression softens as she begins to see herself as part of his family. The two opponents exchange mocking glances, their gazes filled with contempt and confidence in their own superiority over their intended prey. Li Yuan comes out and stands between them and Deng Tingshuang, with the weakened girl behind him, while three opponents surrounded by energy line up in front of him. A system window appears before his eyes, describing the initial level of the strike skill, emphasizing Li Yuan's willingness to use force to protect a loved one. The guy clenches his fist and concentrates his energy. A golden glow flashes around his hand, indicating the activation of the skill and readiness to move on to decisive action. The blonde opponent turns to him and releases purple energy, her attack aimed at suppression, her confidence in superiority remaining unshakable. The hero immediately responds with a powerful blow, his hand engulfed in flames, shooting up and knocking down the enemy, demonstrating the power of the skill and interrupting her advance at the very beginning. The two remaining girls look ahead with irritation and tension, realizing that the enemy turned out to be much stronger than they initially assumed. The opponents simultaneously release dark and extremely powerful energy and direct it towards Li Yuan, trying to finish the fight with a quick and crushing blow. The protagonist, with a cold expression on his face, ignores the threats and intensifies the flames on his hands, deciding to end the fight without further ado and not waste time on conversations. A powerful blow cuts through the space and throws both girls back, their bodies crashing into the ground with force, unable to withstand such a strong and sharp impact with his attack. Against the backdrop of a fallen tree, he remains standing with a shining fist, while Deng Tingshuang watches from the sidelines, gradually realizing his strength and determination. The girl looks straight at him with deep surprise and even confusion. Her gaze becomes softer, and the previous tension gives way to new feelings. The defeated opponents lie on the ground, and Li Yuan coldly declares that he does not raise his hand against women, but anyone who threatens his family will be punished regardless of the consequences. Li Yuan says with a slight smile that the strongest survives, his calmness emphasizing his confidence in the outcome of the battle and his complete superiority over his opponents. He suddenly releases a powerful fire attack, bidding farewell to his enemies and wishing them a better fate in the next life. The flames rush forward with force, destroying everything in their path. Coming closer to Deng Tingshuang, the young man gently touches her shoulder and announces his intention to carry her to the cave to treat her wounds and ensure her safety. The girl suddenly hugs him, pressing closer, and the system records a rapid increase in affection, signaling a sharp change in her emotional state. Pressed against him, Deng Tingshuang became embarrassed and visibly blushed, her gaze becoming soft and filled with trust, reflecting the budding feeling of closeness between them. The system in his mind happily records the result and awards a significant number of points, confirming the successful fulfillment of the hidden conditions of interaction. Li Yuan carries the girl into the cave and carefully sits her down next to him, creating the safest possible environment away from the recent battle and external threats. Concentrating, he activates his magical energy in his hand, preparing to heal and carefully treat the wounds so as not to cause further pain. The hero quickly explains his actions and begins to treat Deng Tingshuang's wound, trying to act carefully and keep her calm during the treatment. Li Yuan carefully holds Deng Tingshuang's hand and continues to treat the wound. She looks at him with confusion and trust, gradually losing her previous wariness. While performing the required processing, she suddenly leans closer, their faces becoming dangerously close, causing Li Yuan to look clearly confused. Reacting hastily, Li Yuan warns her of the potential pain and the need for caution, trying to maintain distance and control over the situation. Deng Tingshuang, with a flushed face and a determined look, confessed her condition, showing that her emotions were out of control and she could no longer hold back. The hero holds his chopsticks with slight irritation and reprimands Deng Tingshuang for his stubbornness, his calm gaze and posture emphasizing hidden concern despite his stern tone. Without waiting for an answer, he gently intercepts her hand, stopping the movement. The touch appears confident and gentle, demonstrating control of the situation and a desire to help. Li Yuan applies medicine to her wound, explaining in detail the danger of her condition and emphasizing the risks if she continues to ignore treatment and her own safety. His fingers carefully hold her palm, continuing to work on it, while he calmly promises to visit her during their separation and asks her not to worry about the future. Deng Tingshuang looked up at him with worry, her expression becoming tense and uncertain. She was clearly worried about the upcoming separation and loneliness. The protagonist calmly explains the need to leave, mentioning preparations for winter and duties to the clan. His words sound reasonable, but they conceal an internal conflict. The girl lowers her gaze and reacts with restraint, her face expressing doubt and internal struggle, not allowing her to immediately accept what she heard and come to terms with the situation. As he continues to speak, he explains that he cannot act selfishly, his voice remaining soft but confident, emphasizing the inevitability of the decision he has made. Deng Tingshuang hesitated and tried to say something, but her emotions prevented her from formulating her thoughts, carefully revealing her confusion, weakness, and hidden pain. Li Yuan mentally acknowledges that he is forced to deceive in order to achieve his goal, while simultaneously comforting her with words and trying to maintain her trust and emotional stability. He confidently opens the bottle of medicine and prepares it for use. His movements appear calm and practiced, without unnecessary hesitation or pauses. The guy gently and carefully touches her head, trying to calm and support her. He asks her to wait until the next meeting, creating a feeling of temporary separation. The girl looks at him with hope and asks him to stay close at least for one night. Her look conveys the fear of loneliness and the desire not to let him go. He falls silent and looks at her intently, his facial expression becoming serious and thoughtful, showing an internal conflict between his feelings and the need to leave. The hero agrees to stay until she sleeps, explaining the danger of the night forest and the impossibility of her returning alone, thereby showing care and responsibility. The system records a gradual increase in attachment and reports that the girl is beginning to accept reality, despite internal resistance and emotional pain. Deng Tingshuang cuddles up to him and confesses her reluctance to part, and he in turn promises to find a safe place where they can be together without being forced to separate. The tired girl gradually falls asleep sweetly next to him. He calmly holds her hand, creating a feeling of safety, warmth, and temporary peace after what she had experienced. Li Yuan looks forward with a serious expression, recognizing that despite the lie, his promise about the future remains extremely sincere and filled with intent. He carefully removes his hand from her head, trying not to wake Deng Tingshuang, his movements becoming cautious and quiet, showing his readiness to leave quietly and unnoticed. Li Yuan's gaze lingers on the sleeping Deng Tingshuang. His face remains calm, but there is tension in his eyes. He is assessing the situation and preparing for further action. Carefully freeing his hand, he slowly rises, trying not to make any unnecessary noise, his movements becoming as careful as possible so as not to disturb her sleep. The hero's inner state remains focused. He understands the consequences of his decisions and truly realizes that the further path will require even greater determination. A young man crouching at the entrance notices the dirt on his clothes and realizes that he needs to quickly tidy himself up to hide the traces of the recent battle and avoid unnecessary questions. As he stood up, he thought with displeasure about the possible consequences, realizing that if Chu Fu found out about what had happened, it would arouse unnecessary suspicion and complicate the situation. Chu Fu, with fox ears, appears with a cold and piercing gaze. Her expression becomes extremely gloomy, as if she already sensed something was wrong around her. The girl stops on the stairs and sternly asks where he has been. Her posture remains confident, and her gaze is directed straight at Li Yuan, leaving no room for lies. Li Yuan tries to justify himself, making up an unconvincing explanation on the fly, while he himself understands that his words sound dubious and are unlikely to inspire confidence. Maintaining an outward calm, he pretends to be completely confident in his words, but inside he realizes that such a lie looks ridiculous and can be easily exposed. The main character watches him in absolute silence. Her expression remains skeptical and cold. She clearly does not accept what she heard and continues to carefully evaluate his behavior. The heroine stands on the stairs and carefully watches Li Yuan. Suspicion can be seen in her gaze. She understands that he went outside, but cannot understand the reason for his lie. The girl with fox ears turns around and says in a calm tone that she has tidied up his room, suggesting that he rest and get back to normal. She slowly climbs the stairs, leaving him below. Her movements remain smooth and confident, creating a complete sense of control over everything that is happening. Li Yuan stood silently and reflected on what had happened, realizing that Chu Fu did not believe his words, but at the same time did not delve into questions or ask him for the truth. Internally, he complains about the difficulty of the situation, assessing limitations and resources, and the system tells him to use Deng Tingshuang's period of vulnerability to make further progress. As Li Yuan carefully climbs the stairs, he reflects on the enemy who has been defeated, assuming that he will eventually reappear and continue searching for his target. Clenching his fist tightly, he thinks about the possible real threat in Yangshan, realizing that the situation could get out of control if the enemy interferes with his plans. Having made his decision, Li Yuan focuses on the main goal, intending to win the girl's trust and only then resolve the issue with Shi Tianrui, eliminating him as a threat. The computer system gently reminds Li Yuan of his busy schedule, highlighting the inconsistency in his actions and forcing him to rethink his own priorities. Approaching the door, he carefully raises his hand and pushes it confidently. The movement appears decisive, indicating his readiness to move on to the next stage of his actions. Left alone, Li Yuan opens the doors wide and enthusiastically declares that difficulties only make him stronger, demonstrating a surge of energy and confidence. Tired after all the action, he falls onto the bed and breathes a sigh of relief, allowing himself a short, calm rest and relaxation after the extremely stressful events. Lying on his back, Li Yuan reflects on his condition, noticing internal imbalances and realizing the need to relieve the accumulated tension in the body by any means necessary. He activates the electronic system interface and begins to search for ways to stabilize the situation, carefully studying the available options and assessing their effectiveness. Information about available means appears before his eyes, and he is surprised to learn about magical drinks that can effectively influence his condition. Li Yuan looks at all the available options with interest and notes the availability of resources, realizing that he can use them for a quick recovery. The system responds favorably to his choice, emphasizing that such decisions will help him move faster and achieve his goals. Pleased with his decision, Li Yuan holds up his drink and smiles as he declares his readiness to continue on his journey, demonstrating his restored confidence and fighting spirit. After everything was settled and finished, Chu Fu would leave the house every morning to run errands with Aunt Chun, returning only late at night, leaving Li Yuan alone with his thoughts. Taking advantage of the young girl's absence, Li Yuan checks on Deng Tingshuang's condition and confirms that she has completely entered a state of hibernation, facilitating the implementation of his plan. The protagonist uses a system item and carefully interacts with her state. On his way back, Li Yuan uses an odor remover, but while eating, Chu Fu notices a change in his smell and makes a suspicious remark. Li Yuan calmly explains her behavior, linking the changes to habits and self-care, trying to convincingly justify herself and not raise unnecessary questions from the girl. Chu Fu reacts with a slight mockery, completely agreeing with his words, but her expression remains extremely ambiguous, hiding doubts and inner suspicions. Despite her outward calm, she watches him closely, her gaze revealing that she notices more than she says and deliberately holds back her questions. The protagonist tenses internally, realizing that her behavior is unnaturally reserved, and begins to suspect that she is deliberately not revealing her thoughts, keeping something to herself. Against the backdrop of the winter sky, Li Yuan ponders the situation and comes to the conclusion that Chu Fu did not believe his words, but does not yet connect this with the system and does not see the whole picture. Lying on the bed with a thoughtful expression on his face, he analyzes his next steps, recalling the plan in Yangshan and considering the risk of further clashes with Shi Tianrui. From the door, a young girl, Chu Fu, calls out to Li Yuan and asks if he is busy. Her tone is calm, but there is a sense of observation in it. Li Yuan quickly replies that he is free and gets up. Trying to look natural, the reaction remains quick, hiding the inner surprise at her early return. The fox-eared girl sheepishly admits that she has been extremely busy and hasn't been paying attention to him, after which she suggests that they go to the temple fair in the city together. The young man looks at her with surprise and internally notes her unusual behavior, noticing that today Chu Fu looks especially soft, attractive. Chu Fu lowered her gaze in embarrassment and thought that since she had free time today, she could spend it with Li Yuan, trying to increase his favor. Li Yuan calmly replies that he will change his clothes first before going out. His behavior remains natural, but he carefully watches the girl's reaction. Suddenly she stops him, saying that there is no need to change other clothes, and gently takes Chu Fu's hand, closing the distance and creating a closer contact. The girl hands him warm clothes, explaining that winter has already arrived and she has prepared a cape for him, showing care and attention to his condition. The hero looks at her in surprise and asks how, given her busy schedule, she was able to make this warm cape for him, not hiding his slight confusion and inner warmth. Suddenly, he pulls Chu Fu towards him and sincerely apologizes for the past. The hug becomes strong and decisive, showing an internal change and seriousness of intentions. The girl lowers her gaze and sheepishly admits that even if she didn't do all this herself, his attitude is still important to her, and her emotions become more sincere and open. Standing nearby in the sunset light, she gently reminds Li Yuan of the beginning of the temple fair, her voice extremely gentle and calm, but with a hint of excitement. The heroine with fox ears turns around and with a slight smile calls him to follow her. Her movements become quite lively and warm, showing a desire to spend time together. Li Yuan watches her and reflects on her past, realizing that the lack of care left her very vulnerable, and the kindness he showed her strengthened her affection. They are treated to a bustling square, decorated with lights and snow, with people filling the streets, creating an atmosphere of joyful celebration and noisy evening revelry. Chu Fu takes Li Yuan's hand and pulls him forward. Her gentle and careful movements become light and confident, showing her desire to spend this wonderful evening together. The girl excitedly talks about the upcoming procession and mentions the high priestess, causing Li Yuan to tense up, realizing a possible connection with an important figure. The heroine explains the priestess's origins and her high status, emphasizing her importance, while Li Yuan begins to realize the potential threat and importance of the situation. Li Yuan walks beside Chu Fu among the lantern lights and suddenly notices a strange coincidence. His expression becomes wary. He tries to understand what is happening. Walking beside Chu Fu, he calmly explains his busy schedule, mentioning the restoration of the priestess's power and contacts with people in Yangshan, trying to smooth things over convincingly. The protagonist pretends that everything is fine and answers with a slight smile, hiding the tension while remembering the system's restriction on the inadmissibility of revealing connections. The system appears nearby and explains the rule that premature disclosure of a relationship leads to failure, emphasizing the need for caution. After listening to the explanation, Li Yuan concludes that he need not worry about a chance meeting for now, perceiving the situation as balancing on the edge of acceptable control. Li Wen, with an irritated expression on his face, mentally reproached the situation, realizing that the omission could have led to serious consequences and complicated his situation. Kyofu leans towards him slightly and warns him of the approach of an important figure, her voice visibly becoming quieter, her attention completely focused on what was happening. Entourage in dark clothing appears in the crowd. Their behavior emphasizes the high status of the approaching unknown person and increases the general tension around them. A woman with a cold gaze and a confident posture appears from behind the curtain. Her appearance immediately attracts attention and creates a sense of hidden danger and caution. The guy watches her with a concentrated expression on his face and understands that his new target has appeared in front of him, realizing the importance of this moment for the further plan. Xiu Fu looks forward seriously and explains that the priestess is distant and particularly intolerant of men, her words highlighting the difficulty of the upcoming interaction. Li Wen analyzes what he heard and confirms that he knows about the target's dislike for men, realizing that getting closer will require a careful approach and a well-thought-out strategy. With a slight smile, he notes to himself that the more difficult the task, the more interesting it is, and his gaze becomes confident, showing excitement and readiness for the upcoming challenge. Warm paper lanterns sway above the roofs of ancient houses, and falling snow adds to the feeling of coziness and tranquility on this festive winter evening. The hero, a little confused, holds the hot food in his hands and tries to handle it carefully, while Chu Fu watches him closely with mild interest and a hidden smile. He tries on the funny hat with eyes, grinning sheepishly at first, looking awkward, but then relaxing and starting to smile genuinely, giving in to the moment. They walk side by side along the street, illuminated and decorated for the holiday, looking harmonious and calm, as if this walk brings them closer together, despite the cold and falling snow. Li Yuan and Chu Fu stopped and looked up at the sky, where bright fireworks bloomed with multicolored lights, reflecting in their eyes and creating an atmosphere of quiet admiration. Amidst the noisy crowd of passers-by, Chu Fu quietly confesses to her companion that this evening made her truly happy, and her words sound sincere and a little touching. The young man looks closely at her soft and gentle smile, illuminated by the light of the lanterns, and at that moment he begins to truly notice her kindness and inner warmth. He casually suggests going home after a long and wonderful walk, stretching and looking calm, and she agrees without hesitation, walking next to him. Suddenly, a system notification appears before her eyes about a sharp increase in Xiu Fu's affection level, indicating a noticeable progress in their relationship. The computer system awards points for successful interaction, while the girl is slightly embarrassed and does not fully understand what exactly happened. A beauty is busy with household chores in the kitchen, carefully pouring water into a container while a fire burns in the stove. And behind her, another girl watches with displeasure. The older girl, with a serious expression, says that Chu Fu is already free and does not have to perform such household tasks, especially for a man, reminding her of her dignity. The heroine smiles softly and answers in a calm voice that perhaps she has simply become accustomed to this way of life, not considering such actions to be anything difficult or humiliating. The girl irritably reminds her of the past, saying that she was a princess, and emphasizes that after the betrayal, her fate should not have turned out this way. Kyofu calmly asks them not to worry and says that there is enough water already, offering to leave the rest to her, and then mentions that an important event will take place in 2 days. One of her friends asks her with a slight grin if she has fallen in love with that guy, hinting at her care and behavior that seem too personal and suspicious. The heroine is embarrassed and tries to calmly explain that her past is connected to the fact that she was bought for marriage, and her attitude is dictated more by circumstances than by feelings. She adds that she simply sympathizes with the young man because he is far from home and alone, while she still has a family, and her behavior should not be misunderstood. The older girl sternly warns her to be careful and not to trust men, emphasizing that in this world, many of them can hide their true intentions. Kyofu quietly agrees and promises to remember her words, but her confused expression shows that she still doubts her own feelings for the young man. The girl yawns tiredly and says that she is going to get a good night's sleep first, leaving Chu Fu alone, who goes deeper into the room, lost in her thoughts. The main character sits by the fire, her legs tucked under her, looking tired and pensive as the flames of the stove softly illuminate her delicate face, highlighting her inner state. Li Wen notices a strange faint scent in the room that doesn't resemble soap, which makes him suspicious and makes him take a closer look at the situation. The electronic system explains that these are pheromones that appear during adolescence, hinting that Chu Fu will soon reach a rather important stage in her life. The young man is surprised when he remembers her age and cannot believe that she has almost reached this stage, asking the electronic system about her real age. Realizing that she will soon be 17, he becomes even more confused, and the computer system confirms that this is the age at which maturity occurs. He begins to understand that the strange behavior of the young girl Chu Fu is connected precisely to this condition and recalls past moments when she behaved very unusually. The electronic system explains in detail that the first period lasts about a week and usually requires the partner's participation, which forces him to seriously think about his behavior. Despite this, he tries to convince himself to keep a sufficient distance and not to interfere, even if the situation requires his participation, remaining in some doubts. Li Yuan, looking thoughtfully towards the young girl Chu Fu, wonders whether she will be able to accept the proposed role or whether everything will go differently and lead to her downfall. The computer system, in a panic, prompts him to urgently come up with a normal solution, since this situation is becoming critical and requires immediate action. Chu Fu, swaying slightly, says that she feels a little strange and can't calm down. Her body seems to be demanding movement, and her thoughts are becoming increasingly vague. The protagonist, trying to remain calm, suggests that they first discuss everything after she is warmed up properly, being very worried that she might catch a cold. He gently reminds her that she will be 17 in 2 days, trying to steer the conversation towards a more serious topic and distract her from negative thoughts. He explains that no one has celebrated her birthday for a long time and tells her that at this age, beastmen begin their first estrus, for which they should prepare. The young girl, hearing this, freezes for a second and lowers her tender and upset gaze, gradually realizing what is happening and connecting her state with his words. Li Wen continues to explain that she has already begun to secrete certain pheromones that only enhance the attraction and carefully clarifies whether she understands the meaning. He carefully admits that he used to treat her badly, but now he does not want to take advantage of her condition and intends to discuss everything honestly, looking her straight in the eyes. The guy, trying to remain cool and calm, explains that during estrus, any action can lead to an instinctive mark, and this is inherent in male nature. Kofu, slightly blushing and looking at him with a clouded gaze and hearts in her eyes, quietly repeats his words as if not fully understanding their real meaning. He suddenly realizes the full danger of the situation, abruptly pulls his hand away and tries to come to his senses, realizing that what is happening is getting out of his control. The next moment, Chu Fu suddenly approaches and kisses him right on the lips, hugging him tightly and tenderly, and he freezes in shock, not having time to immediately react to this gesture. Li Weian, unable to bear the growing internal tension and contradictions, leans towards Chu Fu again and carefully hugs her, allowing emotions to prevail over calculation. Their faces are very close, and he slowly touches her lips, and she, blushing and trembling slightly, responds to the kiss, completely immersing herself in this unexpectedly warm moment. The main character, embarrassed and confused, quietly admits that she was touched by his kindness from the very beginning, and her voice sounds sincere, as if she finally decided to tell the truth. The hero, feeling her sincerity and warmth, becomes embarrassed and looks away, and she, slightly pouting her lips and blushing even more, asks him not to look at her so intently. His heart begins to beat faster and faster, and he realizes with surprise that for the first time, he is looking at a girl so long and intently, unable to look away or return the coldness. Giving in to his feelings, he pulls her towards him again and kisses her more confidently, and she responds, pressing closer, as if afraid of losing this sudden contact. The thought that he came here to catch the villain only flashes through his mind, but suddenly he realizes that he himself was caught by her feelings and his own emotions. Suddenly realizing what is happening, he pulls away and tries to pull himself together, as if waking up from an obsession, and exclaims that this is wrong and should not continue. Kyofu looks straight at him in surprise as he, breathing heavily and avoiding her gaze, tries to explain his strange behavior and find justification for his actions. She takes a cautious step back, and a very tense pause falls between them, as if an invisible wall suddenly separates them, breaking the intimacy that had just begun. Looking him straight in the eye, Chufu seriously says that she used to hate him with all her heart, and asks if he understands how strong her sincere feelings were. She continues by admitting that he had suddenly changed, and that was what had confused her, causing her to doubt and get confused about her own emotions, which she honors. Pressing her whole body against him, she very quietly but persistently asks if he is sincere with her, wanting to hear the truth, which will be decisive for her. Li Yuan hesitates and looks down guiltily, at a loss for words as duty, mission, and suddenly emerging feelings he can't explain clash within him. Finally, he admits that he cannot be insincere, and his words sound very quiet but confident, and she, hearing this, calms down a little. Although anxiety still remains, the system warns him about Chiufu's strong emotional fluctuations and strongly advises him to be careful because any word now could affect the outcome of the situation. He honestly admits that at the very beginning, he really wanted to use her for his own personal gain, but over time his attitude began to change for the better. He adds that he can no longer distinguish where cold calculation ends and true sincere feeling begins, and this realization frightens him greatly. Chiufu smiles softly and tenderly and says that it makes her happy to see him so sincere and real, because that is what makes her a truly happy girl. The girl, blushing and breathing heavily, looks up at Li Yuan, her eyes trembling with overwhelming emotions, and her facial expression shows determination mixed with embarrassment. She takes a step forward, her movements becoming hesitant but purposeful, and her fingers begin to unfasten the ribbons on her dress, as if she had made an important decision. Throwing off some of her clothes and looking him straight in the eyes, she quietly but firmly says that she will not give herself to just anyone, emphasizing that her choice was made consciously and finally. The next moment, she suddenly pushes Li Yuan, and he, not expecting this, falls back into the water, splashing around, increasing the drama of the situation. Without giving him time to come to his senses, she is immediately next to him, leaning towards him and kissing him, her movements becoming insistent and her emotions completely out of control. The water around them ripples slightly, their clothes become wet, and they remain in close proximity while the atmosphere fills with tension and a strange, almost unreal calm. Her hands slide over his back and shoulders, her movements becoming more and more confident, as if she no longer doubts her choice and completely surrenders to what is happening. Li Yuan, closing his eyes, responds to her touch, his face tense, but there is no longer the previous resistance in it, only acceptance and a growing incredible closeness. Their gazes meet for a moment, and in both of their eyes one can see a complex combination of feelings, from doubts to a sincere desire that can no longer be hidden. The water around them ripples, reflecting the soft light, and their movements become a single rhythm, creating the feeling that the entire world around them disappears, leaving only the two of them. Chiufu, unable to contain her emotions, presses herself closer to him, her breathing ragged, and her face expressing a mixture of embarrassment and determination that blurs the line between reason and feelings. Clothes soaked in heat and water lie on the damp floor, and steam rising in the air envelopes the space, creating a quiet, secluded atmosphere of intimacy. The girl, with a gentle and even loving look, seems to be in seventh heaven, glowing and not even trying to hide her sincere feelings towards the guy. The system enthusiastically announces the completion of a mission, announcing the successful capture of the target and the awarding of a reward, opening up new opportunities and prospects for the hero. The streets of Yangshan City look calm and familiar, the morning light softly illuminating the buildings, creating the feeling of a completely ordinary day without a hint of recent events. Suddenly, the man reacts sharply to the strange sensation he is experiencing. His face distorts and his body leans forward, as if he has experienced unexpected pain or an internal blow. The computer system begins to sound an alarm, reporting the instability of Chiufu's condition and warning of possible deviations from the originally calculated scenario. Li Yuan frowned, feeling that the situation was getting out of his control, and he tried to quickly assess what was happening to find a possible solution. The electronic system offers an alternative way to find a new target, accumulate even more points, and unlock additional features that can stabilize the situation. Meanwhile, the young girl Chiufu slowly comes to her senses, her movements remain sluggish, and her gaze is slightly clouded, as if she has not yet fully realized what is happening. Li Yuan watches her closely, trying to catch the changes in her expression and mood, and then asks a cautious question, trying his best to hide his excitement. Chiufu responds in a soft and slightly hesitant voice, mentioning that she has her own things to do today, and then casually mentions her birthday. The young man is momentarily at a loss, but quickly pulls himself together and replies that he will wait for her at home, trying to hide his awkwardness and maintain the appearance of confidence. She, clearly embarrassed and confused by what is happening, presses the fabric to herself. Her gaze becomes softer and more timid, and her movements become cautious, as if she is afraid to betray her feelings. Suddenly, she stands up sharply and runs away quickly, covering herself, leaving Li Yuan behind in a state of slight confusion and complete incomprehension of what is happening. Left alone in silence, he slowly exhales with relief, believing that he has successfully completed the task, but deep down he still feels a doubt and uncertainty. With a touch of irony, He admits to himself that the situation turned out to be much more complicated than he expected, and in the end, he found himself drawn into what was happening much deeper than he had planned. Lying in a relaxed position, he allows himself to be distracted and calmly reflect on what is happening, gradually coming to the conclusion that this world is not so bad. At this point, the system suddenly and abruptly intervenes, interrupting his thoughts and informing him of an urgent threat that requires immediate attention and brooks no delay. Li Yuan reacts with surprise to the sudden message and demands an explanation, to which the system reports the emergence of a new force capable of seriously changing the current balance. Realizing the danger of the situation, Li Yuan assumes that a familiar enemy is behind this and makes an urgent and confident decision to act without delay. The space around him begins to gradually distort, filling with strange light and digital effects, creating the feeling of the beginning of a transition. The surrounding area is a tranquil, snow-covered courtyard with traditional architecture, where tree branches are covered with snow, and the uninterrupted silence creates a feeling of deceptive calm. Li Yuan appears at the entrance, his body still surrounded by the remnants of the digital teleportation effects, and his gaze becomes wary, as if he immediately senses something is wrong. He reacts sharply and notices the presence of a stranger, while the man outside indignantly complains that he is not allowed inside, not hiding his irritation. The system explains that Quan Yue's character is such that she hates men, so intrusion is unacceptable, and Li Yuan, peeking out from behind the wall, recognizes the newcomer as Shi Tianrui. The guy kicks the stone in irritation, mentally complaining about his unfortunate fate, while the system suggests not to panic and find an alternative solution. Shi Tianrui, thinking out loud, speaks dissatisfiedly about the scars on the target's body and suggests that they can be removed with means, although this seems like an unnecessary problem to him. The hero understands that it is impossible to approach Quan Yue with a male personality, and the system reminds him that Shi Tianrui is also a man, but his abilities are stronger. Li Yuan ponders, pressing his hand to his chin, his gaze becoming focused, as if he is trying to quickly find a creative solution to the current situation. He directly asks the system about the possibility of changing his gender or the availability of items that can change his appearance, to which the system responds that there is an alternative. The electronic system offers an unusual item, explaining that for 50 minutes the target will perceive the user as a woman, which opens the way to approach. A young man hesitantly asks the electronic system if he can see himself through the eyes of another person, but receives a categorical answer that such a function is not available. He admits with a dissatisfied expression that all this seems suspicious to him and as if it is hiding a catch, but the system assures him that it is acting in his interests. After some hesitation, he finally agrees and completes the purchase, although he notes that the item's validity period seems too limited and short. Li Yuan clarifies what will happen after the time ends, and the electronic system explains that his true form will immediately be revealed to the eyes of the people around him. Deciding not to delay, he activates the item, and digital effects begin to appear around him, confirming the successful use of this ability. Li Yuan cautiously asks the system whether Shi Tianrui will be able to recognize him even after activating the ability, but receives a confident answer that it is impossible. After confirming the safety of the plan, he decides to first test the new ability on Shi Tianrui, observing him from a hiding place and carefully assessing his reaction. He takes a step forward, trying to remain calm and natural, while the system confidently encourages him, assuring him that everything is going exactly according to plan. When the ability is activated, his appearance completely changes, turning him into an attractive girl with soft facial features, a graceful figure, and an expressive gaze. Shi Tianrui, noticing her, suddenly freezes in place, and his gaze involuntarily lingers on the girl's figure, and he is no longer able to hide how deeply the image struck him. The girl, with noticeable irritation, makes a remark to him that such behavior looks extremely strange and even a little frightening, especially with such an expression on his face. The electronic system reminds him to control his emotions and behavior, while Shi Tianrui continues to watch, clearly unable to hide his interest. Shi Tianrui, finally succumbing to the impression, with sincere delight admits that she completely matches his taste and is his ideal type. Li Yuan, hiding in the shadows near the wall of the residence, is intensely thinking about what plausible reason he can choose to get to Quan Yue without arousing any suspicion. Recalling the information about Quan Yue's character, he realizes that she does not show aggression towards women, but is extremely hostile towards men, which makes the approach too risky. He comes to the conclusion that in order to change her fate, it is necessary to convince her that not all men are the same and not everyone deserves her hatred and such a cold attitude. Crouching carefully on the ground, a young man named Li Yuan analyzes her past and realizes that the main key to her change lies in deep-rooted childhood traumas. By activating the system, he selects the desired ability, understanding that the first step must evoke her empathy and create an emotional basis for trust. Taking the form of a fragile girl, he feigns embarrassment and fatigue, asking the guards for a meeting with the high priestess, trying to look convincing. The fox-eared guards look at him carefully and attentively and ask the obvious question about the reason for the visit, while simultaneously assessing his behavior and appearance. Looking down sheepishly, he quietly but confidently says that he cannot discuss this here, hinting at the rather personal and delicate nature of his request. The heroines exchange glances and assume that the matter is related to a man, since similar situations have happened before and do not cause them such great surprise. After a short discussion, one of them allows them to go inside, and Li Yuan thanks her, continuing to confidently adhere to his chosen role and heading towards her. Following the guard, he notes that Kuan Yue shows particular softness towards women who have been harmed by men and decides to use this in his strategy to achieve his goal. When his arrival is announced, Kuan Yue allows him inside without hesitation, demonstrating a complete and confident willingness to listen to the woman who has come for help. The guard gently persuades him to trust the priestess, assuring him that she will definitely help, which only strengthens Li Yuan's confidence in the correctness of the plan and the chosen strategy. While eagerly awaiting the meeting, he notices the electronic system's notification about the time left before the form is released and realizes that he must act quickly and as accurately as possible. Kuan Yu appears before him, and her calm, confident demeanor immediately attracts attention and creates a complete sense of power and absolute control over the situation. She gently invites him to sit at the table and calmly asks about the problem that has arisen, carefully observing his facial expression and the slightest changes in behavior. Pouring aromatic tea, she advises you to calm down first, demonstrating a gentleness and caring that contrasts sharply with her extremely cold reputation. Listening carefully to his story, she feels genuine sympathy and regret because her own past allows her to deeply understand such experiences. Sad memories of her childhood surface in her mind, when her father left the family for power, destroying her trust and changing her attitude toward the world around her. The girl's mother was kind and caring. She protected her from all troubles. However, at one point the father decided to leave the family and never returned. Her mother, who was the foundation of her life and sense of security, was never able to recover from what happened and died soon after, leaving Kuan Yue all alone in a cruel world. At the age of just 8, she was sold to an old man from a monkey tribe, where her life turned into an endless cycle of fear, humiliation, and a complete lack of freedom. As she grew a little older, his looks became dirty and dangerous, and one dark night he almost did the irreparable, destroying the last remnants of her childhood. In a desperate attempt to protect herself, she grabbed a knife and, overcoming her great fear, managed to avoid tragedy, taking a step that changed her destiny forever. Standing in the cold darkness with a bloody blade in her hand, she realizes that there is no turning back and only an unknown, strange and frightening future opens before her. Kuan Yi, recalling these events, maintains a calm and relaxed smile and says that silence can be healing, allowing a person to find inner peace. Li Wen, watching her soft expression, can't help but think that despite her difficult past, she remains a kind and sincere girl who tries to help everyone. The protagonist, clenching his fist and trying to give his expression determination, internally convinces himself that he must help her change her views and see that there are good people in the world. In the guise of a girl, he timidly addresses the high priestess, calling her with respect and carefully choosing the right words so as not to arouse suspicion and win her over. The girl, frowning, looks closely at the stranger, her gaze remaining cold and penetrating, as if she is trying to immediately discern hidden intentions. A young man begins his story by talking about a supposed relative and his desire to get into business, adding that his family limits his freedom because of his position. He continues, feigning deep despair, saying that his father even wants to marry him off to an extremely old man, increasing the drama of the situation and evoking sympathy. Hearing this, Kuan Yu suddenly showed irritation. Her movements became stiff and her voice filled with anger, condemning such treatment of young girls. She confidently states that such things are unacceptable in this city and advises first trying to talk normally with the father, demonstrating her integrity. She then adds that if the situation does not change, the girl can seek help, promising to protect her and restore justice in absolutely any situation. Li Yuan, feeling uneasy due to the close contact and the tension of the moment, tries not to give himself away, while simultaneously realizing that his plan is really starting to work. Having thanked the lady, the young man said that he felt much better after the conversation. The protagonist, trying to appear sincere and harmless, carefully hands over a small jar of cream, explaining that it is a scar remedy supposedly created by a relative. The girl, without showing much interest, calmly refuses the gift, her gaze remaining reserved as if she is not used to accepting help from strangers. Without giving in, Li Yuan insistently asks her to take this wonderful cream, leaning forward slightly and trying to evoke sympathy with his soft and extremely careful tone. The next step of the plan is formed in his thoughts, where he decides to leave the object, hoping that curiosity or doubt will still push her to use it. After this, he quickly leaves the place, leaving behind a slight tension and unspoken words, as if intentionally giving her time to think everything over and make the right decision. Kuan Yu is left all alone in the room, her expression gradually softening, and in the silence of the empty room, she can't help but think about the mysterious stranger's words. Her gaze falls on the abandoned cream, and after saying its name out loud, she begins to truly doubt whether she should ignore this unexpected gesture from the girl. Li Yuan walks calmly down the corridor, but inside he is tensely pondering whether the girl will use the cream he left behind, given her obvious distrust of other men. He concludes that everything depends on the degree of her hostility, but still really hopes that she will not completely ignore the useful gifts. At this point, the electronic system suddenly intervenes and warns him of imminent danger, demanding that he hide immediately, which instantly changes his behavior. Li Yuan watches from the sidelines, remembering Chu Fu's words about visiting the priestess, realizing that events are unfolding much faster than he initially expected. While the two girls calmly pass by the tree, he remains hidden behind the trunk, holding his breath and trying not to give himself away with the slightest movement, because any action could expose him. It seems he went unnoticed, because if someone had seen him, there would have been big problems. Fu, noticing the strangeness in his behavior, reflects with a slight grin that he is clearly hiding something, and concludes that talking to himself and hiding is suspicious. She lazily rests her cheek on her hand and notes with interest that a man with secrets looks much more attractive and intriguing than someone open and predictable. Soon they are invited into the pavilion, where a high priestess is already waiting, and the atmosphere becomes more serious, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming conversation and the hidden tension. The girls enter, and the priestess calmly invites them to come closer, her voice sounding confident and authoritative, making it clear that it is she who makes the final decisions here. The main character modestly kneels and introduces herself, after which she directly explains the purpose of her visit. She has come to ask for help in removing the seal that limits her power. Hearing her name, the priestess's expression changes slightly, and she looks at her carefully and cautiously, as if trying to compare what she heard with the facts she knew. With cold confidence, the priestess clarifies her origin and asks directly if she is the princess of the Fox tribe, carefully observing her reaction and the slightest emotion. Fu, calmly but with a slight sadness in her voice, admits that she no longer considers herself a princess because her tribe has long since fallen into decline, leaving only painful memories of the past. The priestess, watching her closely, asks if she is aiming to restore the Fox tribe to its former glory, and Fu confirms this without hesitation, showing the firmness of her intention. Then comes a more direct and cold question about whether she is driven by a desire for revenge for her family and clan, and a tense determination appears in her gaze that cannot be hidden. Fu openly and confidently admits that revenge is natural to her, and, bowing low, sincerely asks for help, showing that she is ready to do anything to achieve her goal. The fortune teller warns that removing the seal is a rather complex and painful process that takes time, and advises her to abandon blind obsession and think everything through carefully. Despite this, Fu firmly declares that she is willing to accept any consequences and pay any price if it allows her to regain her lost power and change her destiny. The priestess, seeing her determination, agrees to help, but asks to wait a few days for preparation, promising to later send a person to inform about the beginning of the process. Hearing her consent, Fu sincerely thanks her, and a warm, almost childish smile appears on her face, in which for the first time in a long time, one can feel real hope. Li Yuan, pondering the situation, asks the system if there is a way to quietly approach the other heroine without risking being discovered by Fu and ruining his plan. The system explains that using spatial teleportation makes such actions risky, so it offers an alternative that, while effective, is costly. After learning about the payment requirement and the limited duration of the ability, Li Yuan irritably wonders why he still has to face such conditions, even in the new world. He asks for a price, and the system tells him the service requires a monthly payment of 100 points, providing a temporary replacement capable of mimicking his behavior. After some thought, Li Yuan decides to test this feature for at least a month to evaluate its effectiveness, and immediately agrees to write off the required number of points. He finally formulates his strategy, realizing that he must simultaneously monitor Chufu's actions and control the situation around Xu Tianrui, who has already begun to show activity. Lai Qin, carefully analyzing the situation, understands that if the protagonist has already begun to act, he will soon find a way to counteract, so he needs to get ahead of the events. Hearing that the priestess has agreed to help, Chufu joyfully clings to him, not hiding her emotions, and her sudden closeness creates an even more awkward and dangerous situation for him. However, her expression suddenly changes dramatically, and she notices a strange scent on him with suspicion, asking outright why he smells like a high priestess. The protagonist instantly becomes confused and, in a genuine panic, realizes that he made a mistake by not washing off the smell after the visit, which now leaves his position extremely vulnerable. He desperately tries to come up with a good excuse, realizing that any wrong word could completely blow his cover and lead to serious consequences. The system detects a sudden change in Chufu's emotions and warns that her jealousy could negatively impact the mission if he does not find a way out of the situation. She continues to press him with sharp questions, directly asking whether he really visited the priestess, and her gaze becomes more and more penetrating and demanding. Li Yuan, aware of the risk of exposure, begins to speak hesitantly, trying to use half-truths to gradually transform the lie into a convincing story. The protagonist, realizing that it is no longer possible to hide, begins to justify himself, admitting that he initially did not want to tell the truth, but is now forced to explain what is happening. He pauses and, with a softer expression, says that he has been acting for her sake all this time, trying to show sincerity and reduce her obvious suspicions. The boy said that he wanted to appease the priestess, and in fact, he succeeded. He admits that the situation was awkward and humiliating, but tries to turn it into a joke, adding that in the end she solved the problem herself, which even made his task easier. Fu, hearing this, softens and is surprised to realize that he really did go through all this for her, and her gaze gradually fills with warmth and real trust. However, the girl apologized and went to hug him, as she had falsely accused her partner. Pressing her whole body against him, she quietly complains about her hard life, and in this moment her vulnerability is revealed much more than ever before. Li Yuan, after confirming that Chufu had already returned to her room, cautiously peeked out from her hiding place and decided that it was time to activate the double to continue her plan unnoticed. A digital projection of his double appears before him, and he carefully evaluates its stability, realizing that much now depends on how realistically it can replace him. He confidently gives the order to his double to cover his absence, and the latter immediately accepts the task, demonstrating complete readiness to obey and act strictly according to the given scenario. The protagonist clarifies the details of the behavior, ordering the double to go to sleep and react according to the situation so that no one suspects a substitution and everything looks as natural as possible. The double lies down on the bed and closes his eyes, perfectly copying his habits, while the real Li Yuan prepares to leave the room to carry out the next step of his plan. With a slight smile and inner excitement, he activates and heads towards his goal, feeling that the situation is starting to develop exactly as he expected. Night falls upon the priestess's residence, illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns, and the calm atmosphere only emphasizes the hidden tension of the events taking place. Meanwhile, in the backyard near the natural hot springs, a young girl, Chu Fu, slowly sinks into the water, her body relaxing, but traces of the past are still visible. Through the water and steam, she notices traces of pollution on her body and realizes with irritation that the feeling of dirt does not go away, despite all her attempts to cleanse herself. She begins to rub her delicate skin furiously, angry that the spots are not disappearing, and becomes increasingly immersed in irritation, accompanied by internal self-loathing. Her attention is focused on the places that the enemy touched, and these memories cause her strong rejection, reinforcing the feeling that the dirt is not only external, but also internal. Unable to bear it any longer, she suddenly and unexpectedly runs out of the water, trembling with emotion and quietly sobbing, completely unable to cope with the surging memories and experiences. At this time, the electronic system informs Li Yuan that the priestess's level of obsession is beginning to increase, indicating a change in her internal state and possible consequences. He concludes that she is likely remembering events from her past and understands that her emotional state is directly related to the traumas she experienced earlier. His gaze deepens as he remembers that she was able to deal with a threat on her own in the past, making her even more dangerous and unpredictable. Water flows down her delicate body, highlighting the traces of damage and experience, and the tension in her movements suggests that the internal conflict is far from over. Li Yuan, watching the calm surface of the hot spring, suddenly notices a strange movement of the water and is alarmed to realize that someone has just fallen right into the priestess's pool. Hiding behind the edge of the roof, he cautiously peers down, his face expressing genuine bewilderment, because what is happening seems extremely absurd and unexpected to him, even given the current situation. The next second, there is a sharp splash, and the man emerging from the hot water convulsively gasps for air, coughing and trying to come to his senses after such a sudden immersion. He, breathing heavily and completely wet, realized with irritation that the object in his hands was too bouncy, which is why he was literally thrown into the most inappropriate place. Realizing the full danger of this situation, he instantly decides to retreat, sharply tugging at his clothes and preparing to hide before the priestess has time to look at him and raise the alarm. A bright golden glow flares around him, energy quickly envelops his body, and he abruptly breaks away from the spot, trying to use his strength for an immediate escape. However, his escape is immediately cut short when an angry priestess attacks with a fiery gaze and powerful energy, leaving no doubt that the invasion of her territory will not go unpunished. Trapped in the glowing energy, he tries to justify himself by hastily claiming he was just passing by, but his words ring hollow against the growing threat. Realizing that the situation is getting out of control, he desperately turns to the priestess, confessing that he came with a specific purpose and wanted to give her a remedy for removing scars. Inwardly irritated, he mentally cursed the system for the accidental teleportation that led him straight to the hot spring, where the priestess was just taking a bath. Meanwhile, the priestess, with a cold and suspicious gaze, studies the object in his hands, her scarlet eyes betraying mistrust and readiness for an immediate attack. Without thinking, she orders an attack, believing his intentions to be hostile, and her voice is harsh, leaving no room for explanation or justification. Realizing he is about to be captured, he suddenly panics and activates his teleportation ability, desperately hoping to escape before he is completely surrounded. His body dissolves into digital light, vanishing from the spot, leaving behind only a flash of energy, while the priestess angrily records his disappearance. Enraged by what is happening, she orders the security of the residence to be strengthened, forbidding any outsider to enter without permission and immediately sending violators to prison. The guards immediately accept the order, confirming it with a loud response, while the atmosphere around becomes tense and filled with a hidden and dangerous threat. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, having returned to a safe place, thoughtfully analyzes what happened, trying to understand the protagonist's actions and the possible consequences of his intervention. His expression turns serious as he begins to suspect that everything that is happening may be part of a classic plot pattern, where events develop according to a certain logic. He recalls typical scenes from such stories and begins to doubt whether this is the very moment when the heroine begins to show interest in the main character. Finally, he sighs in exasperation, realizing that the situation is becoming too complex and unpredictable, and even his confidence is starting to slowly crack. Sitting by the hot spring under the cold night sky, Li Yuan thoughtfully analyzes the situation, realizing that even before his intervention, events had already begun to spiral out of control. He sighs wearily and decides to retreat temporarily, realizing that excessive activity now could lead to exposure, especially given the enemy's increased vigilance. By activating his coordinated teleportation ability, he instantly dissolves into a blue digital stream and is transported back to his room, avoiding unnecessary risk. Once inside, he listens warily for sounds outside the door and then breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that he was able to return undetected and avoid immediate problems. At that moment, a cute girl with fox ears approaches him, quietly explaining that she couldn't sleep and decided to visit him. Her voice sounds soft and a little uncertain. He calmly allows her to enter, trying to maintain a natural demeanor, although inside he is still tense from the recent incident. The girl, slightly embarrassed, carefully squeezes the hem of her clothing, her movements revealing inner excitement and a desire to say something important, but she hesitates. Finally, she hands him a small gift, smiling shyly and explaining that she bought it on the way, hoping that he would like it and that it could please him a little. Li Yuan, blushing slightly and looking away, was momentarily at a loss as to how to properly respond to Chu Fu's sudden sincerity and gentleness. After collecting his thoughts, Li Yuan gently hugs Chu Fu, and quietly says that he likes everything she gives him, trying to sound confident, although inside he is still a little embarrassed. Holding her closer, Li Yuan continues to say that since she has already decided to follow him, he will always be there and support her in any situation, no matter how difficult it may be. Hearing these words, Chu Fu's eyes widened. Her heart began to beat faster, and her facial expression changed as if she was feeling such care and warmth for the first time. The young man hugs her tighter, adding that he hopes she will always remain the same as she is now and will not return to the cold state she was in before. Kyofu quietly answers in agreement, and Li Yuan, closing his eyes, confidently says that the past is behind him, and from now on he will treat her truly well. At this point, the system happily informs Li Yuan that Chu Fu's depravity level has decreased and her affection has increased, rewarding him with additional points for his successful influence. Li Yuan, smiling slightly, concludes that the scar removal cream really worked and confidently expects his reward to become even bigger in the near future. Li Yuan, gently taking Chu Fu's hand, confidently pulls her toward the bed, trying to appear calm, although inside he already feels that the situation is starting to go beyond his usual control. As he helps her settle, strange purple currents of energy begin to swirl faintly around their bodies, creating an atmosphere of closeness that makes even the air feel tense. He quietly reflects that her special period is approaching due to the nature of her body and understands that in the coming days the situation could become much more complicated and dangerous. Blushing slightly, she looks at him with an almost pleading gaze and quietly asks if she can stay here. Her voice sounds uncertain, but there is a hidden need in it that is clearly present. He calmly agrees, hiding his inner calculations behind a slight smile, because he already understands in advance that, thanks to recent events, he will be able to control what is happening much better. Left alone with his thoughts, he analyzes the situation and comes to the conclusion that the main problem lies in the physical strain that he will have to endure for several days. The system appearing nearby explains that this state will not manifest itself constantly, but in waves, which gives a chance to rest between periods and not bring yourself to complete exhaustion. After listening to the explanation, he is slightly surprised by the details, but quickly accepts the information, realizing that even in such an unusual situation, a way can be found to maintain control and benefit. The electronic system persistently recommends strengthening the body, offering to purchase a special solution, and its voice sounds too confident, as if it already knows that he has practically no choice. Li Yuan, lying next to Chu Fu, reacts skeptically to the offer, feeling that such obsession looks suspicious, but at the same time understands that the situation requires preparation. However, under pressure from circumstances, he still agrees and orders the points to be written off, deciding not to take any risks, as a test lies ahead for which it is better to be prepared in advance. A small container of solution appears in his hand, glowing with a soft, technological light, as if it were something from another world, perfectly fitting into the mechanics of the system. Without wasting any time, he immediately drinks the contents, feeling the liquid spread throughout his body, and his mind automatically adjusts to the upcoming load. Soon he feels a surge of strength. His body is filled with energy, and his confidence returns because the effect of the drug begins to manifest itself much faster than he expected. At this time, Chu Fu begins to move quietly. Her breathing becomes deeper, and that same strange energy appears around her again, hinting at the approach of her condition. She opens her eyes slightly, her gaze becoming hazy and her voice soft and warm as she whispers that the time is almost here and the feeling is growing stronger. Kyofu, her cheeks slightly flushed, quietly whispers that she belongs to him tonight, and her gaze becomes soft and hazy, as if she completely trusts what is happening. Li Wen feels her pressing closer to him, and for a moment he loses his cool, because her sudden openness and closeness turns out to be much stronger than he expected. His hand gently slides over her shoulder, helping her get more comfortable, and this movement becomes the boundary beyond which the tension between them begins to gradually increase. Looking into her eyes, he quietly asks if she will hate him if he is too rude, and in this question, there is not only doubt, but also hidden sincerity. The light from the lantern gently sways in the room, creating a warm and intimate atmosphere where every sound and movement becomes especially noticeable and meaningful. At the same time, in another room, Chu Xuan calmly opens a box of cream, her movements confident, as if she had already made a decision and did not doubt her actions. She applies the product to her skin, smiling slightly and thinking that even if the result is insignificant, the very fact of caring already has a certain value. Having finished, she slowly and carefully rises from her seat and heads for the exit. Her steps are calm, but there is a hidden determination in her gaze, as if something important awaits her ahead. The next morning, the quiet light of dawn falls on the snow-covered roofs of the residence, creating a calm atmosphere, as if everything that happened during the night was just part of a distant dream. A young girl stands in front of a mirror, thoughtfully examining her reflection, and her posture remains confident, but a slight surprise is already beginning to appear in her eyes. As she gets closer, she notices the changes and freezes, not immediately believing what she sees, as if her mind is trying to find an explanation for something that seems too good. Running her hand over her skin, she is amazed to realize that the scars have indeed almost disappeared, a discovery that leaves her internally hesitant. She smiles slightly, thinking that the medicine has been much more effective than she expected, and now even her skepticism is beginning to give way to interest. Without wasting any time, she loudly calls for the servants, wanting to immediately check the result and perhaps take further steps while the effect still lasts. A look of determination appears in her eyes, as this change could mean much more than just a restoration of appearance, and she is already beginning to make new plans. Meanwhile, Li Yuan wakes up next to Qiu Fu, and the system informs him of an increase in her affection, confirming that his actions have indeed begun to bear fruit. Li Yuan, lazily lying next to Qiu Fu, analyzes the situation with a slight smile, realizing that after the past night, his position has noticeably strengthened, and further influence will become much easier. At this time, at the Chushuan residence, they report that the girl has never been found, and despite a thorough search throughout the city, her tracks seem to have disappeared without a trace. After listening to the report, she frowns and begins to wonder if she could have left the city beforehand or escaped with the help of someone close to her, which complicates the situation. Keeping his cool, Xiuxuan gives the order to continue the search, but not to act too harshly, realizing that excessive pressure could only make the situation worse. However, after a moment, she stops her subordinate, as if a new thought had occurred to her, and her gaze becomes more focused and penetrating. She hands over a jar of cream and orders them to find out whether a similar product is sold on the market, wanting to establish the source of such an unexpectedly effective medicine. Meanwhile, Li Wan, comfortably seated in the courtyard and observing the events from the sidelines, concludes that the search has already begun, and the situation is gradually reaching a new level. Hearing the system's question about the next step, he remains calm, understanding that it is now important to act carefully because any wrong move can destroy the achieved balance. Li Yuan, relaxed on a lounger and looking at the sky, calmly explains to the system that it is better to wait for the moment when Xiuxuan herself shows interest in the medicine and then appear at the right moment. He confidently adds that such scars are too important to her to simply forget about them. And, having become convinced of the effectiveness of the remedy, she will definitely continue her search, not giving up until the end. At that moment, a familiar silhouette appeared nearby, and the soft sound of footsteps in the snow broke the silence, causing Li Yuan to turn his head slightly and pay attention to the approaching figure. Sitting down next to him, the girl calmly shares that she has already discussed everything with Aunt Chun, and now all that remains is to wait out the difficult period before continuing to remove the seal. The young man, trying to look confident and even a little daring, declares with a smile that he is completely at her disposal and is ready to fulfill any of her requests, awaiting a command. In response, she shyly averts her tender gaze, blushing slightly, and restrainedly asks him not to say stupid things, although there is a softness and hidden excitement in her voice. Watching her reaction, he involuntarily becomes captivated, sincerely admiring her beauty, and quietly admits to himself that such moments make him lose control of his words. Realizing that he had accidentally said this out loud, Li Yuan laughed awkwardly, making excuses to the blushing girl, but deep down he remained sure that his words were the pure truth. Qiuxuan, turning away and hiding a slight sadness in her eyes, quietly admitted that after she regained her strength, she would no longer be able to spend as much time with Li Yuan as she does now. In response, Li Yuan, recalling the events from the original story, understands what future awaits her and realizes how great the gap is between her fate and their current moments. Having collected his thoughts, he says seriously and with extreme confidence that he is ready to become her support, even if difficulties lie ahead, trying to sound confident and sincere. Noticing his tone, she is slightly surprised and notes with irony that he almost sounds like a man who has been through too much, although he himself only awkwardly looks away. Coming closer, she gently touches his face, and in that moment a warm and almost fragile atmosphere arises between them, filled with silent understanding. With a smile and a slight blush on her cheeks, she thanks him, as if accepting not only the words but also the feelings hidden behind them, which he has not yet dared to fully voice. Meanwhile, evening falls on the city of Yangshan, and the streets are filled with the soft light of lanterns, creating a calm but slightly tense atmosphere before new events. At a market stall, the maid Qiu Xuan asks a merchant about scar cream, trying to find out whether it is sold there, or at least where such a rare remedy can be found. The merchant, thoughtfully stroking his chin and carefully examining the jar, replies that he has never sold such a product and has never heard of anyone in the city dealing in such goods. He suggests that such a rare cream could have belonged to a traveling doctor, since people with unusual recipes and rare knowledge often appear in Yangshan. The maid, without losing her politeness, takes the jar back and calmly replies that they will continue their search, realizing that the task is turning out to be more difficult than expected. Later, having gathered together, the girls report that they have already checked many shops, but have not found a single trace, and the situation begins to cause noticeable tension. Hearing this, Chu Xuan coldly orders them to continue their search, making it clear that this matter is extremely important to her and will not allow failure. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, watching from the sidelines, begins to notice inconsistencies, realizing that events are beginning to deviate from the original plot. Kyofu, sitting in front of the mirror and carefully holding a jar of cream, thoughtfully looks at her reflection, while behind her is reflected the calm and attentive gaze of Li Yuan. Li Yuan, standing nearby, calmly explains that this cream was obtained from a traveling doctor, but the unexpected information about the visit of people from the Qiushuan residence makes him wary. Hearing this, the girl looks in surprise at the jar in her hands, realizing that this product has been sought for a long time, but its source remains unknown. She carefully turns the jar, carefully examining its patterns and details, and quietly notes that it does indeed look almost identical to what the people from the residence were looking for. With a slight smile, Li Yuan admits that he initially just wanted to help and make a good impression at the same time when he noticed that the priestess had an old wound. He gently touches her head, explaining that he never likes to ask for something without preparation, preferring to think through the steps in advance and only then act confidently and without unnecessary words. After a short silence, he adds that he may soon leave this place for several days, perhaps 10 or even longer, before he can return to her again. Upon learning this, she squeezes his hand tightly, as if afraid to let go, and quietly promises that she will wait as long as it takes, despite the uncertainty. Later, at the entrance to the residence of the High Priestess, the servants and attendants gather together, creating a sense of the importance of what is happening in the upcoming meeting. Bowing before Qiu Xuan, they respectfully hand over the cream, asking her to accept it, thus officially involving her in the ongoing chain of events. Looking closely at the offering, she maintains a calm expression, but her gaze deepens, as if she is already beginning to guess at the hidden details. With a slight smile and a confident posture, Chu Xuan replies that there is no need for unnecessary politeness, showing that she is in complete control of the situation and has already made her decision. Kyofu carefully watches the High Priestess's reaction and, noticing her cold indifference, realizes that the gifts she brought did not make the expected impression, which makes her a little wary. As she moves further down, she begins to think that the shape of the jar actually matches what was previously searched for, and this makes her wonder about the hidden significance of this object. Maintaining her politeness and calm, she adds that she has one more small gift, carefully holding out a jar of cream in the hope of arousing interest. At this moment, Chu Xuan's gaze suddenly changed, and she, without hiding her surprise, asked about the origin of the medicine, feeling that she was looking at something truly important. Without showing any excitement, the girl explains that the cream was purchased from a traveling healer, trying to speak as naturally as possible and not arouse unnecessary suspicion. Kyoshin asks with disbelief whether they are really willing to give her this item, since its value and rarity are obvious even at first glance. In response, Chuo Fu confidently confirms that she brought it specifically for her, carefully placing the jar in front of the priestess, as if handing over something more than just an object. Taking the cream in her hands, Chu Shen carefully examines its contents, her expression becoming serious and her gaze focused, as if she was already making important conclusions. Realizing that this is exactly the remedy she was looking for, she internally confirms her guess, and her confidence in what is happening only increases. Despite this, she is cautious in saying that the issue of removing the seal requires time and thought, making it clear that she does not intend to make a decision hastily. With a slight smile, she asks to clarify from which doctor the cream was purchased, clearly intending to find the source of such a rare remedy. Qifu is a little embarrassed, but still agrees to find out more information, realizing that now her participation in this matter becomes even more significant. Left alone, Chu Shin activates the power of the Bloodstone, and energy flares around her, indicating that she has already begun preparing for the next stage. She later gives Qiu Fu the artifact, explaining that it will help partially weaken the seal, but requires caution and must always be kept nearby. The girl thanks her with genuine relief, feeling that she has finally received a real and tangible chance to get closer to her goal and change her destiny forever. Meanwhile, the events unfold in the courtyard of Qiu Fu's house, where the atmosphere becomes much calmer, but the latent tension that hangs in the air is still palpable. Li Yuan, analyzing the situation through the system, reflects on the possible developments and how best to use the accumulated resources for further progress. The system reports that Qiu Xuan's affection level is rapidly increasing, hinting that his actions have already begun to bear tangible fruit. Hearing this, he concludes that even without direct intervention, it is possible to influence the course of events, because her inner experiences play a key role. Eventually, Li Yuan comes to the conclusion that eliminating her pain is just the beginning, and there is still a long way to go, but he is already confident that he is moving in the right direction. The young man stares at the system's interface, which displays his current score and progress to the next level, realizing that he is already very close to an important improvement. Thinking over the benefits, he quickly calculates the potential benefit of accumulating points, realizing that increasing discounts can significantly accelerate his further development and strengthening. Inspired by such prospects, he thanks the system with a slight smile on his face, albeit with a bit of irony, because he understands that there is still a hidden benefit behind all this. At this moment, he notices Qiu Fu approaching and is surprised that she returned so quickly, not expecting events to begin to develop so rapidly. The girl appears before him, accompanied, her expression filled with joy and relief, as if she had brought good news that she had long wanted to tell. Unable to contain her emotions, she runs up to Li Yuan and hugs him tightly, joyfully telling him that the cream turned out to be exactly what the High Priestess was looking for. With shining eyes, she shares that Qiu Xuan's attitude towards her has improved significantly, and now there is a real opportunity to remove the seal using a different method. The girl said that the priestess gave her a stone of red blood, thanks to which this would be possible. Unexpectedly for himself, Li Yuan felt Qiu Fu gently press against him and leave a light kiss, causing him to become confused and momentarily lose his usual control over the situation. In this brief moment of closeness, her ears twitch slightly, and a soft glow seems to appear around her, emphasizing the sincerity of her feelings and enhancing the atmosphere of tender affection. The system instantly reacts to the event, recording the rare change and reporting that the level of affection has reached a new stage, and Li Yuan receives a significant reward for this breakthrough. Still feeling slightly confused, he tries to quickly analyze what is happening, wondering whether further development of the relationship is possible and what consequences this might bring. In response, the system reports that the store has been upgraded to a new level in a short period of time, confirming that its interaction with Qiu Fu is bringing increasingly tangible results. Realizing this, Li Yuan gently touches her face with a sincere smile and admits that she really became his lucky star, changing the course of events in his favor. Giving in to his emotions, he gently pulls her closer and reciprocates, leaving a kiss that completely confuses the girl and makes her heart beat faster. Qiu Fu, who had not expected such an answer, froze in complete embarrassment, her face flushed red, and her thoughts became quite confused, not allowing her to immediately comprehend what was happening around her. In the center of the room, Qiu Fu holds a scarlet crystal intently as dense streams of energy swirl around her body, gradually awakening an ancient power. She crosses her arms over her chest and closes her eyes, allowing the energy to circulate freely throughout her body, and luminous patterns begin to appear on her skin, reflecting the activation of hidden power. The scarlet stone gently descends to her palms and continues to pulsate, like a living heart, connected to her life energy and current state. Li Yuan watches closely and asks her how she feels with obvious concern, trying to make sure that this dangerous ritual does not harm her. Qiu Fu, with a slight but confident smile, calmly replies that everything is going as it should, and the process has indeed begun to produce tangible results, which she is delighted with. However, suddenly her body can't handle the strain. She suddenly loses her balance and begins coughing, as if the energy inside her is getting out of control. The young man immediately reacts to her condition and anxiously asks what exactly went wrong and how dangerous it could be for her. She explains that this is just a side effect, as her body has not used such a powerful force for too long and cannot yet withstand it in full. He carefully supports her and gently advises her to take a break to recuperate and avoid serious consequences before continuing the ritual. Despite his weakness and discomfort, Qiu Fu resolutely declares that he wants to complete at least the first stage and remove the initial layer of the seal right now. The crystal rises into the air again, and scarlet streams of energy begin to swirl around her even more intensely, increasing the pressure on her body and mind. Her face gradually tenses, her breathing becomes heavier, and it is visible how it is becoming increasingly difficult for her to maintain control over the powerful force coursing through her. Li Yan notices these changes and cautiously asks if any additional problems or deviations have arisen during the ritual. At some point, the flow of energy suddenly stops, and Chu Fu, with noticeable disappointment, admits that the process has unexpectedly stopped halfway. He suggests seeking the High Priestess's help, suggesting that without her knowledge and experience, continuing may be too risky. Chu Fu explains that the priestess is currently busy with preparations and should not be disturbed, while admitting that she herself made a mistake by violating the correct sequence of the ritual. Having realized the situation, she decides to go into seclusion for a few days to restore her energy balance and prepare for a new attempt. The protagonist confidently takes responsibility for everything that happens in the house and promises to really take care of the order while she recovers her strength and rests. Li Wen gently hugs Chofu and confidently says that there are still many difficulties and trials ahead for them, but for him this is not a problem at all, because everything he does, he is ready to do for her. She, slightly embarrassed and looking away, quietly thanks him for his support, feeling how she becomes much calmer and safer next to him. The silence of the night envelops the courtyard, and in this peace everything around seems to freeze, creating a feeling of rare peace after tense events. In warm water, the maid carefully applies ointment to Chu Fu's back, where traces of old wounds are still visible, gradually beginning to disappear under the effect of the medicine. The maid's face remains focused and serious as she carefully monitors the treatment process, trying not to miss a single detail. She opens a small jar of ointment and takes a new portion, continuing to carefully treat the damaged areas of the skin. Having completed part of the procedure, the maid reports that the ointment is almost finished, and there is still a significant area on the body that requires further treatment. The High Priestess, having listened to the report, calmly makes a decision and gives the order to personally visit Chu Fu's residence the next day, instructing him to prepare a gift. Left alone, Chu Fu carefully examines her body and is surprised to notice that the scars are indeed gradually disappearing, becoming less and less noticeable, and this fills her with quiet hope for a complete and final recovery. The courtyard at night is illuminated by the soft, warm light of lanterns, which cast long shadows and create an atmosphere of privacy and secrecy. Li Yuan carefully closes the door to the room, doing so quietly and carefully, thereby providing her with complete peace and reliably protecting her from any possible interference from strangers. He calmly asks the attendant how exactly the princess's recovery is going, trying to keep the situation under complete control and not miss a single important detail. Having received a detailed answer, he hands over the remaining jars of ointment and asks that they be delivered on his behalf so as not to draw unnecessary attention to his actions and not arouse suspicion. He clearly understands that 3 jars may not be enough for a complete cure, and therefore decides to go in search of a traveling healer to obtain the necessary remedy. Addressing his assistant, he earnestly asks her to keep a close eye on the house, and especially on Chu Fu's room, not allowing anyone to approach or disturb her for the next 3 days. She accepts his request with understanding and confidently promises to take care of everything, despite her inner turmoil and worries about the princess's condition. Li Wen thanks her for her help and continues to mentally plan his next steps, trying to use this time as effectively as possible and without unnecessary risks. Left alone with himself, he calmly notes that everything is developing strictly according to his plan, and with each step, he gets closer to his goal. In the distance, among the snow-capped mountains and the cold, piercing wind, a secluded place can be seen where nature seems motionless and silent, as if hiding something important and dangerous from prying eyes. Inside the shelter, Li Yuan carefully covers the girl with a warm blanket and leaves neatly laid out food nearby, thinking in advance about every detail that she might need during her long sleep. He reflects on the fact that her hibernation will last for about 2 more months, and when she wakes up, she will definitely notice the things he left behind, which could gradually affect her attitude towards him. Suddenly, the system abruptly sounds an alarm, interrupting his thoughts and informing him that the situation is starting to develop unplanned and requires immediate intervention. Li Yuan, visibly worried and wary, asks about what is happening, sensing that the problem that has arisen may be much more serious than he initially thought. The girl in her sleep begins to breathe restlessly, her face is tense, and her body trembles slightly, and it becomes obvious that she is experiencing something extremely difficult inside her mind. The young man panics and asks if he can wake her up immediately, but the system immediately replies that this is impossible at the moment and that such an attempt could only make the situation worse. The system offers Li Yuan the opportunity to purchase the rare Dream Legend talisman, explaining that only with its help will he be able to penetrate Deng Tingshuang's dream and influence what is happening within. He activates a unique magical talisman, and it instantly lights up with a bright flame, as if opening a passage to a completely different, unknown world. His body begins to dissolve in a stream of strange digital energy, and he seems to fall into the depths of someone else's dream, completely immersed in the unknown and losing all sense of reality. The next moment, he finds himself inside a new space that looks like a dense forest, filled with a strange, tense atmosphere and a hidden threat. The system suddenly attracts Li Yuan's attention, insistently pointing ahead, where in the midst of a dense and sunlit forest, he spots a little girl with angry people chasing her. The girl runs away through the forest in a desperate panic, clutching her bundle to her chest, while behind her she hears loud threats and cries of her pursuers, filled with anger and a thirst for reprisal. Tripping over the roots of wild plants and the uneven ground, she loses her balance and falls forward sharply, unable to hold on to anything, and her load slips from her weakened hands. One of her pursuers quickly catches up with her and with brute force pins her to the ground, threatening her with violence and contemptuously reminding her of her origin, not hiding his cruelty. Leaving the girl lying helplessly on the ground, the men walk away, confident that she no longer poses any threat to them, and her body remains motionless in the grass. At this moment, Li Yuan resolutely extends his hand, as if interfering with the very fabric of deep sleep, deciding to change what is happening and prevent a tragic outcome. He appears right next to her and carefully lifts her into his arms, calmly and confidently, telling her in a gentle voice that he is here now and no one can harm her anymore. With a small and reassuring smile, he asks her a simple question, trying to defuse the tense atmosphere and restore her sense of security after the fear she had experienced. The girl, still frightened and rather confused, abruptly pushes away from him and demands that he let her go immediately, not understanding who is in front of her and whether she can trust him even a little. Looking into his face, she suddenly freezes, gradually realizing his power, and calls him a divine messenger, which reveals her inner fear and mixed awe. The electronic system quietly warns Li Yuan that the memories within the dream may be altered by his influence, but the emotional connection between them will still remain. He gently and calmly refutes her guess, explaining that he is not a god, but only someone who has come to protect her from the pain, fear, and constant suffering that others cause her. Extending his hand, he confidently promises that as long as he is around, no one will be able to harm her again or humiliate her the way it happened before, so she can easily trust the guy. The girl, still hesitant and not fully trusting, nevertheless slowly and reluctantly reaches out to him, and at that moment a fragile but very important bond of true trust is born between them. He leads her to the shelter and calmly explains that this is a completely safe place where she can hide, recuperate, and not be afraid of being pursued by bad people. However, remaining wary and still frightened, she clings tightly to his clothes and refuses to go inside, not wanting to get close to a human dwelling. Li Yuan calmly and confidently explains to Deng Tingshuang that he created this shelter especially for her, and whenever she feels scared or lonely, she can hide here. The frightened girl reaches out to him and asks if he will leave her. The protagonist gently places his hand on her head and, smiling slightly, confidently promises that he will never leave her, and as soon as she needs him, he will definitely appear next to her to protect her. Suddenly, looking at him with her serious eyes, she asks a naive but extremely unexpected question about the future, asking if they can be together and even have children when she grows up. Taken aback by this question, Li Yuan is momentarily at a loss, but under the pressure of the situation and the system's prompts, he agrees, trying not to destroy the trust that is budding between them. At this point, the system tells him that such sleep intrusions can become ingrained as real memories, and upon awakening, she will be unconsciously drawn to him. Li Yuan pauses in thought, realizing that his actions have already begun to change not only her perception, but the very foundation of her future behavior and feelings. With a heavy sigh, he notes that constantly living through painful memories and loneliness could have deeply distorted her mind and gradually turned her into who she has become now. Running his hand gently through her hair, he explains that this place has the power to keep the darkness out, preventing nightmares from getting in, and gives her a chance to feel safe. However, at this point, the system again sharply signals an alarm, reporting that the level of distortion of its state has begun to increase again, despite all efforts made. The protagonist asks with irritation and disbelief how this is possible, because the problem just seems solved, but the situation is starting to get out of control again. Realizing that there is no more time to think, he decides to dive deeper into her dream again and directly intervene in what is happening, even if it requires additional expenditure of resources. Activating the talisman, he watches as it bursts into a bright flame and begins to dissolve into thin air, opening a passage for him to a deeper level of her consciousness. The familiar shelter appears around us again, but now the atmosphere seems heavier and more oppressive, as if the space itself is permeated with a growing threat. Li Wen carefully opens the door and calls out Deng Tingshuang's name, trying to make sure that she is still there and hasn't completely lost herself in the depths of her own sleep. Suddenly, a thick, powerful, dark energy bursts out from within, rapidly wrapping itself around his entire body, as if alive, and trying to push him out of this strange space. He watches with obvious surprise and alarm as this force becomes more and more aggressive and stronger, realizing that the situation has gotten out of control and now poses a real threat. A changed Deng Tingshuang appeared before him, enveloped in a thick, dark aura, and in a cold voice accused him of lying, showing that her consciousness was no longer susceptible to the same influence. She says with the pain accumulated over many years of loneliness that he promised to be there, but never came, leaving her alone, and now her trust is completely destroyed. The quiet courtyard, bathed in greenery and soft light, is suddenly filled with a sense of unease, as if reality itself is beginning to distort, setting the stage for an unfolding nightmare. Li Wen lay there with a tense expression, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek, while in front of him, Deng Tingshuang, with a trembling voice and pain in his eyes, accused him of lying, not hiding his disappointment and anger. Despite her state, he carefully reaches out to her and gently touches her face, calmly replying that he never deceived her, trying to restore clarity to her and destroy her illusions. He explains that everything that is happening is just a dream, where time and perception are distorted, warning that if she continues to plunge into this nightmare, she risks losing touch with reality forever. Their bodies are dangerously close, with every movement and touch increasing the tension, and Deng Tingshuang, pressed against him, still wavers between distrust and the desire to believe his words. Looking him straight in the eyes, she quietly, but with obvious anxiety, asks if this is all really a dream, and if he is deceiving her again, afraid of being betrayed again. The protagonist, without looking away and reducing the distance between them to a minimum, persistently asks her to listen to him and convinces her that the only way to be together is to escape from this nightmare and return to reality. Her face reflects an internal struggle, her red eyes a mixture of doubt, pain, and nascent trust, as if she is standing on the verge between completely drowning in the dream or believing it. Clinging tightly to him and unwilling to let go, Deng Tingshuang, with stubbornness and hidden pain, declared that she would not believe a single word he said unless he proved his feelings in the most radical way. With a fiery gaze and a slight blush on her cheeks, she repeats the words she once heard about how true love manifests itself in the desire to be connected forever. A warning appears within Li Yuan's system that what is happening is just an illusion of a dream, and any actions here will not lead to real consequences, but refusal can only intensify her inner darkness. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, he decides not to retreat, confidently declaring that he is ready to be with her always, from life to life, accepting any of her conditions and showing that he is not afraid of her feelings and will not reject her. A bright and unique sparkle flashes in her eyes, as if her inner doubts are beginning to give way to strong feelings, and this moment becomes a turning point for her decision. Giving in to her inner emotions, she reaches out to him and tenderly kisses him right on the lips, putting into this gesture all her trust, fear, and desire to finally be understood. Their closeness intensifies, and the stage is filled with a soft, almost unreal atmosphere, where the line between illusion and real feelings gradually blurs, leaving room only for emotions. Gradually, her tension goes away, her face relaxes, and in this state, she seems to let go of all her fears, allowing herself to feel calm and warmth for the first time in a long time. With the first rays of light, the quiet courtyard returns to calm, as if nothing had happened, and only a slight feeling of change remains in the air after the dream. The system informs Li Yuan that the level of distortion has been stopped, and Deng Tingshuang has successfully escaped the nightmare. While her affection for him rapidly increases, confirming the success of his actions. As a reward, he receives additional points, which become further confirmation that the chosen strategy was correct and brought the expected result. In reality, Deng Tingshuang is sleeping peacefully, her face relaxed and calm, and the system notes that Li Yuan is just one step away from finally achieving her goal. Li Yuan, standing in the room and pondering his next steps, decides to take advantage of the time while Chu Fu is in seclusion to go in search of Ruan Lingju and advance towards his next goal. He calmly explains to the system that he first needs to carefully study the seal, because according to the knowledge from the book, it is extremely complex, and without understanding its structure, it is impossible to find the correct method for removing it. Having decided on a plan, he takes the next logical step and chooses as his new target the High Priestess of the Forest Tribe who placed the seal, realizing that she is the key to solving the problem. Wasting no time, Li Yuan activates the teleportation, and his body begins to dissolve into glowing particles as the system confirms the command has been carried out, paving the way for the next stage of his plan. In the forest near the giant ancient tree, Li Yuan appears via teleportation, and the system immediately reports good news. Chu Fu's affection level has increased again, earning him additional points. Looking around among the snow-covered trees, he calmly concludes that she has already used Aunt Chun's ointment, which confirms that his plan is continuing to work exactly as he expected. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to the movement of someone emerging from the depths of the forest, and Li Yuan instantly becomes wary, preparing for a possible encounter or observation from the side. The system warns that within this forest, Ruan Lingju has an even stronger sense of perception, and her presence can be felt everywhere among the trees, as if the forest itself serves as her eyes. Li Yuan, feeling the tension growing and noticing beads of sweat, realizes that his appearance has most likely already been noticed, and the situation could get out of control at any moment. Keeping his cool, he decides not to act hastily and first survey the situation, hoping to improvise if necessary, if he is indeed being observed. Suddenly, armed representatives of the tribe surround him, and blocking his path, they demand an explanation, suspecting him of hidden and ill-intentioned intentions. Without losing his composure, Li Yuan quickly comes up with a cover story and introduces himself as a traveling merchant from a werewolf tribe in an attempt to reduce suspicion. However, one of the warriors immediately asks a logical question about the goods, clearly not trusting his words and checking the veracity of his story in order to expose the young man. Li Yuan, maintaining a confident smile even under the pressure of the weapon, replies that his goods are in a temporary stopover, continuing to play the role in buying time. The warriors, without lowering their guard, demand that Li Yuan show them the place where he left his goods, threatening consequences if his words turn out to be a lie, and finally take control of him. Keeping his cool and thinking quickly, he confidently replies that he hid the goods in a nearby stone cave, mentally noting that he had prepared in advance and managed to think everything through before moving. They lead him to a massive door built into the rock where his goods are supposedly hidden, but the tension in the air only increases, hinting at a possible trap. Just as one of them approaches the door, a hidden mechanism suddenly activates and the space bursts into a bright, fiery light, causing everyone to recoil from the unexpected explosion of energy. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, among the intertwined roots and vines, a girl with white hair is shown, isolated, as if imprisoned in a living cage of nature itself. She slowly opens her eyes, and her cold, focused gaze reveals that she has sensed what is happening and is aware of outside interference. We are greeted by a majestic council hall, where the young man Li Yuan has already been delivered to the High Priestess, and the atmosphere becomes even more tense and formal. High Priestess Yuxia asks with a cold expression about the crime this werewolf committed, starting the investigation and clearly not intending to trust him without evidence. One of the warriors suspiciously reports that Li Yuan has been acting too secretively at the tribe's main entrance, and despite his words about trade, no one can figure out what his true intentions are. Li Yuan calmly replies that he only heard about how their noble tribe sealed away a girl from the forest clan, and as he passed by, he showed his usual curiosity, trying to look harmless. The fortune teller immediately becomes wary and sharply asks how he knows about this matter, demanding an immediate explanation and not hiding her distrust. Without losing confidence, he states that such information has long since spread beyond the tribe, hinting that it is not such a secret as they think. His words cause obvious confusion among those present, and the warriors look at each other, not understanding how such information could have spread so widely if it was carefully hidden. After a short reflection, the priestess decides not to jump to conclusions and says that once his identity is confirmed, he will be released. But for now, he will be allowed to stay and conduct business within the tribe. As night falls, the guards continue to stand guard outside the building, and the atmosphere around it becomes quieter, but the tension does not disappear. Alone, Li Yuan sits down and activates the system, summoning the substitute doll, while the interface displays a time limit for use, hinting at a course of action. The system asks Li Yuan a direct question about his next steps, as if pushing him to quickly decide on a plan and not lose the initiative at such a crucial moment. He confidently explains that he deliberately spread information about the sealed girl during the day to force Elder Wang to come out for an investigation, and now plans to track him down and gather the necessary information. Without further ado, Li Yuan orders the system to perform coordinate teleportation closer to the Elder, and his body begins to dissolve, leaving behind only shimmering particles. The electronic system confirms the start of the movement, and the space around it distorts, creating the sensation of transition between locations in a digital flow of energy. The very next moment, he appears in the night forest, surrounded by a faint blue glow, ready to continue tracking his target. Looking around, he notices that the Elder has indeed left the tribe's territory, confirming that his plan worked exactly as he had hoped. In the distance, he sees a group of people and quickly realizes that these are the ones he was tracking, after which he immediately gives the system a command to exchange the glasses for an invisibility cloak. However, upon seeing the price, he reacts with irritation to its high cost, realizing that he will have to spend a significant portion of resources in order to successfully continue the mission. The system, with a slight mockery, answers Li Yuan that he himself did not ask the necessary question earlier, as if shifting the responsibility for the wasted resources onto him. Already hidden under the cloak of invisibility, Li Yuan adjusts his hood and, casting aside his doubts, decides that this item will pay off, after which he calmly continues pursuing his target. Ahead, he notices the High Priestess and her attendants, and their serious faces show that they are heading to an important and prearranged place. The group stops at a giant, ancient tree that towers over the forest, its trunk emitting a soft blue glow, creating an almost mystical atmosphere. A huge and powerful tree which looks not just like a part of nature, but like something ancient and possessing its own power, attracts attention. Watching from his hiding place, a young man named Li Yuan quietly marvels at the size and significance of this place, realizing that he has arrived at a key point in the whole story. The priestess addresses the tree as if it were a living being and asks if Lingzhu has awakened, hinting that her real body is connected to this place. In response, the roots and vines begin to move, revealing the hidden structure at the base of the tree, confirming that something important and alive is indeed sealed within. Hiding behind a tree trunk and observing what was happening, Li Yuan suddenly felt something was wrong, as if someone had already noticed his presence, despite all the precautions. The next moment he comes out of hiding, reacting sharply to the unexpected situation, and his wary look betrays that everything is starting to get out of control. He is alarmed to realize that even with the invisibility cloak, he has been detected, and understands that something more complex than ordinary perception is being used against him. The system assumes that all this time in the forest, Lingzhu was indeed watching them using her abilities, and now her attention is completely focused on him. Suddenly, a strange creature appears, resembling a hybrid of a bird and a vine, and Li Yuan realizes with irritation that this is just one of the methods of influence aimed at him. Lingzhu appears in front of him, her cold and confident gaze leaving no doubt that she is in complete control of the situation, and looking straight at him, she calmly asks what he wants from her. The High Priestess peers closely at the glowing seal in her hands, feeling its power and making sure that the spell cast remains stable and cannot be destroyed from the outside. Lingzhu, looking at her with cold calm, confidently declares that this seal is indestructible, as if trying to convince not only those around her, but also herself of the reliability of her protection. Anxiety begins to grow among those present, as this place is strictly guarded and only a few people know about it, so the thought of a possible information leak makes them suspect the presence of a traitor. With a slight threat in her voice, Lingzhu says that if her seal is ever broken, the first one to pay with his life will be Wang Zhen, hinting at possible treason within their circle. At this time, the system informs Li Yuan that the level of Lingzhu's distortion is extremely high, and she is only one step away from the point where she can no longer be returned. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Li Yuan decides not to intervene directly for now, and instead observes what is happening to choose the most opportune moment for further action. The priestess, meanwhile, coldly states that the sealing was only a last resort, but now the situation has changed, and she is ready to act more decisively. Deep in the snowy forest, Lingzhu stands before a huge ancient tree, holding a glowing magical seal in front of her, that pulses with energy and emphasizes her power over the place. She slowly turns towards the hidden observer, crossing her arms over her chest and looking with a cold, almost indifferent gaze in which one can read confidence and hidden irritation. Li Yuan, hidden under the hood, realizes that his presence has been revealed and notes with inner tension that Lingzhu has indeed been able to pinpoint his location. Without showing an ounce of hesitation, Lingzhu addresses him directly and demands that he come out of hiding, adding that the person he was following had long since left the area. Realizing the futility of further concealment, Li Yuan steps forward, removing his disguise and calmly says that they have met again, as if it were inevitable. Lingzhu immediately asks a direct and cold question about why he was following Wang Jun, carefully observing his every move and reaction. For a moment, Li Yuan considers the consequences of lying and telling the truth, realizing that deception could only make the situation worse and raise even more suspicion. Lingzhu continues to stare at him, her expression serious and unreadable, as if she was already prepared to recognize any attempt to evade the answer. In the end, Li Yuan decides to speak honestly and explains that his interest was only in understanding how the seal was placed and how it works. Hearing this, Lingzhu smiled slightly, and a hint of mockery entered her voice as she noted that he turned out to be an unexpectedly honest person. However, Li Yuan wasted no time and immediately asked a new question, wondering how she managed to reappear next to him despite the fact that he had left her detection zone. Remaining calm, he explains that he uses various magical artifacts, including teleportation devices, hinting at his hidden resources and capabilities. Li Yuan feels the green energy slowly begin to wrap around his body, and with a slight irritation in his voice, he asks to stop teasing him and move on to the real questions without dragging out the conversation. Lingzhu, leaning closer and almost hanging over him, looks straight into his eyes and with a playful, slightly mocking smile, asks if he is really that interested in her. Maintaining the same tone, she continues by asking a more personal question about whether the little fox next to him knows about his actions and hidden intentions, as if testing his honesty. The young man, visibly embarrassed and slightly looking away, awkwardly replies that she doesn't know anything, thereby involuntarily revealing his inner tension and uncertainty. The magical energy around Lingzhu begins to intensify, swirling into green streams, emphasizing her dominant position and control over what is happening. Settling into a more relaxed position, she suggests with a sly smile that he might be trying to go behind his girlfriend's back, as if deliberately provoking him into a reaction. Li Yuan is momentarily at a loss, realizing that he cannot directly reveal his true intentions, and tries to find an answer that will not arouse unnecessary suspicion. Having collected himself, he answers calmly and confidently, stating that if he really had feelings, he would have acted openly and honestly, and not hidden or deceived. Lingzhu chuckles softly and closes his eyes, noting that he really is quite an honest person, finding something both amusing and appealing about that. However, her expression changes abruptly, and a cold determination enters her voice as she declares that the man she likes must belong to her alone. The protagonist, without retreating, answers seriously and confidently that if he truly loves her, he will protect her with all his might, showing his firm position. In response, Lingzhu bows her head slightly and remarks with cold irony that he hasn't even confessed his feelings yet, asking why he is already acting so decisively and confidently. The man, looking closely at his face with a cold and slightly mocking smile, without hesitation declares that he does not meet her standards at all, calling his appearance not attractive enough and even somewhat strange. Li Yuan is momentarily speechless, his expression becoming confused and almost comical, as he clearly did not expect such a direct and merciless comment directed at him. Gradually coming to his senses, he begins to awkwardly justify himself, claiming that although he is not perfect, he still looks quite decent, trying to maintain at least the remnants of confidence and self-respect. Unable to withstand the internal pressure and irritation, Li Yuan suddenly flares up and with an emotional outburst, declares that not all men are obliged to conquer women solely with their appearance, as if defending their honor. With a slight but confident grin, he adds that she shouldn't be so self-confident and think that he will definitely be interested in her, even if she considers herself above everyone else. At this point, the system intervenes and warns him that such harsh words could only further anger Lingzhu and lead to far more dangerous consequences than he expects. Squeezing his hand, Li Yuan allows the green energy to slowly begin to concentrate around him, creating a feeling of growing strength and showing that he is ready to move from words to action. With a serious and focused expression on his face, he states outright that he will not allow her to do whatever she wants and no longer intends to remain an indifferent observer, of what is happening. Ling Zhu froze for a moment, and a slight look of surprise appeared in her eyes, as if she truly hadn't expected him to be so confident and willing to resist. The system records what is happening and notes the strangeness of the situation, because despite the tense conflict, the level of its distortion is still not clearly evident and remains unstable. Li Yuan, maintaining an outward calm and confidence, says that sooner or later she will change her mind, hinting that he is able to influence her condition and decisions. In conclusion, he adds with a slight but confident smile that he is ready to teach her everything she needs step by step, demonstrating confidence in his plan and his own capabilities. He yawns lazily, covering his mouth with his hand and not hiding his relaxation at all, as if this whole situation with captivity does not bother him at all, and he perceives it as something temporary and insignificant. The guards standing at the entrance with spears exchange glances and begin to discuss the changing of the guard, deciding at the same time to check on the prisoner since he has shown no signs of activity for a suspiciously long time. Coming closer, they notice with slight bewilderment that even while under guard, he looks too calm, sleeps peacefully, and acts as if he is completely confident in his position. At the same time, Ling Zhu, having heard hints about the possibility of removing the seal, reacts sharply and makes it clear that one should not talk so self-confidently about things that are beyond the understanding of others. Bored and stressed, she releases a torrent of her power, and glowing lines of energy begin to gently oscillate around her, highlighting her dangerous and unstable nature. Li Yuan, hiding in the darkness and observing what was happening, carefully analyzes her behavior, trying not to give away his presence with a single movement or unnecessary sound. He quickly gives the system the command to teleport, and it immediately begins the process, surrounding him with digital effects and preparing the transfer to a safe place. In an instant, he finds himself in his room, lying on his bed and looking at the ceiling, gradually comprehending everything that happened during this tense time. Having collected his thoughts, he comes to the conclusion that he still has time ahead of him, so it is wiser to first rest and recuperate before the next steps. Finally, having settled in comfortably and stretched, he allows himself to relax, putting all disturbing thoughts aside for later, and immersing himself in a well-deserved rest before new events. The next day, the village greets the morning with a calm, winter silence, and it seems as if the events of the previous night are just a tense memory. The village headman accepts Li Yuan more calmly and even apologizes for his imprisonment yesterday, allowing him to freely conduct trade within the settlement. He responds with restraint and confidence, pretending that he holds no grudge, and carefully takes the initiative in the conversation so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. As he was about to leave, Ling Zhu suddenly stopped him, clearly wanting to ask one more important question and not let the situation go so easily. With concern in her voice, she clarifies whether rumors of what is happening have already spread beyond their tribe, as this could lead to serious consequences. Li Yuan responds cautiously, mentioning that similar information can be heard even in other cities, but at the same time tries not to reveal too much and maintain control of the situation. He adds that most people only know the superficial details and no one really understands the full depth of what's going on, thereby reassuring her a little. Ling Zhu, hearing this, relaxes a little, but still remains tense, because the very thought of spreading the secret clearly worries her. The conversation suddenly takes a new turn when she remembers another detail and begins to doubt how far back the information might have gone. The protagonist, pretending to be confused, mentions huge trees as if it were a casual slip of the tongue, but in reality he is carefully observing her reaction, catching every minor detail. Her expression changes dramatically, and it becomes clear that he has touched upon something truly important, a secret that could not be allowed to spread. Ling Zhu quickly turns around and leaves, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation, while Li Yuan remains standing there with a slight, barely noticeable smile, realizing that his words have achieved the desired effect. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she decides to act immediately and orders the guards to follow her, while Li Yuan, with a slight smile, is already making a further plan. Li Yuan, carefully observing the retreating figures, calmly concludes that Ling Zhu is clearly about to take a new step, and a subtle excitement appears in his gaze, as if he has finally approached the key moment. The system, having sensed his intention and change in mood, immediately asks whether they should follow her further, realizing that what is happening could lead to important discoveries. Without a moment's hesitation, he agrees with a slight but confident smile, because this is exactly the moment he's been waiting for to get closer to solving this whole mystery. Once inside the hidden room, he quickly notes that everything is unfolding exactly as described in the original story, meaning that there really must be an extremely important item here. Lingzhu, concentrating and frowning slightly, carefully touches the wall, activating a hidden mechanism that begins to respond to her force and gradually begin to move. A secret passage leading deeper slowly opens before them, and with each new step, the atmosphere around them becomes more and more tense and filled with a hidden threat. The guards following her look around warily and grip their weapons tighter, ready to react at any moment to any surprise. Li Yuan, remaining in the shadows and not making a single unnecessary sound, silently follows them, carefully controlling his every movement so as not to give himself away. Soon they find themselves in a strange space filled with a soft yet unsettling glow, where the tree's enormous roots intertwine and create an almost mystical and mesmerizing picture. Lingzhu, carefully examining this place and clearly sensing something, takes out a special talisman, which begins to glow ever brighter, responding to the power hidden here. The energy around her begins to rapidly increase, and a powerful spatial vortex forms right in front of her, emitting a bright blue glow and distorting the surrounding space. Without wasting a second, she resolutely reaches out her hand towards this vortex of power, intending to activate the next stage and get closer to the moment when the seal can finally be broken. Li Yan, hiding in the shadows, carefully observes what is happening and notes to himself how carefully and skillfully hidden this place is, as if it was specially created to prevent any outsiders from entering here. The system quickly analyzes the situation and informs him that the talisman in Wangsha's possession is the key to opening this spatial vortex, without which it is impossible to advance further. Realizing this, Li Yuan calmly decides that the only way to achieve his goal is to steal this talisman without being noticed, even if it means taking risks. At this point, the system suddenly detects a sharp change and alarmingly reports that the level of Lingzhu's distortion is rapidly increasing, which is clearly beyond the normal course of events. The protagonist reacts to this with surprise and, without wasting any time, orders the system to immediately begin coordination teleportation directly to her location. His body instantly dissolves into digital light, and the space around him distorts as he disappears from this hidden place, leaving behind only shimmering particles. The next second, he appears outside in the cold winter forest, quickly moving and heading towards the source of unstable energy, ready to intervene in what is happening. Li Yan, suddenly appearing right in the epicenter of the blinding radiance, immediately notices that the energy around Lingzhu has completely gone out of control and calls out to her in alarm, trying to figure out what exactly went wrong. Blinded by the powerful surge of light and pressure, he instinctively covers his eyes with his hand, feeling the surrounding space begin to distort under the influence of the unstable force. Lingzhu, caught inside the vortex of energy, screams in despair and rage, demanding to be released, her voice sounding both painful and threatening. The system, analyzing what is happening in real time, alarmingly reports that it is in a state of extreme rage and apparently does not understand what exactly is happening to it. The boy quickly gathers his thoughts and suggests that the cause was the weakening of the seal, which disrupted the balance of power and led to the current destructive surge. The electronic system suddenly detects another dangerous change and reports that the level of distortion continues to rapidly increase, bringing it closer to a critical point. Clenching his fist in tension and realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Yuan understands that there is almost no time left and that he must act right now, despite the risk. He resolutely directs his energy forward and begins to break through the flow of destructive force, approaching it step by step. Grabbing her by the shoulders, he firmly and confidently promises that he will definitely free her and will not allow her to completely lose herself under the influence of this force. Lingzhu, with her eyes blazing and her aura unstable, continues to resist, and dangerous energy ruptures begin to appear around her, ready to tear everything apart. He turned around sharply as a poisonous green glow flashed behind him, and in that moment he realized that the attack was not aimed at him, but at something far more dangerous. Gritting his teeth and tasting blood, he looked down at the wound from which strange energy was still flowing, and with cold determination forced himself not to pass out. He stood silently in the dying snow, remembering the warning that had come too late, and now trying to understand who exactly was behind this treacherous blow. The system warns him not to take any drastic action, but at that very moment a sharp green spike pierces his chest, and scarlet blood instantly soaks the fabric of his clothes. He collapsed onto the cold snow, feeling the strength rapidly leaving his body, and for the first time in a long time, the frighteningly clear thought of his own death flashed through his mind. He touched the wound with a trembling hand, as if trying to make sure that everything that was happening was real, and in response to the desperate internal cry, only a sharp denial was heard. Having gathered the remnants of his consciousness, he opened his eyes with difficulty and, looking into the void in front of him, hoarsely whispered that if anyone else could hear him, then it would be better to hurry and save him. The computer system, without wasting a second, offers a solution and informs him that a special resurrection potion is available in the store that can instantly heal him. Even on the brink of life and death, Li Yuan cannot contain his irritation and accuses the system of cynically taking advantage of his critical situation by demanding such a high price. Realizing that he has no alternative and every second counts, he desperately demands that the potion be given to him immediately. Otherwise, he will truly die here. The purchase confirmation interface appears before his eyes, and he realizes with annoyance that all the points he has accumulated are disappearing in an instant for the sake of a chance at survival. Losing the last of his consciousness, he muttered helplessly about his glasses, as if even on the brink of life and death, he could not let go of what connected him to this world. With difficulty holding on to his slipping consciousness, he clutches a glass bottle with a green liquid in his trembling hand, realizing that this is his only chance to get out of this situation. Without wasting a second, he drinks the contents of the vial, after which warm energy begins to spread throughout his body, gradually healing the wound and restoring his strength. Healing energy begins to spread rapidly throughout his body, and right before his eyes, the wound heals, leaving behind only a faint glow and a feeling of returning strength. The electronic system reports that Lingzhu is currently in a berserk state, and anyone who approaches her will automatically be in mortal danger with no chance of defense. Li Wen, watching what was happening, notes with slight surprise and irony that she seems to be the type to judge people by their appearance, which could play into his hands. The system confirms this a little sheepishly and reminds him that he himself wanted to change the character's opinion about men and influence her attitude. Without attaching much importance to this, he replies with a grin that there is nothing wrong with this, and even on the contrary, it could become the key to solving the problem. He frowned, suddenly realizing that appearance played a much more important role in the role of judge than he had originally thought. Remembering the face-changing module at the mall, he focused and quickly activated the interface, deciding to take advantage of this opportunity while there was still time. The settings panel instantly opened up before him, where he started importing the face model without hesitation, preparing to permanently lock in the new look. After thinking for a moment, he asks if the person he needs is in the database, but learns that this will require an additional fee. He realizes with annoyance that he has very few points left and decides to put off this purchase for now, hoping to earn more later. With a touch of irony and weariness, he complains that all his points were earned through hard work, but the system only calmly replies that material resources are of no importance outside of the current moment. In response, the system coldly reminded him that the glasses could not be taken away either at birth or after death, but he only irritably said that one day he would definitely get to the main system. Li Wen wastes no time in activating the appearance change function, and an interface appears in front of him confirming the start of the face sculpting process, which should radically change his appearance. A panel with the message "generating a facial model" flashed before his eyes, and he held his breath as he watched the system complete the process. When the notification about successful generation appeared, and the offer to immediately apply the appearance, he made his choice without hesitation. Without a second's hesitation, he clicks confirm, realizing that every detail is important now, and the slightest delay could cost him everything. The next second, his appearance changes dramatically, and even he himself feels how his aura and presence become more attractive and noticeable. With a confident look, he extends his hand to Lingzhu and sincerely says that he will definitely save her, hoping that the new image will help him reach out to her. However, Lingzhu, still under the influence of the distorted energy, suddenly flares up in anger and shouts that she will destroy everyone without caring who is in front of her. But suddenly her expression changes and she seems confused, not understanding why her emotions suddenly began to fluctuate. She gradually calms down and admits with slight embarrassment that for a moment she lost control of herself, as if something inside her had changed. Meanwhile, her body begins to emit a soft green glow, and the energy around her becomes more stable, as if the destructive process is gradually stopping. With slight surprise and a barely noticeable smile, she looks at him and admits that he has become much more attractive than before, finally confirming his calculation. Lingzhu, having finally calmed down, notes with a soft smile that he was finally able to bring her back to normal, and the previous aggression no longer felt in her voice. With slight embarrassment and frankness, she admits that the reason for her calmness was his attractive appearance, which clearly influenced her perception of what was happening. The protagonist, trying to take advantage of the moment, asks her to listen to him carefully, although he himself looks a little tense due to the unexpected turn of events. However, Lingzhu suddenly approaches him and, blushing, declares that he now belongs to her, completely ignoring his attempts to explain. Li Yuan panics and tries to stop her, realizing that the situation is getting out of control and turning into something completely unpredictable. He urgently gives the system a command to return him to his previous appearance, hoping to thereby weaken her excessive attachment and regain control of the situation. But before the changes can fully take effect, Lingzhu suddenly reaches out to him and kisses him, completely ignoring his resistance. For a moment, time seems to stand still, and even he himself is caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, enjoying the moment of passion and intimacy. After this, he begins to worry whether returning to her previous appearance will affect her emotional state and lead to a new surge of distortion. Lingzhu, noticing the change, asks in surprise why he suddenly changed his appearance back, clearly not understanding his intentions. The system analyzes the situation and reports that the level of distortion has not increased, and her emotional state remains stable, which gives him a little respite. Li Yuan, hearing the system's confirmation that the situation is stable, relaxes slightly but still remains on guard, understanding that any wrong move could lead to another surge of dangerous energy. The girl, looking down in embarrassment, admitted that this would be her first kiss, and her words sounded unexpectedly serious. He stood there confused, not understanding the meaning of what was happening, until she, enveloped in soft light, said that she would wait until he saved her. Enveloped in a soft glow, she calmly said with her eyes closed that she would wait for him until he came to save her. As her image dissolved into light, he was left alone in the vast snowy field, feeling the weight of unspoken words growing in the silence. Running his hand through her hair, he noted with surprise that she truly had not succumbed to the distortion, as if she had broken the very rules of this world. Throwing aside any unnecessary thoughts, he briefly ordered the system to immediately teleport him back, deciding to first figure out what was happening on his side. At the foot of the snow-covered forest stood the tribe's inn, covered in frost and silence, as if hiding many secrets within itself. Lying on the bed with his eyes closed, he calmly thought about the fact that the first key had already been found, and the rest were with Miss Jin, Azure Chief Wang, and others, while he was calculating his next steps. He calmly reasoned that once the seal weakened, Ruin Lingzhu would likely go out of control again, and with her current hatred for the tribe, the level of distortion would begin to rapidly increase. The system reminded him that he only had until tomorrow, and he sat up and agreed that it would definitely not be possible to clear it of the distortion overnight. Clenching his fists in frustration, he realized that searching for all the seals at once was a nearly impossible task, and without the help of people like Xiao Bao, he couldn't do it. He exhales wearily, realizing that time is catastrophically short, and even a short respite does not relieve the pressure of responsibility for the fate of the tribe and ruin Lingzhu. The electronic system immediately agrees with his decision, confirming its readiness for coordinated teleportation and further support in analyzing the situation. A moment later, he appears at the familiar gate, where the evening sky paints the courtyard in warm hues, creating a deceptively calm atmosphere. He carefully opens the door and looks around, trying to make sure that his return was unnoticed and that no one would suspect anything. Noticing Aunt Chun in the yard, he calls out to her with a gentle and even slightly sweet smile, as if he had returned from a usual walk, without revealing his true intentions. She tells him that the high priestess already came and took the scar cream, and also asked him to convey her gratitude personally, which slightly confuses him. Li Wen was surprised by such attention, and even a little embarrassed, not understanding why they decided to thank him for such insignificant help. Aunt Chun shares her observations that the priestess's condition has noticeably improved, and her mood has become much calmer, which inspires cautious optimism. He explains that he met a traveling doctor who not only gave him a recipe, but also taught him how to prepare the remedy himself. The girl sincerely notes that this man, apparently, is truly kind and reliable, since he decided to help without hidden intentions, so he can definitely be trusted. The conversation turns to Lingzhu's current state, and it becomes clear that nothing alarming has happened recently, which gives him a bit of a respite. Li Wen decides to take advantage of this peace and go to get herbs to continue making the cream, while simultaneously advancing towards his hidden goal. The next day, Li Yuan decides to take more active action and goes straight to the residence of the High Priestess, realizing that it is there that he can obtain the missing information. At the entrance, he is immediately stopped by guards who are suspicious of the stranger and demand that he clearly explain the purpose of his visit, not intending to let him in without serious grounds. Maintaining his calm and confident demeanor, he introduces himself and explains that he has previously interacted with the High Priestess and has now come to give her a scar treatment cream he has prepared himself. After a brief exchange of glances and verification of his words, the guards still allow him to enter, but Li Yuan does not lose his vigilance and carefully assesses the situation around him. At this time, another person was watching the events nearby, his face distorted with irritation, because he clearly did not expect Li Yuan to be able to get inside so easily. The observer begins to realize that the development of events is getting out of his control, and Li Yuan's actions can seriously affect the original course of history. Gradually, he comes to the alarming conclusion that the protagonist has already deviated from the prescribed script and is now becoming an unpredictable factor. Clenching his fist in frustration and determination, he promises himself to change the situation and regain control, even if it means resorting to more drastic and deliberate methods. With fierce determination, he charges forward, convinced that from now on, luck will no longer be on Li Yuan's side, for it is he, as the true protagonist, who must save this world and return everything to the right path. The system intervenes and asks about further action, pushing him to formulate a clear strategy and not act impulsively. Realizing that direct intervention can only strengthen the bond between the characters, he begins to develop a more subtle and insidious plan based on manipulation. Ultimately, he comes to the decision to sow mistrust and discord between Li Yuan and the heroines in order to destroy their connection from within and make them vulnerable. By consolidating his plan, he hopes to wait for the moment when trust gives way to hatred and then take advantage of their weakness to eliminate all his opponents.